Control yourself. Hey, baby, you better twist it. Oh. You'll never, never, never resist it. Control yourself. Control yourself. Oh. Got me.
Yep. What's up? What's going on? Just trying to make a TikTok and didn't work. No bother. We don't have to do one tonight. I finally got Midjourney. I was playing with it earlier. I don't know. I need to get better at my prompts. I haven't really been working on my prompting because I was using the basic shit. It's pretty cool though. What's this? Clear my cache. I know, dude. I mean, I just literally never even tried to do any kind of clever prompt because it only really matters on Midjourney. All the other ones are all so basic. Midjourney, you can actually do shit with it with good prompts. Just need to do like the tutorials or whatever. So I was looking at the other prompts that people were putting like in the chat room. It's very, very communal focused. Like there's like a Discord and everything. It's pretty neat. Yeah, I mean, my undergrad degree is in creative writing. Just, never really fuck with prompts. I just didn't really get anything too great so far. I mean, I got some good work stuff, and I got a couple, thumbnails or whatever. Nothing really worth showing off yet. Like, I wanted to be able to just give it the thumbnails I already made and say, make me one like this. But it doesn't appear that it can do that.
Are you mad?
No.
Are you grumpy?
No.
Are you sad?
No.
Are you angry?
No.
What are
What are
you?
you doing?
I don't know.
How are you doing?
Not good.
Oh, why?
I don't know.
Oh, look at that cute
I'm
kitty.
grouchy.
What do you want?
A chocolate.
You want what?
I could probably do that.
Oh, you poor thing.
Donald Trump is now being targeted by the cyber attacker Anonymous. They've declared, quote, total war on the billionaire and now claim to have hacked him and released some of his private information.
Now is the time to unite to fight fascism, to show that we are
Oh my
very
God.
serious about stopping
Dude.
any proposed forthright
USAID.
Donald Trump. We have attached a gift of sorts. Trump's social security number,
Oh my
cell
God.
phone number, and other details that might be able
Dude.
to assist you all in independently
This
investigating
is just
this
gonna
would-be
make
dictator.
Trump, like,
For more on this, we bring in ABC News senior justice correspondent Pierre Thomas. He's in Washington this morning. Good morning.
Demon Rats learned nothing, right? All of these, like, toothless attacks on him, it only makes him stronger. You have to fucking hit him good or don't hit him at all. And yeah, I lump Anonymous in with the Demon Rats because, again, very clearly some sort of cutout. That's what, or at least part of them were. I mean, it's probably not, it's probably like all sap, you know? It's probably like a bunch of like, NGO, USAID types are also in Anonymous. I don't know, maybe they get overtime for it or something. It's probably like an extracurricular. Hey. that tweet they had a few weeks ago? It was like, this is a hate symbol. Like, it was so hard for them to support Palestinians not being murdered for like a couple months, you know? That would be so funny. Yeah, dude, my social security number is probably fired. Exactly, right? Exactly. Which, I mean, that's something to look forward to, right? If a bunch of these like disgruntled USAID workers are going to be like out there attacking Trump, that could be fun, you know? Like see what they get up to. It's just like I said, dude. You have to hit him good or don't hit him at all, because he makes such fucking like these Trump supporters. Their number one issue very frequently when they come in here, I ask them all the time, and they always talk about like how unfair. Oh, the media is so unfair to Trump is like generally one of their top 5 concerns about. They don't treat my favorite billionaire like as good as I think they should. This is from 128.
Good morning, Robin. Donald Trump appears
welcome
to have
in,
a new
readers.
adversary,
What's
not
going on?
political, but a potentially formidable one, Anonymous, known for its aggressive hacking. In that video,
Known
Anonymous
for being
claims
a
that it
CIA
secured some of
cutout.
Donald Trump's personal and private information.
Known for
and
being
is
part of
blasting it over the
USAID.
internet, something it hopes will make Mr. Trump's life miserable. Overnight, the Trump campaign released a statement acknowledging
They're still on Twitter, so I think they're probably you know, they're probably all above board.
the attempt, saying authorities are seeking the
Seriously,
arrest of
dude, give me the piss tape or shut the fuck up. You know,
the people responsible for attempting to illegally hack Mr. Trump's accounts and telephone information. So this is being treated seriously, Robin.
no, it's not.
And Pierre, what are we hearing
just
from
like the Iranian
the response from the
assassins.
government? What can they do?
We've confirmed that federal agents are pursuing this hacking, but investigations like
Oh,
this
by
are
the way.
notoriously complicated, and they typically take a long time to resolve. And Anonymous, by all accounts, is pretty good at covering his trail. But Mr.
because they're
Trump, given his
CIA.
wealth, has a strong cybersecurity dome to protect himself and limit the damage. So we expect this to be an ongoing battle.
Are you guys watching this? We have a private takeover of the federal government that is being labeled reform. It is clearly in violation of a number of federal laws.
Oh, now you're
At
angry.
the very least of which is records retention, that a lot of websites that are being unilaterally taken down, public data
This
sets at the
fucking guy.
CDC that were unavailable for, like a CDC employee had to go out of bounds and upload those to a drive online just so there would be access to them. We have people who haven't gone through security
sounds like
clearances
you're
who are
breaking
using
the rules,
Gmail
man.
addresses to join top-level open
Yeah, sounds like you and your Gmail account having friends are the ones breaking the rules here.
meetings. This is an effing circus. And I guess, sorry, that's all the time that the guest has. That's all the time we have this morning for Trump Morning News. As always, we remind you, your state legislators, you can't do anything directly about this, and there's nothing the Republican Party could have done in the last 20 years. Oh, and by the way, Musk did a Hitler salute on stage. Mr. President, I yield the well.
Does anybody else here get
Look.
the feeling that reality is slipping away from them?
No. That is the most annoying part. The way that they said that he says the Hitler salute part. I said it. Everybody said it the first day, right? This is him trolling. He's going to get such a kick out of watching people argue about it and watching his pathetic fucking fans like defend him. That's the part I am really not looking forward to, because you know these demon rats are going to keep talking about it over and over again. Like, and I know he did the salute. You know he did the salute. You are not going to be able to convince. Let me rephrase that. Even if you can convince somebody, you're not going to get anybody who previously said "nuh-uh" to say, "Huh, that's not going to happen." So I would just ignore it. But of course, they did not learn a single thing. They were out there all day trying to like dunk on the Bernie Bros or whatever. the fucking Dearborn. These fucking losers, man. Like, that's their top concern today is, like, fucking, like, owning the Muslims. Oh, cool, guys. Great. I'm really glad you really learned some lessons from this, this last fucking 5 years.
Yeah, I'm just gonna go fill up my car with gas for $120, and then I'm gonna go to the store and spend $30 on a carton of eggs, and then a plane is actually gonna crash into the grocery store.
Where are you spending $120 on gas? What are you, Canadian? I could have made this on the journey. Who the fuck even eats eggs anymore? 5 years old? I mean, but like, here's the problem, right? It's because I saw some shit, where was it from? I heard somebody say something about maybe gas prices will get cheaper or they'll go up quicker or whatever. No, that's what we learned over the past, Bidenflation period. It's the inflation is not really tied to the market or anything like that. It's tied to what they think they can get away with. So if the people are out there on CNBC and shit saying, there's all this inflation from Trump's tariffs, then these assholes are gonna fucking jab us and, they are going to get as much as they can get away with, blaming it on Trumpflation or whatever. I mean, maybe he'll be more effective at threatening corporate America, because that does seem like something. It's this weird sort of irony that we're in now, where the Republicans are the only ones who can attack the capitalists in any way, right? They're the only ones who can do any kind of pushback. Not can, that everybody can. The demon rats refuse to, right? So we're in this position where, like, they feel more freedom to, like, go after Elon Musk's tax rate. Maybe not that, but, like, I don't know, some, like, liberal fucking billionaire or whatever, like, which I fully assume we are going to see them try to start, like, using these exemptions and shit preferentially, which, again, like, it's just no, I think the thing with the tariffs is he was just trying to juice the market, right? Like, whenever he announces something and then he backs away from it, I think we can assume that that's what he was doing. He was just trying to get the market to react so he can fucking short it or whatever. That's such an Elon Musk thing. Like, ever since the T-Slack shit became out, Musk has been obsessed with trying to do that to somebody else, Oh, they're shorting Tesla. Can I short them? And I can totally see them talking about this shit, like Mar-a-Lago or whatever. Like, look, Don, this is what we'll do. Oh, you mean you want me to say I'm gonna do something, but then not actually do it? I can do that. I love doing that. Some shit like that,
This is Tress 2b, often called the Dark Planet.
Okay. Look, let me see if my fucking homegirl's on here. Yeah, there she is. Yep, new one.
It's February 4th, and I have another message from the aliens.
Swastika,
I'm an
yeah,
interdimensional
swastika,
communicator, which means I can talk to angels and aliens
That's a
and other
very cool
interdimensional
name.
beings. My last two videos shared information from the aliens intended to help us understand what happens when we die.
They sold their Bitcoin off?
Today's message addresses
Yikes.
maybe the hardest version.
That's the thing, though, is like, I don't think that they're the asset bubble, right? I think all those guys are aware that there's an asset bubble, but I think that they're all in it together, right? Because if the bubble pops, then they all take an L. So I think they are going to, amongst themselves, as much as they can collaborate, I think they're going to try to maintain it, right? And Tesla is a fucking huge part of that. That's like a, that's like a load-bearing part of their fucking bubble.
Version of that question, which is, what happens when a child dies? What happens when a life ends way too soon? And this is not just a hard question, this is a personal question for me. Because like some of you, I've experienced this personally.
Oh no.
My youngest son died just before his 4th birthday.
Oh my God.
So I've thought about this question a lot in the 14 years since he's been gone. This morning, I asked the aliens who wanted to come forward to answer this question, and Prometheus was the one who stepped up.
My man.
Alien Prometheus is one of the leaders of the Council of Darkness.
I'm in a Promethean cult.
This is how he wants us to imagine him in his alien form.
I mean,
let me
rephrase that. I just started a Promethean cult. So if anybody wants to get in on it, hit me up. Look. We need to pick one of them, maybe more, but especially at least one of them. And, fucking, you my guy. Some shit like that, right? I think that's what they used to do in the old days. So that's what I'm gonna do.
Him in his God form. This is how he wants us to imagine him as
ending the tax credits on EVs. You sure about that? I mean, that would be a huge that would take out a lot of Tesla sales.
Here's what Prometheus has to say about
exactly.
the death
Top
of a
tier
child,
on the
and as
Patreon.
Usual, I have it on my iPad. Any loss of life for any reason is something to grieve, but perhaps the most heartbreaking loss is welcoming the joy of a child, then having that child taken from you. I too have suffered that pain. I have experienced the loss of a child in my God form and in my alien form.
And he lost his liver every day.
I also have accidentally caused the death of children in these roles. I know this pain from both sides. When a child dies, either by accident or for reasons that appear natural, it is the deepest pain I know. The depths of pain we feel is a mirror of the depths of our love for that child. I know from experience that pain can change over time.
I mean, I don't think the thing with God, we'll talk about it in a minute, but I think that's just the bluster. Like, he's trying to get some of them to leave if he can, but BB told him this. They know, right? You can't just tell them to leave and expect them to leave, right? You're gonna have to go in there and fucking physically tear people out of their houses one by one. So I don't think that's what we're gonna have. Maybe. We'll see.
Time, but it never goes away. We want to assure you that although some children die by accident, it does not mean
we're going to get Pierre Poilievre.
In fact,
Polymarket.
Children who die young specifically volunteered for a short life. Maybe because their previous life was particularly long and hard. Maybe because they are so honored to inspire the growth of their parents' souls. Either way, a short life is always
I used to lose my liver every day. Now I've written a cookbook about
Bereaved parents should know you will see your child again in the heavenly realm. Even if your death comes decades later, your child might already be off on their next mission, but a part of them will remain in heaven waiting for you.
Oh.
They want you to live a long, happy life first, but when it is time for that to come to an end, they will be the first to greet you. Until then, they watch over you. They celebrate your joy and they mourn your sadness. They don't want you to worry about them, and they don't want you to sacrifice your joy because they are not with you. The best way for you to honor loved ones who leave the planet before you do is to relentlessly pursue joy in their memory. They do not gain anything.
That's what I'm always saying. I'm always saying that, aren't I?
Because they are not with you physically. I know how hard it is. I have been there too. But if you've suffered the loss of a child, part of your soul's mission is to learn how to suffer the greatest loss, then truly find joy again. This is one of the most sacred missions of all. You will bring your child's memory forward with you as you complete this mission. And for parents of children living with cancer and other diseases, know that we see you. We see God holding you with extra care. We hope to help shift Earth to a state where cancer is eradicated.
That's right.
It's not likely to happen fast enough to impact children fighting terminal diseases today, but your child's battle is their mission and yours. Our best advice is to continue relentlessly seeking joy in your days, even if your days also include pain and fear. The children, the best friends, the partners you lose too soon, they are your soul family, and you will be reunited in the heavenly realm.
Yeah.
Death is never an ending. It is a transition of consciousness that is fueled by love.
That's
so
what I
that's
heard.
The message for today. As a bereaved mother of almost 14 years, I've had a lot of time to think about this question.
Maybe if you weren't so busy talking to the aliens, your kid would still be alive.
readingnewnormal.com if you're interested. A lot of what Prometheus shared is really what felt true to me on my journey
I felt bad
as well,
even
but
saying
it sure
that.
was
I
nice
don't think that. I
from a
promise.
divine source. Before I go, I just want to confirm the aliens are still coming.
Oh, good.
They aren't giving me any time frames. I asked them again today, and their answer was, "Don't ask."
Don't ask.
But they are coming.
They're dealing with Pete
Hegseth.
Hegseth.
They are coming to help us. And while we wait,
just gotta get
I will
past
still keep
Pete.
making videos as
Mayor
often as
Pete.
I can, but I'm not going to be covering when or how they're going to show up. I am going to be sharing the wisdom that they have to share with us. This is how I worked with them in the beginning, before I even knew that they were coming. And I'm so happy to have this platform to share their wisdom with you. And by the way, I haven't turned on any of the monetization options. I'm not doing this for money.
Yeah.
I'm doing this because they asked me to. So do you have questions for the aliens? Let me know in the comments, and I'll see what I can do about getting some answers.
There's some German woman.
Today is February 3rd, and I have another message from the aliens. I'm an interdimensional communicator, which means I can talk to angels, aliens, and other interdimensional beings. Today I'm coming to you from an airport. It's a travel day, and on my first flight, I actually got to see some
See, I like how she just fucking posts up in the airport and does this shit. It's pretty cool. She's being suppressed, too. Look at that. This one only has 62,000. I wonder if this one's
Today
dangerous.
is January 30th, and I have another message from the aliens. It's a travel day for me, so I'm actually sitting here in the middle of an airport, but I didn't want to miss a chance to give you the latest update, especially since the last couple days of messaging have been pretty intense. So I apologize for the noise in the background, but I'm going to share this message with you anyway. Yesterday, I asked Alien Hecate to give us her perspective, and today I wanted to connect with another member of the Council of Darkness, because just because they sit on the same council doesn't mean that they see things exactly the same way. So I wanted us to hear another perspective and just get a little bit more detail about what's going on. So today I connected with Alien Apollo, who, like Hecate, has both an alien expression and a god expression. This is Alien Apollo's primary expression as an alien. When I was working with the aliens on these AI renderings, they each manipulated the algorithm to add their own little touches. Apollo added that cool little thing in his hand. This is Apollo's god expression. He's the mythical god of the sun. As you can probably tell from this image, he loves being in the spotlight. Of course, he's not the god, and he's not asking us to worship him, because God is the only one to be worshipped. But the title of God is a title of respect. If you saw my video from a couple days ago, you already know that the Galactic Federation has been deeply concerned for planet Earth because of the damage that humanity has inflicted on her. The Galactic Federation agreed on the problem, but they disagreed on the solution to the problem.
Listen to this.
They assured us that there's nothing to worry about now.
That's why they were
want us to
suppressing
understand
this
how
one.
close they were to deciding on a different outcome.
Yeah.
That's pretty scary to hear, so I asked Alien Apollo to
Different
comment
outcome.
on that, and as usual, he gave me his message telepathically. I typed up my interpretation on my iPad. I checked with him to make sure he agreed with my interpretation, and now it's ready for you. He says, yes, it's true. The Council of Darkness believed humanity had become too divided and corrupted, and that the best course of action to protect and heal Earth would be to annihilate humanity and have us start all over again, just like the Great Flood and several other resets that have occurred on planet Earth. Our counterparts on the Council of Light disagreed. They didn't want us to give up on you. They didn't feel it would be fair to wipe out so many good people along with the corrupt ones. We agreed it wouldn't be fair.
Like I said,
but as
they
the
know the
Council of
ruling class
Darkness,
are
it was
bad
our
guys.
job to look beyond what is fair and instead focus on what is best for the greater good. Our perspective was, if the corrupt humans who have a disproportionate amount of power are allowed to continue their trajectory, they will destroy planet Earth and irrevocably harm the whole cosmos. We assert that that outcome would also not be fair. The Council of Light was hopeful you would turn yourselves around and begin to heal the planet yourselves. We on the Council of Darkness were doubtful that the good humans could overcome the evil that has permeated your world governments and systems without divine intervention. We finally came to
She's an
agreement last
interdimensional
year
communicator.
when war and political corruption hit a new low. The Council of Light finally
She
gave up
means
hope on you
Brandon.
healing the planet, but they never gave up hope on you. They convinced us you were worth saving along with your planet. And the conditions that would allow our intervention were also met last year. After much negotiation, we came to the agreement that we would join together as one collective to execute our divine.
Sounds like some of y'all need to watch the old videos.
Our two opposing sides have now come into balance. There
Where's the one? She's definitely like in the Billy Carson school. She's always like defending wokeness. Where's that one where she's talking about how the old white guys are gods? She didn't like that. This one maybe?
It's January 27th, and I have another message from the aliens. I'm an interdimensional communicator, which means I can communicate directly with angels and aliens and other interdimensional beings.
Look at Billy Carson. Look at the 1-star reviews on the Forbidden Knowledge app at the App Store, and it's all fucking chuds like attacking him for specific woke things he did. It's he had a video that was titled "Go Woke Doesn't Mean Going Broke" or something. You know, he was like trying to debunk the concept of like go woke, go broke. And I thought, you know, he did a fine job. But that, again, this thing, we can't waste time trying to like convince these fuckers. Like, they're not convincible. Like, if they wanted to be convinced, they would, you know, would be receptive. Not even if they wanted to be convinced. If they were capable of convincing, you know.
Now, up until last year, I mostly worked with angels, but then the aliens
I don't think
started coming
so,
in
man.
to introduce themselves to me. And you might wonder, was that frightening? And I'd say it was.
Look, this is what I thought was going on anyway. And she says basically the same thing that the guy from Farsight says, the remote viewing guy. Which I pat myself on the back. We figured that out over here without any aliens helping us. But she's got a really positive message anyway. Like, I don't even care. I don't even care if this is fake. I like what she's doing. Yeah. Yeah. It sounds preposterous, but I think it's true.
A little surprising, maybe, but not frightening. I recognized the energy, that it was that same benevolent, loving energy that I was familiar with the angels. So I wasn't very frightened, but I was really excited and curious. Now, you should know that I begin every single conversation with a detailed process of discernment and protection. First, I make sure I'm connected to exactly who I want to be connected to, and then I confirm that the information I'm receiving is accurate and truthful.
Like I said, I mean, the way I feel after the telepathy tapes, I feel like I need to reevaluate all this shit. Because, again, traditionally, when I see people talking about shit like this, I write them off as cranks. But now that we have a couple different, I would say, pretty credible sources, data points, I'm pretty convinced that it's true. You know, that you can, you know, do telepathy in some sense. Like, we don't really know the mechanics of it, right? I think traditionally people just pictured it as like, you know, like electromagnetic radiation coming from your brain and, you know, receiving in someone else's. I don't think that's it. I think it has more to do with the Akashic records, right? I think, I think we're all connected in this like hard drive or something of that source. Like, all matter that's not currently in existence is always touching, it's always connected. It's like entangled with the rest of the universe before it exists. If that makes sense. I mean, there's a lot, like, a lot of it is corroborated by other stuff. That's what I'll say, right? She's not the only one saying this. Like I said, the guy from the fucking far side, the Remote Viewing Institute, is basically saying the same thing. And I've heard other people talking about it too. And like, Bledsoe, he's not in as close as contact with the fucking beings as he claims to be, right? Because he was like recognizing that that's what was going on with the drones, but like he doesn't talk to them like these people have talked to them more frequently, more recently. He just like, I think what did he say? He goes on Easter and maybe they'll come or maybe they won't. So like once a year at best. I don't know. You think that there's dog whistles in everything, though. You're like, look, I just listen to the words coming out of her mouth. Like, I'm not gonna add your cultural baggage to whatever she's saying,
When the aliens started communicating with me last year, I met them one by one and eventually met 26 total aliens. And they didn't tell me
because you haven't heard her.
Quite a few
That's what I'm saying.
They were the individual members of the Galactic Federation.
It's the Council of Dark and Light.
I had to Google that. Turns out that's the name of their governing body that we've known of
Yeah,
for at least
so-
long enough for it to show up in like Hollywood TV shows and movies.
That's what I'm saying. But he doesn't get a message from the orbs, right? They don't speak to him, right? They're just like, there.
They're the governing body of the cosmos. Those are the 26 aliens that I'm able to connect with.
I mean, this is the lore that is already in existence.
I started a notes document.
Right? Like, this is the same shit Hamish Shed was referring to, probably.
Doing a project together where I collaborated with them to create AI-generated images to reflect...
Unless they are all just speaking from the same script.
And that project can be seen at divinealiens.com. You can see much larger images on the website, but here's a preview of the 26 aliens that I'm able to connect with. Obviously, it's not what they actually look like, but these AI renderings reflect how they want us to imagine them. And again, you can see all of them larger at divinealiens.com. They also shared with me how they organize themselves, which you can see on the website, but I'm going to give you a preview. So their leadership is called the Council of Nine, and that is led by Prime Creator, who is pretty hands-off. He's mostly a tiebreaker when he needs to
Wow, look at that guy.
Most of the work is done by the Council of Light in the top row and the Council of Darkness in the bottom row, and you've heard me talk about them in my past videos. The next group includes the 12 voting members. These are the 12 district representatives from each of the 12 districts of the cosmos. And yes, Earth is District 1, and yes, we have a representative. Her name is Alien Gaia. She's in the upper left. The third group is the Council of Five. These are the elder aliens who have taken a step back from direct leadership and now are senior advisors.
Okay.
They tell me that it's most likely that these
Where's the
five
grift? Where's the money?
come down to Earth.
Your channel's not even monetized.
To help us with whatever we ask them to help us with. And again, you can see them all at divinealiens.com. So now let's get to today's message. It comes in from all 26 members of the Galactic Federation, channeling as one collective. They mentioned a couple things that I actually have some visual examples for. So you're going to see some visuals in today's message. And everything I'm showing you are the examples that they have confirmed are real. There's a lot of fake stuff out there, but these examples are real. I'm intentionally not providing a source because they want you to find your own sources. They don't want you to only take my word for it. So I found these on Google and TikTok and all the places that you can find them too. And again, as usual, I receive the messages telepathically. I type them into words on my iPad. I confirm with them to make sure that I've interpreted their messages correctly, and now it's ready for you. Here's what they have to say. As we told you a month ago, our original plan was to make contact with you in 2027, but we changed it to 2025 because of current world events. We are now in the third phase of that arrival process. Phase 1 included sending our orbs and small craft as our first ambassadors late last year. Many of you have seen them and communicated with them. We started with small ones, and now the orbs are starting to show themselves in their full expressions as sentient, interdimensional beings. You might even say they look angelic. The second phase was our arrival of our larger ships, which began in early January as scheduled. They arrived and moved into position all around the planet, but cloaked themselves until it was the right time to reveal. They've been revealing themselves slowly over the past week. Some are triangle-shaped, some are shaped like saucers, and more shapes and types of ships will continue to be revealed in the coming days. We told you they would appear through the end of January, and that's what's happening now. It is now time for us to share with you the third phase of contact.
Third phase.
Sent you an alien ambassador who is already in communication with.
Yeah, that's the guy they killed. That's the guy that they killed. Pete Hegseth killed him. Look. So this is the same story that people were sharing from 4chan.
Some of you may have learned about the egg-shaped vessel recently discovered in Antarctica.
See?
We placed it there on purpose to be discovered at the selected time of arrival.
So either she's following along and like copying what else is going on out there, or you know.
Inside the smaller vessel until it was time for him to be discovered and awoken. He is now awake, has learned your world languages.
So either she's following the 4chan thread,
this is unfolding exactly as we planned.
or they're telling her the same thing.
Soon. This next phase is expected to bring both wonder and fear to your people.
Yeah.
Our advice and our
Dude, we need more fear.
is that you continue to spread your positivity and love, because there will be much propaganda and disinformation.
Yeah, she's right.
We urge you to be discerning. Do not trust anything blindly, including our words. Listen to your heart and trust your intuition. You'll know we come in love. So that's their message for today. It's all unfolding right at the end of January, just like they said it would, and it's really exciting. But before I end the video, I just want to mention, just please be careful of fake accounts. I woke up this morning to someone impersonating me on Telegram and offering...
On Telegram?
It's January 25th, and I have another message from the aliens. Now, yesterday, I shared a pretty long message from alien Enki, who is the leader of the Galactic Federation's Council of Light. Today, I have a message from Enki's brother, who's one of the leaders of the Galactic Federation's Council of Darkness.
Look, this is my guy.
As a reminder, darkness is not the same thing as evil, but more about that in a minute. As some of you may already know, when Enki walked the earth as God Enki, he had a brother who also walked the earth, known as God Enlil. And today, he goes by a different name. Today, the being known formerly as Enlil goes by alien Prometheus. So I reached out to
makes
Prometheus
sense,
today,
right?
and I asked him if he could comment on that and share a little bit of his backstory.
They were the same people in the other places, right?
Alien Prometheus would like us to imagine him in his alien expression.
Yeah, look, this is my guy. Yeah, look, this is a Promethean cult. This is officially a Promethean cult stream. So if you can't, you know, that's going to be a problem. You know, get out while you still can. I just need to screenshot this. Yes. Master. Do you call him Master? I don't know. Sire. Yeah, dude. I was just with my mom.
Imagine him. He says it isn't literally what he looks like in his natural form, but he called it directionally correct.
Directionally correct.
Okay,
dude,
so
he sounds
back
so
to Enlil
cool.
for a minute. You can Google Sumerian god Enlil and read some pretty negative things, but as I mentioned, I wasn't introduced to him.
So they were all over the ancient world, the same fucking people.
I got to know him as a wise, kind advisor, not anything similar to what you can read about Enlil. So today I asked Prometheus to comment on that. And as usual, I received his response telepathically. I translated it into words on my iPad. I asked him to confirm my interpretation, and now it's ready for you. Here's the message. Aliens, like humans, have souls and are on a constant path of learning and growing. In my role as a leader of the Galactic Federation's Council of Darkness,
Like I said, man,
it is
listen
my
to her.
job to hold the polarity of darkness in contrast
I mean, if
to
you
light.
ask me to, I'm gonna have to.
Darkness is not the same thing as evil, because the
You
only
know, he
evil
seems
that
chill,
exists
though.
is human-made and fear-based.
You hear that?
Darkness is a part of all of us.
No
that is
fear-based
important in our
evil.
soul's journey of growth. It is unhealthy to ignore, suppress, or deny our darkness.
It's old
It's
Earth
often
energy.
exactly what we need when we are facing oppression, when we need to rise up and defend others, or even when we tell a lie to avoid hurting someone. Yes,
Old Earth
I am
energy.
the one who walked the earth as Enlil, but it is not accurate to say I am the same being. The actions I took as God Enlil were not as negative as the mythology describes, but it isn't totally wrong. It was my job to hold the pole of destruction, while my brother Enki held the pole of creation. This was necessary for Earth's greatest good at that time. The work I did
Wait a minute, so this
in
is the
ancient times
Enlil?
enabled Earth to experience a reset.
We should look
and
up some
for my own
Enlil
soul
lore.
to ascend to a higher level. Later, as an
What if we like
advanced
didn't know
soul,
the lore,
I walked the earth
and
as
he was like talking
Prometheus
to
in
us?
Greek mythology, and this is still my preferred identity.
So Prometheus was a good guy, though, right?
Prometheus that I first
Dude,
experienced
8-Ball would never
and that enabled my
answer
soul
such a
to advance
disrespectful
yet again. It is still my
query.
job to hold the polarity of darkness, but as Prometheus, I can do that from a place of strength, wisdom, and love, rather than focusing on destruction. In the past, it might have been
Yeah.
advisable to fear me, but today
Yeah, my
I
favorite
offer
show
my
is
support
on.
to
I'm with
humanity
this
from a
guy.
place
This
of
is my
fierce
favorite show.
protection. You have my word that even in my role as a leader of the Council of Darkness, I come in love. So
Dude,
that's the short and sweet message.
look, doesn't he
Alien
sound cool?
Prometheus
He sounds
today.
tough but fair.
I'm so glad he came through with that message, because I really think that as we move into the next phase,
This
where
is
the
going to be a
ships are being discussed in
great
mainstream media
arc for the
and
stream.
fear is bubbling
Promethean
up,
cult
we
arc.
might have to call upon our darkness to get us through.
Yeah,
certain
we gotta fucking
oppositions
step
and
our game
situations.
up, though, right?
Alien Prometheus wants us to know that that's healthy. That's a normal part of being human. But he also advises us to start from a place of Enki's advice yesterday, which is do everything we can to stay positive right now. The very best
We don't
thing
even
for us
know
to
any
do
of the
right now
Enlil lore.
is for us to keep our energy high, to keep love in our heart, to really stay centered in that positivity.
Dude,
It's
she's not a
always
crystal
easy,
mommy.
but it's what I'm doing right now, and I hope you'll join me.
She's an interdimensional communicator.
It's January 24th, and I have another message from the aliens. I'm an interdimensional communicator, and yesterday I reached out to Alien Enki, who is the leader of the Galactic Federation's Council of Light. Now, he
That's
doesn't
why she
answer
wears
every
that thing
single
there.
question I ask him, especially.
It's channeling her pineal gland. She's channeling Henry Rollins.
If it has to do with the future. But the answers that he does give me are totally reliable. He is way up at the top. He knows exactly what's going on. Now, Enki was already
You hear that?
well aware of our excitement / frustration in the timing of these large ships.
Yeah,
coming
dude,
in,
I want to see
being
these large
visible,
ships.
hitting
I
mainstream
mean, I
media.
believe her and all. I don't,
And
I'm
he
not
said this is
doubting,
why
but
he doesn't give me actual
I mean, it would be
dates.
cool to see.
And when he
you
does
know.
indicate a timeline, he doesn't make promises. He too expressed frustration, and it really is in the hands of mainstream media. Unfortunately, I mean that's what I'm waiting for. I want us to be like.
That's not. They're not going to do it, man. They are not going to do
He
it.
knows it's really hard, but he's asking us to continue to trust.
They fucking killed that guy in that helicopter.
Humanity and the planet.
I forget. She started out of nowhere, though. Here, let's watch her pin tweet.
Easier than others when it comes to just trusting. But that's what I'm doing, and that's what he wants us all to do. He shared a longer message that I'll get to in a minute.
Dude. Dude, she. What if Enki gets mad at us for being an Enlil cult? I forgot about that. Damn. You know, whatever, fuck it, we'll just own it. You know. We have to get our fucking defenses up about the Enki fanatics. Yeah, I bet you Pete Hegseth would be an Enki guy. It's such like a homer, like that's like, you know, that's like Tony with like rooting for the fucking Lakers and the Yankees and the Cowboys. Like, yeah, dude.
It's January 21st,
what happened?
and I have another message from the aliens. Today I asked them to address some of the questions that have been coming up a lot in the comments section. And as usual, I asked them my questions, I sensed their answers telepathically, I typed up my interpretation of their responses on my iPad, I asked them to confirm my interpretation, and now they're ready for you. The first question I asked them was, will some people see the ships, or will everyone see the ships when they become visible? Here's what they had to say. If you're hearing this message, you will soon see our ships discussed in mainstream media as well as social media, and you might even see them in person. You do not have to increase your vibrational frequency to see us, but we will become visible faster.
Dude, you don't have to. Oh, man.
Your higher frequency is
Yo,
not
we need
for
to get
our
our
benefit,
frequencies
it's
up,
for
man.
your
Come
benefit.
on. Some of y'all are holding me back with your low frequency bullshit.
When you interact with other people.
Okay? We need to
There
fucking
will
crank
be
the
people in
shit
your
up.
life who will feel blindsided when they learn we are real and hovering in the skies. Their hearts could become filled with fear. And we have human opponents who will try to manipulate those
Pete
with fear in
Hegseth.
their hearts,
I
telling
know
them
it,
we are
dude. Pete
here to
Hegseth.
invade them, or that
Pete
this was
Hegseth
planned by
killed
the
that guy in
government
that
the first place.
helicopter, man.
Neither is true. We are not invading.
That dude sat in the fucking cave in Antarctica for fucking hundreds of years, and then they thaw him out, and he meets with the UN, and then Pete Hegseth murders him. Like, that's reading between the lines. That's the chain of events here. Continuity of government. It was code for assassinating an alien. Of course, that's such like the diplomacy that we've shown these people in the past 80 years has been gotta be some of the worst in like just we like ignore all their telepathic messages and dismiss them and tell everybody who saw Foo Fighters that they were delusional. And then after the war, they fucking started shooting them down and fucking torturing the occupants. And that Eisenhower deal, I think, makes a lot of sense, right? I think that probably happened. So... I don't know if it's like expired. Maybe that's what the thing is. Maybe the deal is for like a certain number of years and it's about to expire. Or maybe it did recently expire and, it's been open season. Yeah, I'm hoping they at least get Hegseth. I feel like we have a good chance of that. There's a pretty decent chance. Although they are very, like, not vindictive. Like, the good aliens are really good. The bad aliens are pretty bad. Well, the bad aliens are like humans, but the good ones are pretty good. They're like Ned Flanders or whatever. Alien Ned Flanders.
And we were not summoned by any government.
Yeah.
We promised we would come, and we are here. Okay, so next I asked them if they could say more about where the ships are going to be revealed and what's going to happen next after that. This is what they said. We are slowly making several of our...
If you listen to me, your frequencies would be raised by now, okay? Just saying. If you had been listening to me 6 months ago, your frequencies would be fucking significantly higher now. That's why you should subscribe. That's 3 minutes an hour, your frequencies are just fucking plateaued. I mean, they seem to be very Prime Directive-y, right? In which case, like, it sounds like, yeah, they are very Prime Directive oriented, but in the last few years, the situation on Earth has risen to a new level. That's the basic gist. It's like they wouldn't be interfering at all, but like, there's so much wasted potential.
Our ships visible. They are easiest to
I don't know
see
if
at
she
night,
knows of
and
all
many
that
people
shit.
have
I
now
think
captured the ships on video. There's also a growing number of AI-generated images, so it is important to use discernment.
I mean, I believe her.
if humans try to attack us, we will defend ourselves, and we don't want any loss of life.
Yeah, we have to use discernment,
so
dude.
most of our ships are over water and other unpopulated areas.
Dude, I want to see them
now
murder
we are
Pete
revealing
Hexes so
ourselves
bad.
near populated areas, so we are being discovered and acknowledged. Eventually, our visibility will be undeniable. Mainstream media will have no choice but to confirm our presence. After that point, we will begin revealing the corruption that has been happening on Earth for a very long time. We have come to reveal the corruption and help you heal from it.
Yeah.
We have knowledge and
Thank you.
resources to share with you if you
That
choose
means
to
she's going to
accept
get
our
Pete
support.
Hexes.
We do not plan to land on your soil, but we have ambassadors who can join you and collaborate with you for the highest and greatest good of humanity and the planet.
I mean, I don't think they're going
and then the
to.
last question that I wanted to address that's come up a whole lot in the comments.
Yeah, dude, Pete
is a
Hex
question
is
I asked them a million
dangerous.
times, especially in the beginning, which is, why me? And the first thing that they told me is, I volunteered for this before I was even born. But the second thing that they said about that
Plot
question
twist.
is that they've been trying to reach out to a lot of us.
Dude, they need
They've
to
been
fucking ping
attempting
me.
to communicate with
Try
quite a few
again.
people,
Dude, I
but
feel
only
like I
a small
scared him
number of
away.
us have actually heard the call. And
Like when I was psychically interfered with, I thought they were Zionist plants. And I thought that's what that was. But maybe I was wrong. Maybe it was them.
taken action. Another question that's come up a lot in the comments is, how can I connect with aliens? And how can I connect with my inner divinity? And the answer to that question is not complicated, but it does take practice. They taught me the mechanics of doing this, and I would love to teach you. Now, I did recently add alien communication to the list of topics that I can cover in my consulting work, because obviously I have a day job. I can't just do TikTok videos all day, and that's also why I don't post every
That's the
single
only
day.
business.
But working one-on-one is not going to be the best way for me to teach all of you who want to learn how to connect with your inner divinity, which then will lead to connecting to aliens and other interdimensional beings. So I don't know yet. I'm working on some ideas, and I would love to hear from you. How do you like to learn? A book, but that would take a long time, or a webinar, a blog?
I mean, she
series?
seems like jazzed.
How do you like to learn? How can I support you in answering that question of,
I think she
how
seems
can
like
I
her heart's in the right
connect
place,
my
you know?
divinity? Let me know in the comments. And then, meanwhile,
And like,
continue to fill your heart with love. Anticipate
fill your heart with
that
love.
the aliens are coming really soon. And all we have to do is just fill our hearts with love and trust it's all unfolding for the greater good of humanity and the planet. It's January 20th, and I have another message from the aliens. Many of you have been asking me for updates and dates and times and locations of these big ships that we've been told are here but not visible. And trust me, no one wants to know those answers more than me. But as I've mentioned before, I don't ask the aliens specific questions about timing of things, because human free will is involved, and that's always going to be a moving target. They can make predictions, but they can't make promises, and I really would just rather work with reliable information. So if I can't get that, I'm not going to ask. That said, sometimes they proactively give me information about the future that I don't ask for, and when they do that, that's a little bit more reliable. Still, the
yeah, they should
timing
just
isn't
drop them
necessarily
on some
reliable,
planet
but the
somewhere.
fact that something is going to happen becomes very reliable when they tell me it proactively.
You know, like Khan.
And that's what happened 1 month ago today. They told me that they were coming. They told me that they would make themselves visible to us, that we would become aware of their presence. And they told me that they wanted me to get on TikTok and make my very first video. So that's what I did a month ago today. Which, for the record, I did
You hear
not
that?
have any interest in doing. My first response was, you show me a ship and then I will get on any media you want me to. I really had no interest in being the crazy alien lady on TikTok. And by the way, I've not earned a single penny from this. I haven't turned on any monetization options or anything. This is only me sharing the message they want you to know because they asked me to. Period. That's the whole reason I'm doing
Listen
this.
to that.
They tell me their goal for these videos was not to have any of you just take my word for it that aliens are real, or even that aliens are coming. The goal of these videos is just simply to share with you a heads up. They're coming.
Wow.
Believe me or not, but they're coming. And when they do,
See, I'm gonna
when
believe
you see
her.
evidence of them with your own eyes, don't be afraid.
Don't be afraid.
They're coming to help us. That's the whole message. In addition to that core message, these videos are intended to have all of us get to know them a little bit and to understand they are benevolent.
Dude, Pete Hegseth is gonna fucking go after this lady once he figures out.
Brothers and sisters. They
Yeah,
are
Space Brothers.
They are our friends. So today, I do have a message directly from the aliens, which as usual, I have received telepathically and typed up my interpretation on my iPad and checked in with them to make sure they agree with my interpretation. And here is the message that they have for us today. 1 month ago, we told you our orbs and small craft would continue to increase in number through the end of December to the point where most people would be able to go outside.
Cue the excuse machine. I fucking hate people
Many
like
of you
that.
experienced that for
I
yourself.
absolutely
Some of you
loathe
were
Greg
able to sense
Coran.
the orbs even if
Can you see
couldn't
that?
see them with your eyes. They're still out there, and they appreciate your love and attention.
I
Keep
fucking
doing
hate anybody who has to put
We
like
also told you our
replies like that. Like, it's one thing if you want to reply to like a specific thing, but just to like in general lobbing bad faith insults at somebody, like who's obviously being vulnerable. I think this is a brave thing to do. That she's doing here, right? Like I think, you know, like she said, out of nowhere, a month ago, she starts posting these videos every day. Like, who the fuck are you, lady? You know, but she seems like she's confident in what she's saying. She has got, you know, some a base level of decency, right? Yeah, and debunkers are just fucking just hateful asshats. Exactly. So they are. It's like they needed to shit on somebody else's fucking parade. Like, that's why we should fucking punish them. We should have a show trial for them. And again, like, I'm going through these old videos because people were saying that completely with fucking no basis. And I feel like every video we watch demonstrates more her good character.
large ships would be arriving ahead of schedule in early January. We arrived as anticipated.
Again, I think
our large
the
ships
one of the most compelling things about it is she makes a prediction for an event that's going to happen in a couple weeks, right? Like, why would you do that if you were grifting? You know, like, you would at least give yourself 6 months. Like, she hasn't even turned the monetization on yet. You know? Like, that's bewildering. Like, if, you know, she is, you know, some sort of fucking disinfo thing. It's kind of weird. Because even if, like, even if you were planning on stretching it out, right? You wouldn't want to, like, wreck your credibility like that early on, you know? Like I said, I feel like she's the guy at the party and everybody asked her to get coke and she called her guy and now her guy's taking forever to get there, you know? That's what's going on here. Come on, Emily. Emily, did you call your guy? Emily, what did he say? Emily, is he on his way? And she's like, chill, homie, chill. Dude, that's to amplify her pineal gland. Obviously.
have been distributed all around the planet, but hidden from your view since our arrival. Last week, our first ship was made visible in the sky near an unpopulated area near a military base.
Wow.
We did this as a gesture of goodwill, providing time for
Pete
human
Hegseth
leadership to
insulted
come up with
them.
their best plan to reveal news of the ship without causing panic and chaos. Since a human announcement hasn't happened yet, we are proceeding with the plan to reveal more of our ships in increasingly populated areas.
Wow.
Soon, the
Dude,
government and media
what's
will
Pete
no
Hegseth
longer
gonna
be
do?
able to contain disclosure. The timing of our ships becoming visible can be influenced by you. Your
I think
work
this is gonna
in
happen.
raising the vibration of Earth is what
Yeah,
helps
raise
us
the
know
vibrations.
you are ready for our
Come on.
arrival. Actions you can take to raise your vibration include meditating, praying,
We gotta
communicating with the
meditate.
orbs, sending us your thoughts of love, or writing about love and gratitude in your journal.
Writing about love and gratitude in your journal?
Are the first steps of connecting with
Really?
what we call your inner divinity.
Oh man, come on.
You already have inner divinity. There's nothing you need to do to earn it or retain it.
What about
It's
thinking
only a
and
matter of
talking
being
about
connected to it or
divinity?
not connected to it. Your inner divinity provides everything you need to connect your innermost self directly with
This is what the
an
aliens
entity
are
of
telling
love
her.
that is both within you as well as outside of you.
She's just
It doesn't
passing along
matter
their
what you call
message.
this universal love that you connect with through inner divinity. We call it connecting directly with God, our source creator of all things.
Dude, they're not gods.
You might call it universal consciousness.
Again, they're the
You
Anunnaki.
could call
This
it
is who she
Sophia or
claims to be
Divine Mother.
talking to.
It's not the label that is important, it's the connection. When you connect to your inner divinity, you raise your own consciousness. And when many of you do that at the same time, you raise the consciousness of the planet. And that's what lets us know we're going to be welcomed with love when we make ourselves fully visible. The likelihood of that happening in the next 48 hours is very high, but that's only a prediction, not a promise. So that's the message for today. Keep doing anything you can do to raise your vibration. We're really
Raise your
so
vibrations,
close.
y'all.
It's January 17th, and I have another message from the aliens. I didn't post yesterday because the message they gave me yesterday began with the words, "By now, you've probably seen our first large ship being reported in the media." And they told me not to film that until that was a true statement. And that wasn't a true statement yesterday. So I didn't post yesterday, but I'm posting today, and I have a different message. Unfortunately, that message doesn't start with those words today. I'm an interdimensional communicator, which
The
means
video
I can
from
channel
Turks and
angels,
Caicos
beings,
is all
other
over
interdimensional
here.
beings.
Is
I
that true?
telepathically sense messages from them. I translate them into words on my iPad. I double check to make sure I interpreted their message correctly.
Look at how they lied about China. What is that? Lied about China how?
We revealed our first
About
large
how
ship
based
in a
they
remote
were?
part of the Caribbean near a U.S. military base. Our objective was to allow time for world governments to communicate with each other and announce our arrival.
AI rendered.
Soon we will reveal our next ship, which will be visible by many more people. If the governments and media don't announce our presence soon, we will reveal ourselves to
I'm
the
with
public in
them.
the narrative
Dude, look at
of its
that.
own course.
She replies, it's
When you see
real.
reports of our ships, don't be afraid.
Bruh.
We are here to help you, not harm you. We are trying to come in as slowly as we can to help reduce fear. We're excited to be making you aware of our presence at this time. We've been anticipating this event in Earth's
I mean,
history
if
for
they
a long
ask us
time,
to
and we
fucking
encourage
drink the
you everything
Kool-Aid,
you
we'll
can
say
to keep
fuck.
energy
No.
positive and your heart filled with love. Earth is ascending, and you have a choice. Stay in the frequency of old Earth,
Yeah.
or ascend with new Earth.
Ascend with New Earth,
Here to
y'all.
help you
Come
do
on.
that if that's the choice you make. Soon, we hope, reports of our ships will hit media all around the world, as will messages from our human opponents wanting you
Pete
to be
Higgs is
afraid
trying
of
to
us.
lie.
When you're driven by fear, you are easily manipulated. So again, fight fear with love.
He's so
Listen
easily
to your heart.
manipulated.
There's nothing to be afraid of. So that's the update for today. But before I end the video, I just want to say that it does look like maybe we're going to lose TikTok after all. So I will be on all the other platforms, YouTube, Instagram, Blue Sky, Red Note. I'll be on all the platforms with my same username, @DivineMagic with a CK at the end. Find me wherever you already are. If you're on
That's
any of
pretty
those,
cool.
follow me there so I know that that's a platform you want me to be active on. So I will see you there, if not on TikTok. Today is January 15th, and I have another message from the aliens. I'm an interdimensional communicator, which means I can channel with angels.
You gotta keep going? Telling you. She's legit. Debunking is old Earth energy. Alright, so that's one more. It's only a minute long.
Aliens and other interdimensional beings. Today I have a brief message that came through from them. As usual, I've got it on my iPad. They say,
Brief message.
"We have made the first of our large ships visible, and various governments and media are in the process of determining how to reveal the ship's
Oh my
presence
God.
without creating excess
Let's go.
chaos and fear.
Let's go, China.
Soon, our presence will be known. Images of our first large ship will be shared
Ooh.
in your media. We anticipate many
What are
humans
they
will
fucking
feel fear
smoking,
because of
like-
the propaganda campaigns that were started by our opposing forces decades ago in preparation for this moment.
Yeah.
Remember, we're here to help you. We're doing our best not to frighten you. We love you, and we were sent by God to support you at this time.
Fuck yeah,
You will
dude,
be
on a
seeing
mission from
reports of us
God.
in the media very soon. So that's their message for today. I guess all we can do is wait for the media to show us the footage of the big ship that's somewhere. They won't tell me where. It's somewhere. All we can do is wait, but we're going to see them really soon. Today is January 14th, and I have another message from the aliens. And today I woke up feeling really excited. I really feel like today could be the day of the first big ship. Now, they didn't tell me to say that, but I am sharing with you that human me feels different today.
Dude,
I'm an
human hair.
interdimensional communicator, which means I channel with aliens and angels and other interdimensional beings.
I don't know what the bad ones are called. I just hear them called the bad ones. The good ones and the bad ones.
You mean to tell me a man worth over $400 billion is going to decide what happens with my grandma's Social Security check?
No one elected Elon Musk to nothing, and yet
no one elected him to
Elon
nothing.
Musk is seizing the power that belongs to the American people. We are here to fight back.
When we open up the Senate every single morning, we don't pledge allegiance to the billionaires. We don't pledge allegiance to Elon Musk. We don't pledge allegiance to the creepy 22-year-olds working for Elon Musk. We pledge allegiance to the United States of America.
I'm not a fan.
And so I want to make sure that my mother gets her Social Security check, not because she pledges allegiance to Elon, but because she pledges allegiance to the United States of America.
This is the most corrupt bargain we've ever seen in American history. Elon Musk gives $250 million to elect Donald Trump, and Donald Trump turns over the keys to the United States government to Elon Musk and his billionaire friends and his cronies. Are we going to let that stand?
Yes.
Hell no, we're not going to let that stand.
We know who we work for. We know that we work for the American people. And what we're not going to do is stand around while they pull this bullshit that they trying to pull right now. We are going to be in your face. We are going to be on your ass. And we are going to make sure, you understand what democracy looks like. And this ain't it.
People who say you're only interested in the Middle East for oil.
What? Huh? Oil?
He sat down, he looked down on the floor, and he kind of looked around. He said,
You can't listen to anything.
An ambassador of the Galactic Federation,
Look, see?
who was recovered
This
after
guy
being
says the same
in
thing.
stasis for 3,000 years, was sadly involved in the helicopter crash in D.C. yesterday.
man.
He has now returned back home. This was not a planned event and was a shock to both us humans and the Galactic
I mean, is
Federation.
she just repeating his message, or
This is
are they all
not
getting
an
the same message?
alien cest.
I mean,
It's an intergalactic government called the Galactic Federation.
Yes.
And they've just
I heard
started
that.
communicating with our world leaders. The Galactic
This is some of the best science
consists of
fiction on
aliens
TikTok.
From
Fuck
advanced
you, loser.
civilizations working together across the universe, overseeing peace, sharing technology, and helping our planet reach a higher level of love and prosperity. In 2020, a forward to 2025, and they have started to slowly unveil themselves to us. Don't be frightened. They are here to help us.
I should DM
Area
this guy.
51, officially known as Groom Lake, is a highly classified U.S. Air Force
Adam's
facility in
aliens.
Nevada. Shrouded in secrecy, it's often associated with
If you live in Florida, please look to the skies at around 8:30 p.m. The amount of UAP activity around you and the Gulf of Mexico.
The Gulf of America. It's the Gulf of America.
Federation is here,
It's the Gulf
and
of
they're here to
America.
help.
Yes.
They phase into our existence slowly, gradually lowering their frequency to ours so that we can see them. This is an uncomfortable process for them, hence the uncertainty as to when a physical craft will be seen.
Wow. Pensacola craft next to the moon? I don't see anything. Search bar is up there. sucks, dude. Come on.
The other night, I fell into a deep meditative state where I traveled to one of the Galactic Federation ships. I asked those aboard when, only for them, many of them, to reply soon with a smug look on their things. They were gathered around a white teardrop-shaped chamber with a hexagon pattern throughout. I wonder what was inside.
Yo. This kid rules. Oh wow, look at that. I don't know, like, if... I mean, this is the Posadist dream come true. If this is what it appears to be, you know? You know. It's too cloudy to see the mothership. Still so cool to see. These guys aren't moving with the clouds. No, I don't see anything. Yeah, they do hide in the clouds though, right? Is this always posted?
Alien Cest, an ambassador of the...
This is not an attack by Putin on Ukraine in
I've
the
already
way...
seen this, that exact TikTok.
Yeah, I'm just gonna go fill up my car with gas for $120, and then I'm gonna go to the...
Yeah, we saw all this.
Yo tengo derechos.
Jesus.
You said that you guys are looking for an individual?
Then if you're not willing to help us, then we're not going to have this conversation. I mean, if you're willing to help us, then we can have conversation, but if, other than that, like...
Okay.
I mean, clearly you're talking to them, telling them not to open the door, they have rights, I understand that, but you might not...
It's...
Democratic California Congressman Ro Khanna has often gone his own way, defying
Dukes, did you
seemingly typical political norms. He also
The
oversees
Severance episode of the Hot Sauce Show?
That means he represents
Hot
and
ones.
knows many of the tech titans. In 2018, he was tapped by then House Leader Nancy Pelosi to help create an Internet Bill of Rights. It called for Americans to have full knowledge and control over their personal online data. So we are very curious to know what his thoughts are about Doge, Elon Musk, and their access to our personal information.
Representative Khanna joined Rising in early December, a month after President Trump won re-election, and at the time he signaled he was open to working with the president and his advisor, Elon Musk. Fast forward to today, does he still feel that way? Joining us now is Representative Khanna himself, the ranking member of the House Subcommittee on Cyber Information Technologies and Innovation. Welcome back to Rising.
Thank you. Thank you for having me.
Yeah, we always appreciate your time so much. What do you make of recent developments on the Doge front? I know there are a lot of concerns from some Democrats about Elon now being overly involved in the process of running the government. Although I believe when we spoke with you last, you agreed
I ate the hot chip
that
challenge.
there are areas to cut and to make the federal
Who is
government
this lady?
more efficient.
Is this
and
the new
spend
liberal?
Less money or waste less of our hard-won earned tax dollars. What are your thoughts?
Oh my god, yeah, he's so fucking
Well,
stoked.
it's appalling that you have unelected people trying to stop payments that Congress has authorized. I mean, that has nothing to do with making government more effective or cutting waste and abuse. The reality is Congress appropriates money in this country, and the civil service in the Treasury Department is supposed to disperse it. You can't have coders or engineers push a button and stop that. And also, there are concerns about who has access to very sensitive data. Does everyone who had that data, were they all federal employees at the time they had the data? Or did some people get access to it before they went through the vetting process?
And Ro, we're seeing Democrats lining up now, responding to specifically those issues that you just described.
They're probably all
Robbie
fucking
and I have been
Mossad
having a
agents.
discussion here about the future of the Democratic Party and where those leaders are in the scheme of things. Do you feel like the response that we saw from Hakeem Jeffries and others yesterday and previously, does that feel like the right direction for the party?
I do think that the Democrats have stiffened our spine because of the dramatic overreach by Donald Trump in trying to freeze payments to people and in basically trying to slash the departments like the Department of Education that helps ordinary Americans. I was talking to someone, Tracy, in Johnstown, Pennsylvania. She said, I thought Donald Trump was going to help stop the taxes on my overtime. I thought he was going to help stop taxes on tips. I didn't realize that he was going to try to freeze Medicaid funding, which my mother needs in the hospital. And so this has really spooked people. I get that there's been a pause because of a federal judge, but people are really spooked that Trump could pause or cut some of this funding. And worse than that, that there's this bureaucracy of coders who can just stop the payments by manipulating the code.
So, to play devil's advocate to that, look, I, like you, think that Congress should have more of a role in obviously doing legislating. That is what our founders intended, for Congress to be the branch that makes policy, and then the executive actually had a more narrow function to carry out the policies chosen by the legislature. You know as well as I do that, unfortunately, over the last several decades, Congress has ended up basically delegating so much of its own authority to the executive branch, to whether that's to the executive himself or to a lot of executive agencies that I would argue are sometimes unaccountable to the actual voters and to the more democratic aspects of our government vis-a-vis our elected representatives. Now, I agree with you. Trump ran on what he was going to do, is now implementing all of these things to change the way the federal government works. Is it now if Congress speaks up and say, wait, we're supposed to be the ones making policy, when they haven't done that for years and years and years, does that then ring a little hollow?
Well, we've appropriated money, and that money is being stopped, or their efforts at stopping it. Now, look, if Doge had said, look, we want to do a review of all the funding that's going to these agencies, some of that funding may be wasteful.
They're just characterizing all of it as fucking wasteful, no matter what it is. And then they like share. And then they like fucking post like, oh, look at this example, and it's like, whatever, something that like looks dumb and is probably dumb. And then they try to characterize trillions of dollars worth of federal spending as like, oh, you see, it's all fucking, tambourines for fucking lesbians or some shit, right? Fucking people. It doesn't matter. Like, there's no way they would have any kind of buy-in for anything like that, and they know it. They don't need it. They're just, What does Son say?
Anyway, let's get to the USAID part of this process.
That
all the people.
He's still recovering from his nuke attack.
Like, this is yet another instance where, like, again, Trump is doing something that, like, I feel like it's something that under different circumstances I might not have even had an issue with.
No, I mean,
but
I
of
support
course,
that.
The way he's doing it and why
That's
he's
not
doing
what he's
it
doing,
is
though.
entirely separate. This is why I call him J.D. Pond.
What about Marco Rubio in charge of USAID?
Obviously, openly,
no
not
fucking
even
chance.
like a secret, a very important aspect of the American State Department. They do international development. Now, it is oftentimes masked as humanitarian aid, but there's plenty of aid that it actually offers. The CIA, for example, opening up or helping develop the infrastructure for civil society organizations and whatnot that actually create an easier ground of destabilization and even potentially, further
I
intervention.
mean, I explained
later
this a
down the
lot
line.
better.
Having said that, however,
No. Yeah. What that means is they pay libs, with lanyards and clipboards and shit, to work in these office jobs, like doing emails. And they prop them up because it's like it has this professional class of vocal libs who are going to defend everything because they see their interest as intertwined with the Americans. That's what USAID does, right? It funds like a liberal white collar class that the Democrats, the empire, the Western countries writ large desperately need to hang on to their fucking footholds in all these countries. I don't know what they're doing. Unless it's just a recognition that they're not going to win no matter what, so they're just going to fucking close up shop. I mean, I don't know. It's basically like the Zelensky perfect call. It's a nice tank we gave you. It'd be a shame if somebody took it away. They give them shit so they can threaten to take it away. We saw those people out on the street in Georgia over the last year, right? You have these fucking angry liberals in the streets, fucking throwing Molotov cocktails and shit about the thought of transparency laws for the NGOs, that you might have to admit that the U.S. funds your NGO. That was enough to get them out on the street, fucking crying. And that's what USAID does, right? That's what it is. So, are they not going to do color revolutions anymore? Because, that would be great. That would be great. Or are they just going to run color revolutions out of Marco Rubio's office, with the same people? Or, fucking their donors' kids or something, right? A new crop of diplomats.
there is a lot of good that this organization does in the process as well. It's an important
I doubt that,
aspect
Hassan.
of American
I seriously
soft power.
doubt that.
It was an independent agency started by President John F. Kennedy.
Oh
at
my
the
god,
height
the
of
CIA admitted it was there.
a way of
The USAID does things that the CIA used to do. Used to have to do, is what the quote is, I think. I don't know, did you see Trump saying he wants their minerals? I told you, man. I fucking told you.
countering Soviet influence by
Yeah.
providing billions of dollars in US.
Well, not the CIA, though. I do think they want to privatize all this shit, right? It's what they've been doing since the Church Commission, is putting as much as of the dirty shit beyond FOIA, right? They put everything under, some, spin-off conglomerate type, subsidiary. So you can't, it's all beyond the public record. That's like, they're gonna put their sicko friends, like Peter Thiel's fucking cronies. We're gonna get all these types of contracts for, private intelligence gathering or whatever. Fucking concentration camp manufacturing.
Humanitarian development and economic aid.
It's his own agency, not under the State Department? Yeah. Come on, chatter. First of all, every agency that touches American foreign
Remember that
policy
was the
is
lady
still
they had
controlled by the American State
Gray
Department.
Zone interview?
Why do you think Anthony Blinken gets U.S. aid memos as the Secretary of State and then lies about the memos that he got about the genocide that is ongoing in Gaza from the U.S. aid department?
Around the world to those most in need. At least it did, until Donald Trump decided he didn't like those running it.
It's been run by a bunch of radical lunatics and we're getting them out. USAID.
He said radical
lunatics.
He said
We're
radical
getting them
left-wing
out,
lunatics.
And then we'll make a decision.
But by this morning, the decision had been made and the agency shut down, seemingly by Trump's self-appointed efficiency czar, Elon Musk, who said on X with no evidence, USAID is a criminal organization. Time for it to die. And that followed a confrontation over the weekend where two of the agency's top security officials were removed from the building after refusing to give Musk's staff access to restricted areas.
What we have here is not an apple with a worm in it.
I truly don't understand how or why the Trump administration is doing a bunch of this stuff that dismantles American foreign policy, because it doesn't make sense, okay? This is akin to saying we are going to dismantle NATO. NATO is a demonstration of American soft power and hard power. NATO is profoundly beneficial to our military-industrial complex. I see that as a bad thing. USAID, in a similar vein, plays a formative role in American soft power.
Like the countries where their power matters, they have military there too.
Underserved. But ultimately, the reason why this department exists is not because America's woke and wants to help combat HIV in Africa, for example, or they want to genuinely improve the literacy rates globally. They don't want that. They don't care. They don't care about that at all. They want to have influence on the ground with real citizens, with actual nationals of that foreign state. So it works at the behest of American foreign policy, just like NATO does. And it also works at genuinely destabilizing a lot of our foreign adversaries. So while it does good, there's also a lot of bad that it does. But regardless of the good and the bad, it's
Bronze Age pervert take
at the behest of American empire. So I don't understand why Donald Trump would work to undermine that, especially as someone
he's got some alternate version of history where it's like all the coups the CIA did were for like progressive reasons.
Tool belt and throw it in the trash in that process. A cool thing USA did. Oh, excuse me. That was they were improving literacy rates in Taliban-controlled areas of Afghanistan. I'm sorry, I didn't realize you didn't want people to learn math and in madrasa,
jihadi math,
specifically with textbooks that blatantly promoted jihad, militancy, and violence through graphic language and imagery. The textbook including clear messages aimed at evoking hostility towards Russian invaders and promoting violent retribution against occupiers of Afghanistan. Textbooks designed to teach children to read in basic mathematics, simultaneously emphasizing weaponry, killings, jihad, and Islamism. My dream is to get one of these textbooks.
Yeah,
no,
it's pretty cool
jihad
textbook.
math. I'm not even joking. Yes, and it was created in the United States of America.
In Oklahoma.
Learning the alphabet, these children are taught. Jim is for jihad. Jihad is an obligation. My uncle went to jihad. Our brothers gave water to the mujahideen. Textbooks designed to teach math and language are filled with depictions of Kalashnikov rifles, grenades, and military ammunition. However, the great irony is that these textbooks were produced, funded, and distributed by the U.S. government using taxpayer dollars. The Taliban regime, which President Bush deplored as an enemy which aids terrorists and barbaric criminals who profane a great religion by committing murder in its name, is using and reprinting American-funded materials to propagate its radical ideology among the Afghan youth. Why would the United States fund textbooks that promote a dangerous message antithetical to American values? By the way, apparently some of these books are still very much
it says printed at the University of Oklahoma.
USA-sponsored school textbooks taught Afghan children to count 1 machine gun, 2 knives, 3 pistols to fight for the fight against the Russian infidel. I need one of these textbooks so bad. All right, let's continue.
I'm sure you could probably buy one.
Just a bowl of worms. And USAID is a bowl of worms. There is no apple.
Dude, who are you to decide that, motherfucker?
Basically get rid of the whole thing.
Who are you
represents
to decide
less
that?
than 1% of the federal budget, and yet President Trump, advised by Elon Musk, has decided it's been taken over by radical liberals who are spending billions of dollars worth of taxpayer money on projects that don't tally with Trump's America First agenda.
Like, that's what I see. This is what doesn't make
So
sense.
fucking stupid,
USA
dude.
is America First agenda. What is going on? This action, unironically, is against the expansion of American empire. Do they simply look at this and go, we should privatize this as well? Like, I don't understand it. I genuinely don't get it. Unless these guys are like undercover Maoists and they just want to dismantle the American empire piece by piece, it doesn't make any sense why they're doing this. I truly don't get it. Like, were the MAGA communists right? Is this a thing? Am I so delusional that I just could not comprehend it? Is JD Pondon not a meme, but instead
Elon wants to get revenge for South Africa.
What the hell is going on? Or are they so stupid?
USAID was instrumental in dismantling
Actually
apartheid.
does what it claims it does, which is aid foreign nations that are underserved, and they just
how does Trump not
racistly
understand
hate
that?
And they don't realize the true purpose of it. So they're just trying to pick it apart for scraps. Like, they think we're doing DEI in these countries. We're like forcing DEI in these countries, which is ironic because I thought DEI initiatives were a bad thing. So wouldn't you be undermining those countries by doing DEI if you hate these countries? Isn't that a good thing? None of it makes sense.
So they're shutting it down and reorganizing, and other spending in departments could go the same way.
Hank the Tank, you think China, CIA first, wrong? Nothing can stop what's coming. You think China needs help from the U.S.? What do you mean China needs help? I don't think China needs help from the U.S. I think the U.S. is helping China without realizing. I think Donald Trump is... I don't necessarily think this is a bad thing.
No, he thinks that because they spend money in China, that means that means that they're like supporting China or
Liberals
whatever.
used to post like Maoist Trump as an own. We do that as a positive here in this community, right? And what conservatives like Hank the Tank don't understand is that like what Donald Trump is doing is actually undermining your, I guess, like your worldview. But like I've said, Sun Tzu, never interrupt your opponent when he's in the process of making a mistake.
Contract workers who
He's
turned
not
up
making
at the
a
agency
mistake. It's the
today
best
were
thing he's ever
visibly
done.
shaken by Musk's seemingly unfettered power.
I think everyone's shocked. I think everyone knew that there would be a clash of ideals and that there would be a clash of systems and values, but no one expected this. What is happening now through people like Elon Musk, there is no mandate for that. There is no mandate, and I think it's incredibly jarring to watch.
This is all scary. I also don't think that Trump has control over the White House anymore. It's now Elon Musk. And
It's the Doge House,
we've seen
baby.
that in
The
way that
Doge
he's
House.
just blatantly taken over.
The Doge House now.
By the way, yeah, for everybody that was like constantly talking about Russiagate, turns out it wasn't Russiagate, it was Chinagate all along. My man went to the Forbidden Palace and it changed his life, dude.
That's cool.
It changed the way he sees the world. The grand plan was always for the Chinese century of prosperity.
US aid is continuing to run emergency food programs in places like Gaza, while Musk's team carries out massive cuts, and the rump will likely be...
Why is everyone shocked that this is happening? We've all been saying this would happen if Trump won. The reason why I'm personally shocked about these kinds of initiatives is because I get the concentration camp stuff, right? Even though it's a self-own, even though it harms the American economy, even though it will lead to an inevitable increase in prices like hyperinflation. But as far as like Trump doing this actually undermines America and America's influence around the globe.
...assumed into the State Department. Trump insisted today that Musk wouldn't make any decisions without his approval.
But he does have a good natural instinct.
He's got a natural instinct.
We're trying to shrink
Dude.
government, and he can probably shrink
Oh my
it as
God.
well as anybody else. If
You
not
fucking moron,
Never
Trump.
mind that US aid was established by an act of Congress, and only Congress, in theory, can dismantle it.
The other thing is like I don't think that like American interference is going away. That's the other side of the story. They might shut down US aid, but something similar to it will always exist. Maybe it's a method change. One of the things that is a little bit different with the way Republicans do things, with the way the Republicans operate, is that they're very blunt. Yeah, this chatter is correct. It may be all stick, no carrot. No more dangling carrot, no more covert influence operations, no more psyops. Just straight, what you see is what you get. We're taking it, and there's not a thing you can do about it. That could potentially be the difference here. It's less covert influence and more overt influence. I assume that will be the modus operandi of this government. Perhaps privatization of this government agency, offering these to contractors and outsourcing it to private enterprise to engage in these sorts of covert operations. Perhaps it'll be centralized directly under the State Department, under the CIA? I don't know. There's a statement from the State Department 4 hours ago. The United States Agency for International Development USAID has long strayed from its original mission of responsibly advancing American interests abroad, and it is now abundantly clear that significant portions of USAID funding are not aligned with the core national interests of the United States. As an interim step towards gaining control and better understanding over the agency's activity, President Donald J. Trump appointed Secretary Marco Rubio as acting administrator. See, that's what I mean. First of all, you think Secretary of State Marco Rubio, who is like the #1 China hawk and Mr. CIA, is going to turn around and all of a sudden be like, we're dismantling.
Dude, Musk doesn't want to go to war with China.
Piece by piece.
I mean,
do you see what I'm saying? Secretary Rubio was confirmed by the entirety of the Senate, by the way. 99 votes in favor of his confirmation. Secretary Rubio has now also notified Congress that a review of USAID's foreign assistance activities is underway with an eye towards potential reorganization. As we evaluate USAID and ensure its alignment with an America First agenda and the efforts of the State Department, we will continue to protect the American people's interests and ensure tax dollars are not wasted. No, Bernie wasn't even the fucking holdout. He voted for it too. I forget who was like the person who abstained. The way I foresee this is they take out all the soft power stuff and just keep hard power all the way. And become
but he has factories there and shit, you know?
Itself. Not realizing that soft power plays a role in military might. Something that I've repeated over and over again is that without soft power, without America maintaining
it's like none of these guys are going to make investments in alternative markets, right? It's not like they're going to build factories in the U.S. or whatever.
800 military bases all of a sudden can very quickly, almost overnight, turn into 800 different military invasions. Security cooperative agreements can turn into direct boots on the ground military warfare, and that can happen very quickly. The only thing that aesthetically keeps that as a security cooperative agreement and not like direct military invasion and direct military occupation is the attitude that these countries.
That's what I was saying last night, right? They buy that attitude with the fucking white collar jobs.
Past year, because of Israel, because of America's hardline approach to Israel, which the Biden administration certainly accelerated.
Elon Musk and his Department of Government Efficiency have promised to take a wrecking ball to the federal government, vowing to cut trillions of dollars in spending and to dramatically reduce the number of government employees. Now we have learned that his team has gained access to something extraordinarily sensitive, the system that the Treasury Department uses to disperse almost every check and expenditure of any kind made by the U.S. government. Sources tell ABC News that Elon Musk's team now has access to the Treasury Department's payment system, essentially the government's checkbook, which processes trillions of dollars in payments and includes personal information for hundreds of millions of Americans. The access was granted over the weekend over the objection of at least one senior Treasury Department official who has been put on leave. Neither the White House nor Treasury Department has responded.
Did Elon Musk find these guys on Twitter, by the way? They're all field blood
probably
boys
Twitter
and SpaceX
interns.
Nice. Very cool that a bunch of groiped up shouties are now tasked with undermining federal agencies. It's craziness. Here's a list of techies on the ground helping
Groiped
gaining
up
and using access to the US
shouties.
Treasury payment system. Akash Baba, Edward Kirstein.
They
Luke
all belong in
Farador,
fucking
OTA,
jail,
Cole
man.
Killian,
Jesus
Gavin Cleaver,
Christ.
Ethan Showatron. I feel like none of these are real names. That feels fake, but you have committed a crime.
At least a couple of them are Mossad agents.
Boom. Lasered. This man. Not only is this incredibly scary and untrue, it's not a crime, but Elon and libs of TikTok have been exposing queer and trans federal employees for years, opening them up to all kinds of harassment and threats. This man is an out and proud fascist, so nothing should be surprising anymore, but still incredibly disturbing to see someone who holds so much unilateral power just censor and call any speech he doesn't like a crime. Trump's DC U.S. attorney says that any threats, confrontations, or other actions in any way that impacts what Elon Musk people are doing will be investigated by his office, since that may break numerous laws. We're going to have Elon's goons pick apart the federal government, and if you even criticize them, you're going to jail. That's awesome. Right-wingers are complaining that Wired reported the names of Doge employees. I don't understand. Aren't these guys tasked with very serious jobs within the government?
Dude,
like, that's
honestly.
not unmasking or doxing someone. That's insane. That's
They
like
work for
saying
the government.
you doxed J.D. Vance because you reported what his name actually is, which is John Don Jedediah Vance. These
Jedediah
are
Vance.
public servants, man. What are we doing? So the private information of every American is now in the hands of 6 guys not old enough to rent a car. Wired has identified 6 young men, all apparently between the ages of 19 and 24, according to public databases, their online presence and other records, who have little to no government experience and are now playing critical roles in Musk's so-called Department of Government Efficiency, DOGE project, tasked by the executive order with modernizing federal technology and software to maximize governmental efficiency and productivity. The engineers all hold nebulous job titles within DOGE, and at least one appears to be working as a volunteer. The engineers are Akash Baba, Edward Korstein, Luke Ferrador, Gautier Cole Killian, Gavin Kleiger, and Ethan Shoutron, which, again, I maintain the position that these are not real names. What the f? I've never encountered names like this before in my life. None have responded to the request for comment from Wired. Representatives from OPM, GSA, and DOGE did not respond to requests for comment. Apparently, one of them is the 19-year-old might be Canadian, which makes it even funnier. It's not a crime at all, and it's not against TOS at all. He supported another account who named them. Wait, what? Luke being in charge of our money is an incredible shift. I didn't know this was an option. Amazing development. Wait, so this guy literally posted their faces and their names, and Elon let it slide because it's one of his dick riders. These are the guys who are going to cut your social security, baby. Get excited. Dudes, you can't even rent a car. Oh my lord, holy moly, what an incredible moment in history. America, you are out of control. Just wanted to point this as well. New archive tweets for Gavin Kleiger, Musk's 20-something Doge employee, wreaking havoc inside of USAID, shows that Kleiger has retweeted multiple neo-Nazis, including Nick Fuentes, leader of the so-called Groyper movement, and another popular explicit Nazi account recently unmasked by Travis Brown. We are literally Groyperizing the American federal government. Gavin Kleiger, Elon's Doge Hitler Youth shutting down USAID, is now indirectly responsible for the deaths of thousands of children. His Instagram appears to be G. Kleiger. He's scrubbing his online footprint. Thread with screen caps and more Nazi connections. Oh, sign in required. I don't have a Blue Sky account. It is wild that these guys are like openly groiped up too.
Elon can't do and won't do anything without our approval. And we'll give him the approval where appropriate. Where not appropriate, we won't. But he reports in, and it's something that he feels very strongly about, and I'm impressed because he's running obviously a big company. It has nothing to do with, there's a conflict.
It's something he feels very strongly about.
But he does have a good natural instinct. He's got a team of very talented people. We're trying to shrink government, and he can probably shrink.
Oh, yeah. No, if there's a conflict, we won't let him anywhere near it, dude. Totally. He's tasked with basically undermining every federal regulatory agency, and virtually all of them have at some point prosecuted Elon Musk for direct violations of the law. Every single regulatory agency that Elon has complete control over has, at a certain point in time or currently, tasked with regulating one of his companies.
Trying to fucking get him out of there.
It is insane to say that if there's a conflict of interest, we'll deal with it. Like, no, you won't. It is all a conflict of interest. Dude, putting Elon Musk in any capacity in charge of the federal regulatory agencies, like putting a arsonist in charge of the fire department, and then claiming, well, he's got a lot of experience.
Yeah,
Elon.
he knows a lot about fire.
These guys quite a bit.
He knows a lot about fire.
On the planet, many fires started.
Lots of fires he prevented. He got a lot of fire experience.
He knows how to start them. He knows how
to get rid of fires.
Experience from the standpoint of fire. Much experience.
But after midnight last night, billionaire Elon Musk talked about his efforts to shake up the government on his social media platform X.
There's already been really tremendous progress.
Tremendous.
Rough estimate is that there's at least a few $1 billion a day of savings.
One of Musk's top targets, USAID, the federal government's foreign aid agency.
As we dug into USAID, it became apparent that what we have here is not an apple with a worm in it, but we have actually just a bowl of worms.
On Friday night, a Doge team showed up at the USAID offices in Washington and demanded access. Sources familiar with the incident tell ABC News. After a standoff, security guards ultimately led them in. Now more than 100 USAID staffers have been placed on leave. Many more have been locked out of internal systems, and the organization's Trump-appointed chief of staff has resigned. USAID's $43 billion budget is a tiny fraction of federal spending, about 1%. But its support is a critical lifeline for people in need around the world, all while spreading American goodwill. Combating malaria, for example,
I'm spreading American goodwill.
Saved nearly 12 million lives.
Not everything the USA does is bad. That's a great example of this. Spreading American goodwill is done for a nefarious purpose, but it's still actually helping people. Does that make sense? Do you understand what I'm saying? And I suspect that they're just gonna only spread American ill will and cut out the good stuff. No more covert operations, no more influence peddling. Just straight, you do this or you die. Should China pick up the goodwill? China already has been doing that. Remember, in the Philippines, China sent a ton of Sinovac.
You should have done it with UNRWA.
During the peak of COVID. And what did the American government do? The American CIA and the American State Department basically said, oh, this is not good. China's actually doing soft power stuff. We don't like it. Instead of actually sending, I don't know, our own COVID pharmaceuticals to the Philippines, we decided to task the agency with undermining the Filipino confidence in vaccines in general. And we spent millions of dollars and used bots to basically get Filipino people to mistrust vaccines. We made them more anti-vaxxer. We made them anti-vax. So look forward to more initiatives like that. Is there an article on it? Yes, there's a Reuters article that someone in the chat immediately linked. When I mention stuff, chatters, usually my editors will slap it on to the video on YouTube. But when I'm mentioning something off Top Dome, like I'm mentioning things that I've read and investigated on this broadcast, contrary to what my haters claim. If their own ineptitude causes them to not be able to figure out these things that I'm talking about, I mean, they should probably seek a little bit deeper and try to figure out where this information is coming from, instead of simply saying Hassan just lies and he's wrong all the time. They will just call your fact-dropping lies and refuse to look it up themselves, I know.
USAID officials have often been first to arrive with disaster relief, providing food, water, shelter, and healthcare to allies and partners. And this just in, USAID employees are waking up this morning to an email notice telling them not to show up to work today, as Musk says he is shutting the agency down. All of this, George, is happening over the loud objections of Democratic leaders in Congress who say that...
Hi everyone, I'm Glenn Deason and I'm joined today by the great Professor Jeffrey Sachs to discuss
Great
Trump's
Eurasia
first 2
podcast.
weeks back in office and how to make sense of it all. And yeah, it's great to see you again.
Great to be with you, thank you.
So again, we're just 2 weeks into the Trump presidency and so much is happening so fast it becomes a bit hard to follow. But overall it seems that Trump is concerned about the United States overextending itself. I guess what can be termed imperial overstretch as the US exhausts itself from within and rival powers have an increasing advantage in terms of collectively balancing the United States. So it appears, at least to me, that Trump is pursuing some form of retrenchment strategy and reprioritization, that is thinking that the US must reduce its commitment to certain parts of the world, primarily scale back its military commitments in Europe, in the Middle East, and instead prioritize on competing against China and Asia and I guess reasserting regional dominance in the Western Hemisphere. A new Monroe doctrine, if you will. But so
where the fuck were they?
Like for Ukraine, he wants peace with Russia.
Again, it didn't have to be a fucking insightful analyst to see that this was developing. This was going to be a problem. The fucking demon rats have not said shit about any billionaire oligarch exerting influence in the government, like nothing at all. Even with Elon Musk buying Twitter, like there were so many ways for them to step to him, regulatorily speaking, and they didn't do shit. So now he has all this power, and like they've been so feckless. It's like they handed the fucking presidency to the Republicans specifically so they could avoid doing anything like this, right? Like, Republicans proactively try to enact an agenda. The Democrats just try to fucking, you know, just preserve whatever's there, I guess. Whatever. I searched it the other day, and it's all these channels being like, Hassan is nuked. He's never going to show his face again. His career, like people were trying to do to Billy Carson. Billy Carson career is over. Hassan is done for. It's pathetic, man. Fucking weasels. I'm glad we didn't watch it. We got more important things.
He wants to end it for everyone.
You were grooming me. You were grooming me to fucking enable your Hamas propaganda. That's a sick take, though. That's a great take. Great take from old Ethan there. You were grooming me so that I would platform Hamas propaganda. Yeah, in any other country, they would have been checked into a mental hospital. The both of them. Yeah. Or, you know, one other country. Because he's got personal bad feelings about it because they did that podcast together. Secret socialist. No, I think the part I saw, it's all him like cutting out clips of Assange stream and then taking them out of context and being like, "Oh, you see, he hates Jews," like shit like that. Like, I don't. I only saw like a clip, you know, somebody else reacting to a clip of it. But I feel like that's probably the whole thing. It's just like him finding things Hassan said on the stream that he heard him say. And then he's just like, oh, remember the time he said this? What? China? Oh man, China's great.
Wars in the Middle East, but usually through his usual maximum pressure strategy to get what he wants. I was curious if you assess his objectives in a similar way, and how do you see him advancing towards these goals? Or again, I know this 2 weeks has been hard to follow what's going on, but I'm getting very mixed signals in terms of how he approaches both the Middle East as well as Russia.
Right. I wouldn't call them mixed signals. I'd call it noise. We have a lot of noise, and Trump dominates the news cycle, but in the morning there are tariffs, and in the evening there are no tariffs. There's a lot of theater involved in this.
He's just playing the market.
We don't know whether it's improvisation or the desire to dominate the cycle for its news cycle for its own sake. But I wouldn't overpress one's strategic vision on anything yet. I think it's quite early, quite confused, and we can't really say anything very clear about any of the main theaters of action, whether it is the Ukraine war, whether it is the Middle East, whether it is China, whether it is the Americas. Nothing has happened yet except a tremendous amount of noise and a tremendous amount of confusion. Trump talks a lot. Populist leaders make their way with this kind of daily communication with their followers. It is a political tactic that works for populists. Lots and lots of communication throughout the day, throughout the night, posts, discussions, but they don't add up to anything clear, I would say. So far, to my mind, there is only one grown-up discussion that has the mark of day-to-day continuity and rationality, and that is our Secretary of State, Marco Rubio, who has given intelligent interviews and even conceptual discussions about a multipolar world. That's a good thing. He's our Secretary of State. He's called for diplomacy. He says diplomacy means mutual accommodation and compromise. We are in a multipolar world, he's declared. All of that I would put in the category of grown-up discussion. Everything else, we don't know. Honestly, Netanyahu is in Washington. Is it for them to plan the next phase of something awful because the U.S. is giving more heavy weapons and financing for Israel? That's already agreed. Or is it to lay down the law and say the current ceasefire will continue into a political outcome? We don't know. The theater in the Western Hemisphere is extraordinary. Can you imagine before this an American president basically posting daily that Canada's the 51st state? It's not funny. It is not conducive to any kind of real solutions to issues. It's theater. It's Hollywood. It's past the popcorn. But people like it. But it's not actually solving anything. I think Rubio did one thing. It's interesting. Yes, he got the Panamanians to leave the Belt and Road Initiative. This is interesting. Basically, Trump is, as you said, clearly claiming American hegemony over the Americas as a whole. What would be interesting is if he would at least have the capacity mentally and geopolitically to say, well, if we don't want China and Russia nearby us, maybe they don't want the United States nearby them. If it actually reached that level of sophistication, the world would be safer. And so there could be some meaning in all of this. But remember, we're talking about Trump and we're talking about America. And America's perfectly capable of saying, we don't want Russia and China near us, and we will be right in their face. After all, just before we got on, I was reading how Trump has said, sure, now Ukraine will give us its rare earths in payment for our help. This is back to Lindsey Graham, the senator who said we must fight because there are $10 trillion of mineral reserves. Don't mind the Ukrainians, don't mind war, don't mind life and death. This is ours, these minerals. This is, again, it's a little bit discouraging that in the 21st century, we have this kind of primitive approach to our hourly and daily life at a time of trying to survive. We should recall that last week, as a backdrop to this, the Bulletin of Atomic Scientists moved the doomsday clock a second closer to Armageddon, to 89 seconds to midnight. That's a serious issue. So far, nothing that's happened has diminished those
Space
risks.
comrades.
So, Glenn, that's a long answer to say that we could
it's our only option.
Construct an intellectual framework around this, but I think it would be premature to do, actually.
You know, you're probably right on this, but I found it interesting. Yeah, you mentioned the interview with Rubio, and this was extraordinary. I wish they would have unpacked it a bit more, to be honest, because this mentioned that the unipolar order has come to an end, and we have to accept multipolarity. This, from my perspective, impacts everything. Because in a unipolar
dude, they're not going to do that because there'd be too many fucking liberals up there.
Is able to dominate to such an extent, no one can challenge its security. This is what brings
maybe
stability
Greenland
in the unipolar logic, but in multipolar system, you have to take into account the security concerns of adversaries. Now, suddenly, diplomacy takes on a whole new meaning. This would uproot the entire unipolar order which the US has attempted to build since the beginning of the 90s. So
that's correct. And I thought the statements that Rubio made were quite intelligent. We have no idea whether that is his own observations or a reflection of a strategy agreed with President
And yeah,
Trump.
maybe they could break it up in such a way that there would be more right-wingers.
Anything at that conceptual level. So, but what Rubio said was what you and I and others have been discussing for years, which is that in fact we've already reached a multipolar world. Biden, Sullivan, Blinken never recognized it or acknowledged it or accepted it, at least at that political level. But Rubio said it quite straightforwardly. That's the most positive single thing that has happened since the beginning of the administration. But it's quite possible that good things will happen, that the Ukraine war will stop, that the ceasefire will be enforced because Trump won't want more war, that the battles with China will be left to this mild tit-for-tat on trade. It's possible, actually, that peace breaks out in this way. But I think we're still very early days to make any assertions in that regard.
Well, you used the word confusion before, and I thought, well, this summarized my issue, my thoughts, not just on the Middle East, but also on the Ukraine issue, because Trump made it very clear he wants to end the war. Again, ideally, he would want it in the first 24 hours, but then extend it. When he said that he recognized NATO expansion triggered the war, this was very different from suggesting it was unprovoked, which means there was just an imperial impulse by Russia, which has to be countered as opposed to find a compromise. So I think the Russians were quite eager when they heard that it sounded like he was prepared to take their security concerns into interest and take this as a point of departure to find a solution. But then he went on to threaten the Russians instead with some sanctions. He was going to reduce the oil price. For some reason, he thought Saudi Arabia would go along with this. But now he also is talking about Ukraine paying the U.S. with its rare earth minerals in order to finance American support. So again, it's if it's not mixed signals, it is confusing. Is it? He also wants to end the war, but he also suggests he's prepared to just dump it on the Europeans to let them deal with it from now on. Is this merely seeking a return on investment of
yes,
U.S. security?
Yes, that's literally what he's doing
around the world, as opposed to being a drain on resources, or does he have? Do you think he has any wider ambitions in terms of ending conflict with the Russians to bring Russia a bit closer to the West as opposed to leaning towards China, or you think it's a lot of improvisation going on? Because it's a bit too much happening too fast, as I began saying.
I think a starting point is that there are many voices in Washington. There are many voices in the blob of the security establishment. President Putin famously observed in a 2017 interview that presidents come into office with ideas, but then men in dark suits and blue ties come and tell them about the realities. No doubt some of that is happening. By the way, he meant realities in quotation marks. In other words, deep state or CIA realities. So part of what is happening is that
deep state realities.
Not alone. Even King George III, whom the U.S. revolted against in 1776, was not alone. There was a cabinet, there was a parliament, and so forth. So Trump is not alone in this, though he completely dominates the news cycle. Maybe you could say he shares it with Elon Musk, but it's the two of them to the exclusion of everybody else almost in the world right now. So one thing is that there are many voices in Washington. There is a second point, I believe, and that is that Trump probably either greatly overstates the hand that he has. In other words, that he thinks the U.S. bargaining power is much larger than it is, or he's a great BS artist and knows that the hand is weak, but therefore comes out with special bluster. But the point is, I don't think the U.S. has so much leverage in many different places. The U.S. cannot face down China, for example. Not even thinkable in our world. The U.S. can't win a war with China. God forbid there would be one. It could end the world. But it's not as if threats can really solve problems. The U.S. cannot threaten Saudi Arabia or the Arab world to say, you take the refugees from Gaza or else. There is no or else. The U.S. can't even threaten Europe if Europe, which is the worst bargainer in the whole world, of course, because it's 27, some of which are vassal states of the U.S., trying to come up with some position. But even trade policy, the U.S. market is just not so big and dominant, or the dollar so overwhelming. Quite the contrary, the U.S. depends on financing from abroad, that Trump can just make threats, except if everybody cowers and falls into line. So there's a lot of bravado. There's a lot of confusion. There is, in my view, no clear strategy at this stage, and there may not be a clear strategy. We should also understand that the U.S. is filled with internal problems. The U.S. is filled with internal political problems that are quite deep. We have a chronic budget deficit now of 7% of GDP, which is large, with a prospect of rapidly rising debt relative to national income, huge social issues that haven't even been mentioned once.
I mean, they're making them worse.
Government came in. There's no talk about the health crisis, the social crisis, the poverty crisis, the housing crisis, except throw out illegal migrants. That's the only part of that discussion. And they want to spend more on the military. There's now talk of trillions more on upgrading the nuclear, so-called, arsenal, plus a new Iron Dome space-based anti-ballistic missile system of hundreds of billions of dollars of completely unproved technologies, with budget cuts. That is Trump's greatest aspiration. So there are many, many, many deep contradictions, and I don't see them going away. Now, is it possible good things could happen? Yes. The way you started by imposing a coherent intellectual structure on all of this is absolutely a possible outcome that the administration could choose, which is retrenchment, which is peace with Russia, peace with China. You stay out of our neighborhood, we stay out of your neighborhood. We tone down.
Oh my God, they would never
to,
fucking do it.
A nuclear arms control framework. We end the war in the Middle East with a state of Palestine alongside a state of Israel. All of that is within reach. It could be in 6 months that, my God, this is a new, sensible world. It's not impossible. But we shouldn't say that that's the strategy yet, because we have absolutely no confidence that that is the strategy, and that it is somehow the strategy that could be imposed by Trump and his team, even if they want it, because they're not alone in Washington.
Yeah, I guess I'm trying to look into the chaos and the noise and see if I find some structure there, but Yeah, Trump also not just about what he will do, but he inherited another conflict, of course, which is the genocide in Gaza. And here as well, I guess there's some assumption that it can go in both directions, because on one hand Trump wants to position himself as Israel's best friend. At the same time he insists on America first, and when you have Netanyahu and Trump, it's I'm not sure if they will find a common note, or if the room can't fit both egos. But again, on one hand he wanted a ceasefire, but then the next day he's supplying 2,000-pound bombs and suggesting that we can resettle the Palestinians in Egypt and Jordan. Again, he framed this as helping them get a better life, but to clean out Gaza, I guess from my perspective, looked like a humanitarian spin on ethnic cleansing. That is, first destroy Gaza and then offer help by removing the people. But how do you see any? How do you see the direction?
Look, we gotta cut government spending. We can't be spending all this money on resettling Israel's victims.
Will it be too difficult for Netanyahu to break it?
I think, again, here
we're already paying for all their health care over there.
Basics. Netanyahu does not want a ceasefire. Netanyahu does not want a political solution with Palestine. Netanyahu wants
permanent war,
own ideological purposes, his political survival, the survival of his coalition, what is called Greater Israel, which means that Israel controls all of the territory of mandatory Palestine. That is the British era Palestine, meaning from the Jordan River to the Mediterranean, both what is the legal boundaries of Israel.
That's a pretty sweet deal. You should take that
West
deal.
Bank, and Gaza. So that's what Netanyahu wants. And he's wanted that since he first became prime minister in 1996. And nothing has changed, and there's no common ground on that. And he will never change his position on that. He will rise or fall from power. That's a different matter. But he will not change his position on that. That is his political core and his life's work. And it's a disaster, in my view. The man is absolutely under an arrest warrant by the International Criminal Court for crimes against humanity and war crimes to perpetrate his political vision, which is Greater Israel. The United States has had a choice for decades whether to go along with this and fight Israel's wars, or whether to say there needs to be peace and a two-state solution. Up until today, the U.S. has always sided with Israel. This is the so-called Israel lobby power. It's dominating in Washington.
Oh, he's doing
the
tropes.
question is whether Trump is a part of that or not. If you had to bet, you would say yes.
Yes.
If you would think it through from the point of view of the United States interests and Trump's interests, you would say no. Biden
Israel has
power,
hypnotized
probably,
the world.
the
May
whole
Allah awaken the
administration lost
people
re-election
and
in
help
large
them
part
to
because
see
of its
the
weakness
evil doings
of
of
foreign
Israel
policy,
and the
in large
United
part
States.
by handing over Middle East policy to the Israel lobby. This cost the Democrats dearly in the swing states and in the general attitude that the U.S. government was not in control. Trump has a choice as a president. The job of a president is to lead, but there has been no leadership, basically almost going back to Truman, about Israel, because the political lobby of Israel has been
JFK
so
tried.
powerful
You saw what happened to him.
all along. So this is exactly what's at stake this week. I'm waiting to see rather than predicting, because if you were to predict, you would predict that the Israel lobby would continue, and if you would hope for peace, you would say that Trump would lay down the law and tell Netanyahu, I don't care what's happening to you. I care that this war is not starting again, and that's it, and send him packing. That's what a president would do.
No, didn't Trump
We haven't
retweet
had
that?
one like that
Sachs?
for many presidents. So this is what's at stake this week.
Maybe he's listening to him.
Yeah, one other big thing that's happening as well, which is the under Trump, suspending what's referred to as foreign aid for 90 days, which hits institutions such as USAID, but also these other NGOs, which have often been criticized for being, they're called non-governmental organizations, but they're financed.
What if he was working
the
for
US
Putler
government,
all
they're often
along?
Staffed by people close aligned with the intelligence community.
What if the Russiagators were
Sometimes
right?
It is the intelligence community, and often the way they interpret human rights tends to always.
Obama gave them blankets. I gave them javelin missiles.
By defunding this, there's already been huge consequences. We hear from Ukraine, for example, all this. Media, often 80 to 90% are financed by these US so-called NGOs,
Yep.
and even from Hungary, the opposition media, which tries to undermine Orban, has also lost a lot of its financing. So it's
Dude, all those laws in Georgia,
it
weren't
is a
so
huge
important now,
development,
huh?
and I guess I'm wondering where the motivation is. Is this an effort because he wants to remake a lot of American
It's a nice silver
policies?
lining.
Is this a way of uprooting the deep state? Is it simply pragmatic cost cutting?
The deep
measures,
state
or
has
is it
hypnotized the
geopolitical?
world.
Because a lot of
May
only the
Allah
last month,
awaken the
these
people,
NGOs have
help
had,
them see
the former
the
Prime
evil
Minister and
doings
the current Prime Minister
of the deep
Georgia
state
warned that the
and
United States was
the
trying
deeper
to topple
state.
the government there with NGOs to make them into a second front line. In Slovakia, they're arguing that this attempt to be NGOs are trying to topple him for because he's too favorable of ending the war in Ukraine, same as Orban. So is this geopolitical interest of Trump? Is he cutting costs? Is it uprooting deep state?
I don't think he
how are you
knows,
reading
man.
This whole thing, because it's quite extraordinary.
Yeah, it's a very good set of questions. Again, I'm sorry to say, it's probably a number of motives that are different by different actors. But let me summarize it this way. First of all, USAID is a mix of three very different missions. One is true and urgent humanitarian aid to help finance safe water or anti-malaria medicines and so forth that keep people alive urgently. USAID really does that. You stop that, people die. And so that's the good side of USAID. Second, USAID is an instrument of foreign policy, obviously of the United States, not only of development or humanitarian policy. You help those who vote with
Let's
the
watch the remote
U.S.,
viewing
side
guy.
with the U.S., allow the U.S. to establish military bases, fight alongside the U.S., and so forth. So it is a completely politicized institution that is hopelessly misused for sometimes nefarious foreign policy grounds. Third, it is a deep state institution, which is that it funds literally color revolutions, insurrections, and so forth. And it provides opposition media that springs up upon demand when a government is to be overthrown, for example. So it's all of those things. And it's not, this action that was taken did not delineate among them. At
They
least
give
in
the aid
first
so they can
order.
threaten to take it away.
Afterwards, some of the
That's the whole
life-saving,
game.
Operations were restored. I'm sure
Just
many
like the perfect
not.
call.
What was the purpose
Or
of
like
all of
Biden
this?
did with that judge.
It's, again, a mix. Foreign aid, the good part, saving lives and so forth, this is by itself
We bragged about it.
opposed by core Trump constituencies. Doing good for others, stop that. Believe me, cut foreign aid, that's waste. Why would we help them? This is a very common trope in American politics, which is if it's good for others, it's bad for us.
Yeah.
And so, ironically, it's
Unbelievable.
not like people said,
So
well, we should
fucking
save the
stupid.
good stuff. No. We should cut the good stuff because that's a waste of money. If they want to stay alive, that's their business. That's not our business, is an American trope. But it's also true that probably this was an attack on the deep state in a way I would applaud. Because USAID got hopelessly, terribly misused for decades. I'm a development economist. I champion development help for poor people. But I would stop dealing with USAID because it was a completely political instrument and often a totally inappropriate instrument. And so I think that this was also part of the motivation, to be sure. In general, by the way, in the West, even in Norway, which is one of the big donors, even throughout Western Europe, the idea of helping people honestly to meet their basic needs is going out of fashion. It's incredible, the levels of selfishness, self-regard, and so forth against the most vulnerable people in the world. So USAID will not be saved because of a groundswell of support that we should help vulnerable people. It will be saved, if it is, by deep state forces that say we need this as a foreign policy tool.
I mean, I
for all
think
the
the
wrong
people
reasons,
don't
in
want
my
to,
view.
like...
But what it does do...
I mean, the fueling that not wanting to help people, because you could convince people to help them, but what they would say is that they, you know, like Haiti after the hurricane or whatever, or the earthquake, right? When the Clintons stole that money, right? That's the kind of shit that people think of, right? So, like, their confidence that something good would ever get done with, you know, like that kind of money is very low. So it's just not worth the risk, I guess. I'm just saying, I don't know, like... I'm just thinking, like, these fucking capitalists probably told them, look, man, we'll hire some of their people or whatever. We'll make up for the, that program that USAID was doing. No chance in hell they will ever do any of that shit. You know? Like, I'm sure there's something like that there is probably what they'll say, right? Like, I don't know. Maybe they saw they weren't getting return on investment with those civil society groups. I was under the impression that was hugely important to modern imperialism. I mean, I think the way I saw it is that they have, like, the countries where they actually need to hold on to power, I think they have military stationed there anyway, so if you ever needed them to, you know, like whoever was just saying, you know, those security agreements can turn into fucking occupations very quickly. And if that happens, they're not going to be able to hold it down all over the world, right? That'd be embarrassing, huh? Look, I got an alternate plan. Alright? Look. This is what we're gonna do. We let them fucking political jockeys take care of their thing.
Is being kept away from you.
We'll figure it out over here,
reason
okay?
Why we are shadow banned on Google. So the U.S. government couldn't confess to all of that without acknowledging that the ETs exist. So that's why they're saying we don't know who's doing it. Given what I'm doing now,
is this the same interview?
Now, someone would have killed me, so I had to have that protection.
Okay, so this is going to be a lot for some of you to take in. This interview basically goes way beyond anything that we've heard from any whistleblowers or people from the government up to this point. So my hope is just that you'll listen with an open mind and let us know in the comments what you think. So without further ado, here's my interview with Dr. Courtney Brown. Hello everybody, welcome back to Watch Mojo and Unveiled. I'm your host Rob, and I'm back again to dig a little bit deeper into the UAP disclosure
or is it another
that
one?
is happening currently. There's been a lot of news, so I'm very excited
I hope it's
to
another interview.
speak with today's guest, who is Dr. Courtney Brown, a mathematician and a social scientist who teaches political science at Emory University.
Emory University,
Independent
wow.
from his work at
That's a
the
good school.
university, Dr. Brown is a leading scholar in the field of remote
Yo,
viewing.
I think that's the
and
same
founder
keyboard
of
that I
the
got
Farsight
aim in.
Institute. So, Dr. Brown, I'm really excited to speak with you about this. These are some fascinating topics. Thank you for joining us today.
Hey, it's my pleasure. Great.
Maybe you could get us started by just telling us a little bit about your background. How did you get into the field of remote viewing, and maybe even just define what is remote viewing for anybody who may not be familiar with it?
The same
Remote viewing is a mental process. Many people in the casual conversations call it psychic, but it goes way beyond that because it's very highly structured if it's done well. But remote viewing is a perceptual process that uses the mind across time and space. The U.S. military originally developed remote viewing procedures that were used for espionage purposes. It was very successful, but when they realized it was going to come out, they wanted to keep it out of the mainstream. They wanted to keep it out of mainstream science in particular. So they released some remote viewers that they had been working with into the public and allowed them to teach, and that was the goal, to keep it within the New Age bookstore fringy community so that the mainstream science would stay away from it. I, however, saw it, and I actually interacted and saw, people like two-star generals and other than that, interacting with it. So I knew it was real. I had already gotten my tenure. I'm a mathematician that works within a social science program. So
yeah, I don't see how
but I
you
don't do anything
blackmail
dealing with
Elon when all this information
UAPs
is
or anything
public.
like that at my
You know?
university. There I teach math and other courses in a social science program. But outside of that, I work with the Farsight Institute. The Farsight Institute.
Yeah, this guy rules.
So first we have.
He says the same thing that other lady was saying. He says the same thing that other lady was saying, by the way. Aliens are here, they're about to throw down.
What the is that? Não aceitei de parte.
Yup. Hey, Dad. Dad.
Whoa.
Come out here real quick.
Oh my
Now we
god, it's a
have
ghost
the
ship.
Alien pods. And now we have this. What the heck does Gordon Ramsay have to do with the alien situation?
What?
So this Gordon Ramsay post on Instagram, and immediately knew something felt off.
So I'm getting ready to go home, but I wanted to tell you guys about this strange flight that I had yesterday. So on this flight, Gordon Ramsay was on the flight, and if you don't know who he is, that's the famous chef.
Gordon Ramsay just posted a cryptic message to his socials that's a little concerning.
But it's not just Gordon Ramsay and aliens. We also have what's supposed to be this alien battle in the sky.
It's like a freaking battle.
Oh yeah, that was pretty cool.
A person, a man, who supposedly captured on camera an alien trying to break into his home.
I got an email from a woman named Lee who told me that an alien was trying to break into her back door, and she actually sent me a video.
And many other
What?
strange
What the
things
fuck is
going
that?
on with this alien situation.
I got news for the
This
federal
alien
drones are
situation.
still
Whoa. Dude, that's definitely an alien.
And many
Yeah.
other strange
That's what
things
aliens
going
sound
on
like.
with this alien situation.
I got news for the federal
Elon
drones
blackmailing
are still
Trump.
flying over New Jersey. They were flying over my house on Tuesday night.
don't think you
and they were
can
flying over my house on
blackmail
Wednesday
Trump
night.
either.
Drones are still flying here, so when they use the past tense, that's alarming.
It's been in the
And
public
question
record
is,
for
why
years that
isn't
he's a
this being
pedo.
talked
I don't,
about
I don't know.
It's as if someone or something
It
is
doesn't
trying
seem to
to silence
matter.
it, but why? So before we take a look into this possible alien battle and how Gordon Ramsay is possibly involved with the alien situation and how this all leads to alien tech that we are using, you and me are using in an everyday basis, let's first take a look into this very strange story of a man who claims that an alien is trying to break into his home. So this all starts
No,
with a
aliens
lot of
do be doing
strange
that,
activity happening about 5 to 6 days ago. And it all started with this video coming in from Mousy619. She posted this very bizarre video.
What the fuck? It's from the military. I don't know.
Entering a training environment. During exercises, the installation's mass notification system will be utilized.
Is it just Subway?
All messages will begin and end with the words exercise. Exercise.
What
Is
is
it
going
the
on?
Subway?
I never heard
It
that
sounds like
before.
something a
That's
subway
scary.
train would say.
What the The military base? Yes! Is that from the military base?
Okay, that's weird. So where was this? So she says, I live close to a military base, but I never heard this in my 7 years of living here. This has
Wow.
never happened before. I was in the army for 6 years. This is not normal, says Kim. Oh my. So yeah.
Oh my.
So this was 6 days ago. That same week, this amateur astronomer captures
Oh,
what
yeah, I saw
appears
this.
to be a massive object crossing the sky very close to Saturn.
Dude, it's probably some dumbass Trump thing. He's probably gonna be cooking for the aliens.
Look at that.
What is that?
That is weird. Where is this object coming from? Where is it going to?
Yowzer. Dude, that's like the size of
So
a
then on
moon,
January
man.
30th, about 5 days ago, this guy records what seems like 2 UFOs in the sky at about 35,000 feet of altitude. What is going on?
Dude, motherships are here. Look, dude. Told you. Homegirl was right.
That's not a plane. It's not a drone. That's just too high.
Y'all know what it is.
So
oh my
on that
god,
same
I'm 100% sure
day,
you're a
Stephen G.
dumbass.
Davis records what looks like one of those drones in Dover. Check this out. He was really freaked out by it because it was flying really low.
Holy sh**. I'm barefooted.
It's something every fucking moron comes in here and
I
says.
just ran out the house. What the?
The dumbest people are the ones who say shit like that. All the dumb people that come through here.
That's my
the
neighbor's
absolute
house.
dumbest are the ones who say
It's bigger
shit
than
like
their
that.
house. Where are the red and green lights since it's FAA? This is just...
Where's the red and green
Guys, I'm
lights?
barefooted. I'm scared. I want to... Guys.
Wow. The size of that thing.
It does look like a plane.
It doesn't look like a fucking plane. It's massive. It's right there.
I'm so scared right now. Fuck, I don't know if I can do it. I can't. I don't have any...
Oh yeah, well, better not. Okay, so he goes down there and he doesn't see anything. But the thing is, it could be one of those planes, even though these drones do look like planes. They kind of morph into planes. It's kind of weird.
Yeah,
But
it's
he's in
really
Dover,
weird.
so there's possibly an airport nearby. I'm not sure. So
There's
then
a
4 days
giant
ago, this
military
guy,
base in
Olof
Dover.
Tegner, posts this video of one of these orbs in Stockholm, Sweden.
Dude. Orbs everywhere.
Är det inte härligt att gå in i... De här aliens vill ha lite privacy
Sounds wasted.
kanske? Vad tror du är aliens, mamma? De har
Gig-
sin
the aliens.
space party.
The aliens.
Yeah, it really looks like one of those orbs.
Yep.
I thought they
It's
were
a
gone.
blood cell orb.
Apparently not. It's not being talked about anymore, though. It's really weird.
De har sitt Diddy party.
Yeah.
Blood cell orb.
That's one of them.
Sure.
That's wild, but what's creeping me out is the fact that all of these sightings happened 5 days ago, one day after this military exercise was recorded. So
What? Come
this
on.
is about 5 days ago.
Oh, God.
That same day. Recorded by Ghost 0317 in Florida. Check this out. This is really weird.
Dude, how about Pete Higgs just killing an alien, though? That's the real issue. He executed that
Hey, Dad.
alien in cold blood. Can't wait till he goes to space jail for that.
Dad, come out here real quick.
What?
Gone. is freaking
They
gone.
start off
What
as
the-
orbs and
okay,
then they
now
turn into other
I
shit.
seen one.
It's
And
crazy.
you're gonna not.
What the heck was that? That's not a drone. That's not a meteor. That's not SpaceX. At one moment, you can actually see this thing changing direction and then going back. That's
Yikes.
weird.
That's creepy, man.
So if you're still in doubt if these things are orbs or aliens or UFOs, whatever they are, apparently this girl, Marilyn's girl, posted a very interesting video on January 25th of what appears to be one of these orbs.
Fucking
Kind of
debunkers
morphing. Check
coping
this
so
out.
hard.
Look, this is that colored thing.
Yeah, I know.
Holy.
Stars are not orange.
What is that? What are you?
Star.
No, Hiram, look.
Yeah, I can clearly see.
Totally
definitely
changed
not a
shapes
star.
on here. And I'm
Or
not
Venus.
Yeah, appears to be like two objects.
Way too bright for Venus. Yeah, now it's
Okay,
two objects.
guys,
Look
if
at
you
that.
watched from the beginning of this, you saw. Look. What is? What are you? What are you? Hi.
I want to hear what her debunker kid has to
Do
say.
you want to change colors? Or is that just your color? What are you doing? Oh my god.
Yeah, to me, it looks as if this thing is kind of, her camera's trying to focus on this thing, but it's two bright objects, one beside the other. I think that's a star.
Again,
That's something
it's such a
else.
moronic take. That's so fucking stupid.
Interesting.
There's so many photos out there, like everywhere. There's so many videos everywhere.
Could you change colors?
Like, how moronic do you have to be to fucking repeat wholesale something you heard Neil deGrasse Tyson say? He's objectively dumb, like you can tell he's dumb. You don't even need to be smart to tell that guy is dumb. Fucking people.
Okay,
like,
so now that is weird.
I see. I don't know.
We also had this post made on February 3rd of what's supposed to be an
Probably
alien
a
battle in the
dozen
skies. Take a look
at
at
least good videos.
Okay.
Every single week.
All right, looks like those orbs in the sky, right?
Yeah.
Looks like a freaking battle. Whoa.
Jesus, I've never seen anything like that before. I don't know. I don't know what that is. It looks like that could be some Pete Higgs' shit.
Okay, so first of all, this video, I have to clear this up. This video is maybe in Las Vegas, Nevada, Las Vegas, but this is not from February 3rd, 2025. This is not from this year. Actually, this is from 5 years ago, something like that.
Oh, wow.
And I'm not sure that this is the
Then
real
why are
deal.
you
It could be
showing
that this
it?
person is behind a
It's from
window
5
pane,
years
and
ago.
this is just a reflection in his glass window. So yeah, I'm not sure this is the real deal. But then on February 4th, this guy records what's supposed to be one of these orbs in Saigon, Vietnam. Look at that.
Yeah, the orbs are everywhere, man. Which again, that aligns with what we're hearing from the fucking,
really quick, isn't
you
it?
know, the channeler types.
It's really, really fast.
Las Vegas.
So it's all over. Oh my gosh.
These people say that they're flying around trying to like make contact with people because the government's shutting them out.
Okay, so it stopped. What? Oh my gosh, look at that. Look at that. It's really fast. Good footage. Could be a drone, but definitely looks odd. Yeah, it could be a drone. It's kind of quick to be one. And then there's this video that was posted 2 days ago to YouTube by this account.
Wow.
There's
Looks like
not
some
much
Pete Higgs'
information to where this was posted, I guess. So whatever's going on, it's like all over again.
Pro
so
Pixel
then,
guy went
this
into
woman over
that
here,
one.
Ashley, she posted this video 6 days ago, and she states, "A man named Lee sent me this footage of what he describes to be an alien trying to break into his house. What do you think
Really?
it was?" So let's take a look at this video. I suggest you put headphones on.
I got an email from a woman named Lee who told me that an alien was trying to break into her
No.
back door, and she actually sent me a video, so I'm gonna play that in a second. No, there's my mom. I'm at my mom's house. Hey, say hey, mom. Couple things before I play the video. This happened at 4:15 in the morning. She said she was in bed, her and her daughter were asleep when she heard a loud bang coming from her basement where her back door is. She thought something exploded. She didn't think it was anybody at the door. So she came around, you see her on the video,
is
peek
a
around the
euphemism,
corner. So that
you
first
know, for
person you see
non-human
is her.
intelligence.
She said when she peeked around the corner, she saw someone banging on the door, like the door was moving and the handle was turning, like someone was trying
nice
to get
cleavage
in.
shot.
So that's when she went back upstairs, got something to protect herself with, locked her daughter and her dogs in a room, and came back downstairs. The defense object is blurred out in this video. So I'm gonna play the video. Turn up your volume because you need to hear the noises, because she said that she didn't hear these noises coming until she played the camera's footage in her basement afterward. And then I'll tell you.
It looks like she has
what
like a big
after.
anime eye filter on or something.
Oh my gosh.
Wow. That's nuts, dude. An alien would just phase through the wall, though.
So I guess she went up to get the defense object.
Why would you have a floodlight pointing in your house like that? Like, that's probably not her light.
I think Lee is a man, not a woman. She might have confused things around.
So after she turned the light off, she was around the corner waiting because she thought it was fully a person trying to break.
Sure.
She turned the porch light on outside. She waited for about 10 minutes, but the banging stopped. After about 15 minutes, she goes outside to check the area, but she said it was very strange because her gate was locked. She has an old wooden fence. She said that for sure would have collapsed had someone tried to jump over it. There were no tracks in the grass, no tracks in the dirt. There was no damage to the door. She says she has absolutely no idea what this was, but she has a feeling it was an alien because the strangest thing was that for 2 days leading up to that event, she had had a strange feeling, like her intuition was off. And when she went outside to check
that's
the
like
area,
Dr. Jim
she had a feeling
Segala.
like she was being watched, but there was nobody in her yard. She said the feeling was coming from the roof. Lee said I could use her real name, so she'll be seeing the comments, so let her know if you have any thoughts as to what this might have been, and keep sending me your spooky, scary stories. I'll keep adding them to this playlist.
Dude, does she have an anime eye filter on, doesn't she? Her eyes are not that big.
Yeah, no actual alien footage, of course. So what's really weird is that most of these videos started popping up around the same time after that military exercise was recorded. So whatever's going on here, it's possible that this entire alien and drone orb situation is going to start happening again. I'm not so sure about that. And I'm not going to say that this video that we just watched is 100% real. Localization, however, is really weird.
It's the same UFO phenomenon we've had for decades. They're just calling it drones now.
So a few questions that come to mind. Are these really aliens or is it something else?
It's the same shit. Like, we've had famous flaps.
We're not aware
this
of,
has been on the front page of the newspaper many times.
And that's why they're showing up. Or does it have to do with some sort of technology that we're developing or a planned fake alien invasion? It feels off. Something feels off. The biggest question, I guess, is why isn't this being talked about anymore? And people are actually using code names right now to talk about this topic. Is it being censored or silenced? And now we have this
They don't want to deal with it. They're trying to make it go away.
On January 17th, he posted this cryptic picture with this message: "Come fly with me, big and small things on the way." Seems like a pretty normal picture, doesn't it? He's inside of an airplane. Seems like he's in the desert. But then on January 21st, Rainbow, this guy who does geofencing, posts this video.
If you saw as much proof for God as you saw for aliens, I would be fucking
because he's not
religious.
actually at an airport. And I know that because if he was, it would have to be one of these 3 airports. But none of the mountains in the back of these airports are the same. And well, Gordon, I found you. With these pixels that resemble a fence, these mountains, and this arid landscape, there's only one option. Area 51, with a perfect match. Gordon, you can't hide.
What? What is Gordon Ramsay doing in Area 51? What does that
Maybe it's just a
cryptic
layover
message mean? So a couple of days later, on January 23rd, Leisha posts this video.
So I'm getting ready to go home, but I wanted to tell you guys about this strange flight that I had yesterday. So on this flight, Gordon Ramsay was on the flight, and if you don't know who he is, that's the famous chef.
Yeah.
And there
Trade
were a
is
few things
always
that was strange
like
about this flight. For one, it
war is
almost was
never a
ferry
better
flight.
outcome
Nobody
for
was
the
on
just
flight
the
but Gordon
consumer.
Ramsay, which is fine because that means less work for us. You know what I mean? One, we didn't even know where we were flying to. Usually we know where they're gonna take us to. We just know that we landed somewhere in Nevada.
Oh my
because
God,
it didn't even
dude.
seem like it was a normal airport. It was like in the desert. When we
That's really weird.
a group of men in black suits came and escorted him off the plane.
What?
So we like to be
Come
honest.
on.
We want to see
Oh
what's
my
going on. They
God.
didn't let us off the plane. Okay. I looked to my right and I noticed that Gordon Ramsay, he left something on his chair. This tiny pan. This incy-wincy pan. What am I gonna cook with this? This is not for a human. I don't know.
We're right. At this point, a lot of people were thinking the
tiny
same
pan.
thing. What is going on with Gordon Ramsay? Because we have this entire alien situation, this entire alien disclosure thing, the drones, the orbs, and now Gordon Ramsay is landing at Area 51 and posting cryptic messages. What's going on, right? So next day, on January 24th, Gordon Ramsay posts this video.
Hey, my man, you've done your due diligence. Let me tell you, sounds like you're working for the old Pentagon.
No, wait,
well
what do you
done,
mean working for the
but
Pentagon?
I'll be honest with you, you're getting close, but the proof is in the pan.
Wait.
Proud
He says
Kist says yo y'all
is in
regretting
the
not
path,
voting for
the
Kamala
past,
now?
or the pan. Let me take a look at this. So the proof is in the
I live
pan.
in a
Someone
safe blue
please
state.
decipher this. So at this point, a lot of people are thinking, what does the pan have anything to do with aliens? So a week ago, this guy comes along and posts this video.
Oh, this
Gordon
guy.
Ramsay just posted a cryptic message
love this
to his
guy.
socials that's a little concerning.
Dude, I love this guy.
Geoguessers like Rainbolt have all but confirmed that the view outside of his window is a runway right
Geoguessers?
beside
Wow.
Area 51. With flight attendant Leisha even mentioning she was on that same flight with Gordon himself,
Dude,
which
that's an
landed in
op
the
of
middle
some
of the
sort.
desert
This
in
is some sort
Nevada,
of
exactly where Area 51
Dude, this is like a new
supposed to be. And I
QAnon type
noticed
thing,
a little
maybe.
something that no one else brought up. By now, everyone's seen this weird little pan sitting in his cup holder. And it's tiny, way too small to be used by any regular human. So what is this for?
I'm not sure if I agree that it's like too small for a human.
Yeah,
it could
you
be
can make
for
the weird
frying
desserts
eggs.
or
I'm
something.
Not sure, because it does look small, very
It's
small.
probably
but
for something
I
fancy.
zoomed in closer, applied some light filters, and noticed a pattern of
Oh, no.
hexagons all over it. I mean, clearly this is just his cookware brand, Hexclad, right? But oh, it goes much deeper than that. Because I came across this leaked
Yeah,
classified
dude,
document
sacred
featuring
geometry.
the exact same hexagonal pattern.
This is what?
Which also claims we never made this technology. We recovered it from UFOs. Non-human metallics. This all came out in 2016.
Wow.
Coincidentally, the same year Hexclad introduced this technology to the
Wow.
world. Whatever's going on here, the questions still
Wow.
stand. Who or what is this tiny pan for? And has Gordon really been working with classified
Wow.
alien technology this entire time?
That's
So at this
crazy.
point, I'm asking myself too many questions, and I
that's
guess a lot of
interesting.
people were too. Who is Gordon Ramsay? Has he been
Metamaterials?
working with alien technology all along? Is Hexclad, this cookware of his, actually using alien tech? Or is this entire thing a hoax just to promote his cookware, which could be the case? But if it's not, then we should be able to find the document that Philip is talking about, the non-human materials, and we also should be able to find traces
I
of
mean, you
other
can
things that
definitely
you and
find
me buy
those.
every day that have possibly originated from reverse engineering alien craft.
The aliens invented hexagons. Y'all didn't know that.
Okay, so we have this July 27th.
Mm.
Incredible technology
Look.
unlike anything we have. This was in 2004.
Look, new
Let's
guy.
Take a look at images.
I don't know if you'd rather to read the rules, but
I can't seem to find anything at all on this document. Let's see here. Absolutely nothing on this. Really weird. Okay, found something here. Let's take a look at this.
Best rules on
This
Twitch.
is not the same document, but it's related to non-human material.
Oh, I didn't say no
Well, if
debunking
this
in
is
there.
real, it kind of confirms the
Fuck, I
existence
thought I
of the
did.
Majestic
Those
12.
are not- the other
let's
rules,
try
no
this through
debunking.
reverse image search, and
No
we got
debunking
a
at all,
bunch of documents,
whatsoever.
but none of them look like
None
the
whatsoever.
one from his video. So searching a bit more, I could find these posts on Twitter, but as you can see, the image was cropped. Meaning
Dude,
that
I'm
this
sure
person
it's a
cropped
real
it from
fucking.
the original
I'm sure
video
he
from
didn't.
his video.
I'm sure he didn't
So,
hoax the video.
I'm not sure if this is a real
I'm sure
document.
that's real.
Another thing that caught my attention was the Hacksclad partner hashtag on all of these videos.
Oh, okay, there you go. Hexclad partner.
Then you got this one from
They
Philip,
are trying to
also
sell his
Hexclad
shit.
partner. So this could
Really?
somewhat be some sort of elaborate hoax to kind
Yeah,
of promote
dude,
Hexclad.
yeah.
And if it is, it's a genius one. But I am a bit disappointed by it, and I guess most of the alien community is also.
Yeah,
even
that's
though
not
some
gonna
people
work,
believe
man.
that this
People are
is
gonna figure it
actually a
out right
soft
away.
disclosure of some sort. And if it
I
is,
mean,
again,
maybe-
it's a genius one. But it doesn't mean that non-human material hasn't been retrieved from alien craft, and this is what
I mean,
I'm
it
talking
could just
about.
be some NASA shit that was previously classified, you know?
So this video was released to YouTube quite a while ago, and in it we can see a supposed material retrieval from the Roswell
dog.
incident.
No way.
Now this video is
That's
a recreation
fucking fake.
video, it's not the
No.
original leak.
Oh. Why are you showing it then?
So
dude?
even though this might not be the original leak, it seems
This
that these
guy's
inscriptions
so
are very
weird,
similar to the
man.
ones that we see in this alien pod, the alien pod pictures, and also what whistleblowers and leakers state to have seen in these alien crafts.
Like a gauntlet.
Like a gauntlet, yeah. And it had like a crystal type of display screen. Above that display screen were these hieroglyphic symbols that I started to see appear.
What?
Yeah.
Very like robotic looking. The whole thing that it was wearing was like one uniform Snow White spacesuit. Like it was very pure white with like this golden insignia in
pretty
the
cool.
middle that was constantly changing symbols.
Oh.
And
Dude,
so
that's the
that
thing
whole- that
Bledsoe
was weird
said.
in itself, and suddenly two other beings materialized the same exact way.
And then we have this panel that seems to be some sort of touchscreen technology that we did not have at the time in 1947. We didn't even dream of this. So what if the technology that we now use on our phones, touchscreen technology, actually came from Roswell crash?
Oh, come on, that's not, no.
This guy was the first person to ever come up with touchscome. This is E.A. Johnson in 1965.
Humans definitely would have
Johnson
figured
worked
that
at the
out.
Royal
Like-
Radar Establishment in the UK.
Come on, man.
Founded in
This kid's so dumb.
1953, just a couple of years
Oh my
later
God.
after the Roswell crash. But before that, it had another name. Telecommunications Research Establishment, which was vital in the development of radar technology during World
Dude,
II.
I'm
Radar
sorry I
technology.
didn't knock doors
so
for
that's interesting,
Kamala.
isn't it? 1953 and 1947, that's pretty close, isn't it? So these guys had a pretty good connection with the US military in the 1940s. Huh. They even worked with these guys during the 1950s, during the same period as the touchscreen was invented. Could be just a coincidence. So let's
Dude.
just say for a moment, we have been
It's like the most obvious technology ever. They're definitely going to do it.
Why are these aliens showing up right now? Is it possible that we reverse engineered something, an alien technology that was going to be used for nefarious reasons?
It
And
just
this is
feels for
possibly why
heat, you
these
know?
aliens are here. And again, that theory from that woman that aliens are not actually coming, they're actually going and getting the heck out of here.
The fuck is that? Like
That's
jellyfish
the
in the
theory. I'm not sure.
ocean?
So what do you think? Leave a comment, smash that like button, subscribe to the channel, subscribe with notifications on, and I'll see
I like
you
it because
guys
this guy
after
tracks down a
tomorrow.
bunch of videos. Some of them are good. But like when he tries to like put theories on it, when he tries to be like, this is what this means to me, like he's always so wildly off base. Like I said, I think that we are in a unique position to figure shit out here because we know how fucking evil the Empire is and how real the UFO phenomenon is, right? Very few people working with those starting parameters, you know. Oops. I want the recommendations. New chode.
Okay, we've got a lot to talk
Yeah,
about
right.
with
It was
UFOs
underwater
today, so get
something
in here.
or
This
other.
is Jack with Cosmic Road. I'll talk about UFOs and the paranormal. Please like and subscribe, and let me know what you guys think in the comments below. Yeah, to start with, many of us have heard the story about the UFO that was in Lockheed Martin's possession, and they were trying to divest themselves of a UFO. And the guys at Skinwalker Ranch, the Bass team, the Bigelow team, OSAP, they were trying to acquire this UFO. But ultimately, the CIA stepped in and botched it, and they never got the UFO. But it appears that James Lukatsky actually
Glenn
got to
Gaffney
go inside
foiled
this
it.
thing. And guess
No,
what?
fucking Glenn Gaffney foiled that. He prevented it from going through.
It was egg-shaped.
His friend tried to get it transferred to a government program called OSAP, these acronyms. They tried to get it over there so they could open up this egg-shaped UFO. They breached the whole of it.
The
They were able
hexagon
to get
shit.
inside of it. The head of the
Like, just based on, like, Grenier's stuff, that makes me think that there's probably some use to just basic sacred geometry type stuff. You know? Like, I don't really know a whole lot about it, but just seeing the hexagons makes me guess that's what it is, something like that. Which kind of makes me think like a lot of the harms that we've suffered is like capitalists trying to put a meter on the world, like the natural world, like we are like out of unity with it, like because they're trying to get between us and the world, right? Like like it provides for humanity, and the ruling class has it set up in a way where it allows them to like create the scarcity. That's not how we're supposed to be doing it, I think, Yeah, it's all she had to say. All she had to say was, this shit better be done by January 20th or whatever. If she had said that, she would have won. No, I'm seeing, like, in Bob Grenier's work, all that shit has, like I don't want to say, like, it's like vector scalar potential thing, like the magnetohydrodynamic stuff. So it's just changing the geometries of the current, basically, right? So you have like two currents going around, and then you just change what they're doing, and you get different effects from it. But one of the things is like that's all that sacred geometry comes into play. And it creates different parameters if it is forced in certain directions, and like the wheels within wheels stuff, like the toroidal moment, right? Yeah, it's really interesting, but it's all yeah. Like I'm saying, there could be a way to like, I don't know, maybe it like stores heat real good or something. I don't know.
The DIA UFO program.
Yeah, like feng shui of
podcast.
like, the design, like the what's it called? What's Tony Cartalucci's day job again? He's like a certain type of engineer. Like an architect or some weird sort of like hipster sounding, like, like urban architect engineer guy. I forget where I was going with that. I don't think oh, but you can do like he gets like alchemical results, right? Like they transmute elements and shit. It's really neat.
He straight fucking said it. It's not headline news. Oh, by the way, extraterrestrial technology, we got inside of it.
Jim Lukatsky describes in his recent book of a year or two ago.
I can't believe Jim Lukatsky got to go inside.
See it, an intact craft and go inside.
That's crazy.
Of it.
Yeah, so there you go. James Lukatsky went inside of an egg-shaped
That's so crazy.
UFO. So now that we know they are using psionic assets to lure UFOs in and then forcibly bring them down in some cases, shooting them down, whatever they're doing. Is this UFO, was that acquired in that manner?
Right? That's what it seems like. It's like a phase thing almost.
Had an egg-shaped UFO
like
that
you
was brought
phase
down
them into
using psionics
our
per
dimension
the Jake
or whatever.
Barber information. Is that what we're dealing with?
Like
And
when you
they
summon it, that's what you're doing. Like
through
you're
so much trouble to get it,
yoinking it
if
from
that's
the
case,
ethereal
why are
plane
they
or
divesting
something.
Itself? Why was Lockheed Martin trying to get
Because
rid
they
of
probably
it?
couldn't figure
And
shit
is
out,
that
man.
confirmation that Jake Barber was working with Lockheed Martin? If they were the ones, they were the aerospace company that was using psionics to bring down specifically egg-shaped UFOs. I mean, maybe every aerospace company was doing, maybe every aerospace company was using psionics to bring down UFOs of different shapes. You know, maybe Boeing like the saucers and Northrop Grumman like, you know, the cigar shapes, but Lockheed was getting the eggs. I mean, who knows how all this is working. And I'm making light of it, but it's really, you know, sad that they are bringing.
I don't
these
know,
objects
man.
down.
That's what I'm saying. Like, my understanding was that they didn't fuck with the military people. Like, if you listen to Bledsoe, he said that they have admitted to him that the aliens won't talk to them. They will only talk to people like Bledsoe and other people. They said others. So there's a certain number of people around the world. This is what's his name says too, Grant Cameron. There's a certain number of people around the world who are in communication with non-human intelligences. Like, I don't know where they're from or what their deal is, but from what they say, you know, they tell these people, again, it's the same thing. All these people are in communication with the same group, and they're all hearing the same messages, basically. Like, effectively, you know, fucking Posadist was right. Like, they're, you know, they're space comrades or whatever. The old gods, the Annunaki. It's unclear what these egg things are, though. I don't really understand if anybody has a story about that. I don't really know how that works. I just know that a bunch of different people are all saying aliens' arrival is imminent. Or they're already here. You know, them revealing themselves on a large scale is imminent. You know, we're obviously very skeptical around here. Reporting the news. Nano laser. Yeah, that stuff might be part of it. Like, I think it has to do, because Hale Puthoff just started a magnetohydrodynamics company a few years ago. So I think that's the secret. It's different ways of doing that, I guess. Right? Like, I think all that Sal Pais stuff is just a distraction. Right? I think they put that stuff out there to kind of get people fucking looking into that. So they miss the stuff that Grenier's doing, because I think that's more fundamental and not patentable so much. Yeah, stuff like that. Just wheels within wheels within wheels. You make loops of those and they're really fucking lots of energy. He says that it fucking, you put enough juice into it and it makes like a little mini black hole. And he's convinced that like ancient peoples used to understand this. I think this is how they built the fucking, you know, ancient megalithic architecture, was using this type of technology. And it fits everything. Like, people used to understand it, and then at some point, like, the ruling class like clamped down on it. And then ever since, it's just been them trying to figure out ways to like keep us to charge us to live,
Fundamentally wrong. They are making consciousness, spiritual connection with these crap.
If any of these ancient stories, if like the Anunnaki stories are true, I mean, this would all fit. This would all make sense. What do you mean? It's got to be nuclear. No, it's not nuclear. Well, I mean, it is, but it's not. It's an exotic vacuum object. It's like a cold fusion. And that would explain those orb things. Those orb things could be a floating ball, because they get results like that in the lab, like these plasmoid things, right? Like you pump it full of juice and then it stays there after you turn the juice off. Like Pons and Fleischmann famously had like a thing in their lab, and they couldn't get it to go away. They turned the experiment off and it was this fucking thing. Exotic vacuum object, Ken Shoulders called them. No, it's not. It's the different. It's what I'm saying. It's like a layer. It's like a layer removed. It's basically like the my read of it, which again, I'm in layman, is that the physics of World War II dictated that they immediately went down to go to subatomic particles to try to figure out all the nuclear reactions and whatnot. And they kind of like missed the layer. Before that, they kind of like skipped past the sort of nuclear emulsion stage of research. And there was a lot of interesting stuff there that a few people appear to have, like, again, the results were always there. It was just different results in different people's work that they didn't know what to make of. But if you put it all together and you apply it, you can put a framework to it, and it's really interesting. The good thing about Grenier is that literally every single experiment he's done is like on the YouTube channel. Like, it's all there. You can go through and look at all of it. Or you can just watch like he said if you watch the O'Day lectures, you can get caught up on the last 10 years quickly. I think he's fucking on point. I think he's right. And I think, yeah, that Malcolm Bendall guy is like, I feel like he's like a controlled disclosure thing, like he's made to like make it look crazy, because that guy's a crank. He's like very Trumpian and very messianic, and he makes wild claims like I was infused with the plasmoids and all this shit. Like, it's like, come on, man. Like, tell us about the technology, keep the other shit to yourself. Like, we don't need a fucking messiah. We just, Again, like I said, his invention is the invention that you would give to the world if you were trying to do everything the same except mitigate carbon dioxide, right? That's exactly, the thunderstorm generator is the device that you would give to the world if that was your sole goal. So that might be what that is. Like, maybe they thought they could put the technology out like little by little and people wouldn't figure it out. But I think Grenier was already on the right track before that shit even came on the scene.
Craft to lure them in and then shooting them down. That's just horrible. That's just, and also, just at a practical level, what if the beings decide not to honor contact modalities like that?
Modalities.
Making it impossible for the rest of us to have
I
benevolent,
was talking about Jake Barber.
peaceful-loving,
Yeah.
contacts with these beings. So
I don't know about Jake
on so
Barber
many
though.
levels.
I don't know if the
But yeah, there you
phenomenon
go.
trusts him now that
James
he's turned
Lukatsky
coat.
entered this
You know,
egg-shaped UFO that may have been brought down by psionics, per the Jake
Into
Barber
psionic
information. I thought that was super fascinating. Of course, we need a lot more details, a lot more corroboration on that. But I think that it is, at this point, to me, looking very likely that that's the case. But again, I have a lot of unanswered questions about that, because they did acquire this thing for going to a lot of trouble. So why were they trying to get rid of it? They breached the whole of it. They were able to get inside of it. Did they get all they needed out of it? And then, they're going to get, give the leftovers to OSAP. Is that the way it was working? Or what's going on there? I have so many questions about that. So let me know what you think about that story in the comments below. Meanwhile, Representative Tim Kaine is pushing for answers on the mystery drones.
not. Come
I love
on.
it.
Tim Kaine in the
Matt
membrane.
Laszlo, reporter Matt Laszlo caught up to him.
Tim Kaine ain't
I'm
doing
curious
shit,
what
dude.
you think about the Trump White House claim this week, basically absolving the FAA, saying they know everything flying over New Jersey, incidents that freaked out residents, first responders, local officials, members of Congress, and the armed services, like the Coast Guard, out in recent months. And Congressman Tim Kaine said, "I don't know about Jersey. That's definitely not the case with respect to the Virginia situation at Langley. Neither the FAA nor the military has given us sufficient answer. And I don't think they have an answer that they're not giving us. I just don't think they have one." And I totally agree. I think that's probably true. I don't think the mainstream government has any clue what the hell these things are or
just
what
a
is
shadow
going on.
government.
But it seems like if this is NHI, then this is clearly to send a message to somebody, and that somebody knows knows what that message is, and they have some idea of what's going on. Tim Kaine is also talking about Langley and mystery drones before the Trump Army Secretary pick, Daniel Driscoll. Secretary of the Army pick, Daniel Driscoll. And it's he gives a long monologue about the mystery drones that's definitely worth listening to. And
Really?
It shows that Tim Kaine is taking the mystery drones seriously and
Okay,
is
Tim
pushing
Kaine.
for information on that. I love it.
Disclosure, Tim
Here's,
Kaine.
the response he got.
Disclosure
from,
in the
Trump's
membrane.
Training standards and capabilities to establish joint solutions, not just
Pete
Army
Higgs'
solutions, but
disclosure.
joint solutions for addressing current and future emerging small UAS threats. Should you be confirmed, what will you do to ensure coordination between the services in developing a joint counter small UAS doctrine?
Senator, I think these drone incursions highlight a kind of a core problem with how we have thought of our nation's defense. We haven't thought about it in a while. And if you, I got to speak with
Who's
your
this
colleague kind of
fucking
in
nerd?
depth about this specific incursion, and it seems to be the buck falls between a lot of different agencies, and no one is empowered to act quickly. And that is at scale, even when it continues to show up day after day, night after night. And I think a lot of the first steps are building a network of communication and identifying an SOP for how do you engage with these things, who owns what, who's calling, and what is a acceptable
Yeah,
time
that's the
frame
problem,
for this kind of
seriously.
communication to occur. That would just be the people side of the thing. And then from a technology side, I think if you look at a lot of the tools like directed energy, we need to empower our agencies to protect our homeland from these types of incursions, so
sure,
that
dude.
we can shoot them down and learn from specifically who sent it, what was it doing, what was it collecting. My understanding of this situation in particular is we just don't know.
Yeah, I don't think we do, but there you go. It's really troubling to me.
they're fucking
I
aliens,
love that Tim
bro.
Kaine is pushing for
That's
answers
why.
and pushing for action on the mystery drones.
That's
but
the deal,
he
dude.
is specifically looking to counter the mystery drones, and they're talking about shooting them down and how to coordinate agencies to shoot them down.
Better not
And
touch
I
them.
just talked about why I am
Fuck.
troubled, with the psionic teams bringing these things down. I think that's deeply troubling. I think that bringing UFOs down in general, independent of luring them in with your consciousness, is troubling also. I mean, why declare war on, non-human beings? Yes, they are flying over
Our space
military bases
brothers.
and our
Come on.
airports and
You can't
our
fly drones
infrastructure.
over there. Yeah, you're not
And yes,
allowed to,
that is
man.
a
That's the
little bit
thing.
alarming. But they are also
It's
flying over
aliens. I'm
people's
telling
backyards
you.
and dog
They're
parks
fucking.
and
It's
things.
fucking aliens.
They are all over doing, whatever the heck they're doing.
There's probably
are
some
they
like
mapping out
you
our
know
infrastructure?
feds or
Is that
whatever.
part of it? Should we be concerned?
Like
Well, if
there's probably
we
some
should be
feds or
concerned,
whatever
is
who
there
show
anything
up
we can do about it?
afterwards.
Should we
But
be
I
thinking
think,
about engaging them and
you
shooting
know.
them down? I can understand, having a plan of action. I think that makes sense. If they are a threat, then we need to have a plan of action dealing with them, and I don't think that's unreasonable to think about. But I am troubled by the militarization of this topic and viewing the phenomenon as a threat. The phenomenon, in some capacity, has probably always been here, or at least been here for a long time. And if they wanted to wipe us out, they could have wiped us out a long time ago. Whatever they want with humanity seems much more complicated than that, and it seems to involve DNA. Speaking of DNA,
DNA.
Prasad,
Yeah, they're here for the jizz. You heard them.
Who had his
They're
contact
here for the
experience
jizz.
where he received this amazing download of information from the beings, where he was, taken to a deeper level of reality as this UFO superimposed over him. Well, the only thing that he could distinguish amongst that download, which is all a bunch of hieroglyphics, was the word
Hey,
DNA.
Billy.
Yeah, they
Mind if
wanted
I
him
get
to
that
know they were
jizz?
interested in DNA, and that was an important part of them. It was
Just
this
gonna
big,
lean
bold,
over here and take
big
it.
bold letters, that DNA.
Uh-huh.
So yeah, they are definitely interested in that. Whatever they're interested in here on Earth and with humanity, that seems to be a part of it. Creating hybrids and so on. I've talked before about how the Nazca beings may have been part of that as well. And there's a crossover in this information. So Deep Prasad is saying this picture right here is the closest match to the hieroglyphs he saw when interacting with the UAP.
I don't know, I'm still
rays,
workshopping
if that's
that.
really what they were.
But,
If I were to bet, he said,
it's an
on
alien
what an
jizz
example
song.
of an alien language would look like, this is
song
it.
about
Very, very interesting. And of course, I'll link to this, and you can study this at your leisure. I think this is really fascinating. And some people are suggesting, like naturalized alien, that it looks an awful lot like the implants on one of the Nazca mummies.
Wow.
Where you can see that it has this writing on it.
Wow.
Really,
That's fucking
really amazing
fascinating.
stuff. Is there a connection? I do believe that the Nazca mummies are likely created by the abducting race or one of the abducting races of being. Like I just said, they're interested in creating hybrids. They're doing that with humans. The Nazca mummies
That's
appear to
crazy,
be human
dude.
hybrids.
Wow.
And they've got implants. They
Wow.
even have alien languages in common.
Wow.
So I think it's a good bet that the Nazca beings were created by the abducting race or races.
Oh, shit,
And it's
dude.
really interesting that we might be able to compare writing samples and get some insight
Dude, we're
into
so
what these
fucked,
guys were all
dude.
about. Unfortunately, ProPixel's video analysis is debunking this famous UFO
What?
sighting of this cool, tin
No
can
way.
orb kind of thing. This funky looking orb guy. Well, ProPixels is saying, not so fast. He
No
thinks
way,
this has
bro.
been debunked. And I'll
No
just skip
way.
to part of his debunking somewhere around here.
No
Very
way.
fine line. And
Dude,
I think that's what
just
this is.
because
So there's
debunkers
enough
have
here
claimed
that tells
something
me
does not mean
this
they
is
get
not
credit for
a
it, man.
UAP.
That's the oldest trick in the book, dog. What are you kidding me?
It's
They do that
something
shit all the
somebody
time.
made and put up in the air to fool whoever saw it.
Well,
It's
that's
been seen more than
disappointing. It was
once.
a cool UFO.
Chode, you
Sorry
moron.
to see it go. Not that ProPixels has the final word on any of this, so let me know what you guys think in the comments below. Is this video still
This
on
is
the
a
table?
classic
I'll, of
fucking,
course, link to
like,
ProPixel's
disinfo
full analysis, and
operation
you can watch it at your
tactic.
leisure.
They've
And
done this
let me know what you
several
think.
times.
Is this a legit anomalous craft of
Most
some sort,
famously
or
with the
has it
crop
been
circles in the
sufficiently
UK.
debunked? Speaking of cool UFO videos, though, check out this amazing UFO video from Chris Bledsoe. I love
Not
it.
the ISS.
This is like Amblin, guys. This is like
McWest just
Spielberg
says something,
level.
and even if it's
Look
not
at that.
true, it just gets passed along as
Look at
fucking
that.
gospel. Watch what it does at the end.
UFO flying in front of the moon. A Chris Bledsoe UFO flying in front of the moon. He seems to think a lot of these things are angels or
Look at it.
higher dimensional
Look at
entities
it.
of some sort. Look at that.
Look at
beautiful
it.
UFO.
Do you see that? Look at that.
Orb. a being, whatever it is.
That's crazy.
Today's the
Like flattened out at the
31st
end
of
there.
January.
That's wild.
Come on, stay with it. Where'd it go?
Doom.
Okay, I've got to see that one more time. This UFO going across the moon, guys. This is just lovely. I mean, yeah, eat your heart out, Steven Spielberg.
I saw people online trying to say that he was like a fucking like junkie or something.
That
He
is
was like
cool.
a pillhead.
That is cool. Good
and
job,
it's like,
Chris. Meanwhile, is
that's
the
such
mystery
the kind
fog
of shit
back?
that goes,
Wixie says
you
the
know,
mystery
that's
fog
like
is back.
Ken
2025
Klippenstein
just keeps on
style
giving.
leak.
And this is from Tulsa, Oklahoma. No, I mean, maybe that's just regular fog. I'm not too familiar with
Wow.
Oklahoma.
That's
I don't think of Oklahoma as
foggy.
being a super foggy place.
No, me neither, man.
I guess I've been to Oklahoma a couple of times, and I didn't notice any fog. Could that just be a regular fog? What's up with the mystery fog? Any of you guys, you know, in the areas of the world that were afflicted with the mystery fog, is it still going on? Did it go away? Did you get any explanation from the authorities? Do you feel like it's, you know, it's done, it's over? Do you have any health effects, you know, from that? Anything lingering? Because I found this is separate but related, but the mystery fog apparently was predicted by a remote viewing. Dick Algeier, remote viewer from Future Forecasting Group, they saw the fogs emerging into our common shared reality last summer. And this is
Danger, poisons,
a posting from Cliff
fuck.
High, sharing the results of this
fog?
remote viewing.
Oh, no.
Where they were seeing this future event. And this is Chicago, high above the city, tall buildings. Looking down, I see what looks like a mist or fog vapor. Some gas or vapor released. Danger.
What?
Poisons. Intentional. Like a terror event. Vapor gas, high cough,
Dude,
sputtering,
did they gas us?
noxious, mystery. They actually used the word mystery.
no.
My head may be blocking that off, but yeah, they actually used the word mystery. Yeah.
Mystery
so,
drone gas.
Was the Future Forecasting Group. Great remote viewers, including Daz Smith, awesome remote
Should
viewer
we look into
who I've had
that?
on the show, and definitely go check out that interview. I think I've done a couple of videos with Daz. He's awesome, and they are all really gifted remote viewers, and they may have been seeing the mystery fog before it happened, and they were seeing it was intentional. Last but not least, your chance of being attacked by a squirrel is low, but never zero.
A squirrel didn't attack Eloise, but like crawled on top of her one time. It wasn't like that. It was a lot nicer.
All right. Let me know what you think about this crazy squirrel and everything else covered today in the comments below. Like and subscribe. Hit the bell to be notified of future videos. You don't want to miss a thing. Join me on social media, Facebook and Twitter. Links below. Love to see you guys there. If you want to support Cosmic Road in a bigger way, grab a t-shirt. There's their merch store. Become a channel member. Channel members are rock stars, and they often get to see videos hours ahead of everybody else.
The crypto market is waking up and the world situation is spinning wildly into the unknown.
Oh, no,
Hi there,
dude.
crypto.
Oh no. Remote viewing Klaus Schwab? Oh no. Ooh. Oh, the ultimate conversation? Oh god. Oh wow. It was the perfect conversation.
Courtney Brown and Dick Algeier, the ultimate conversation.
Oh no, dude, they're
I
gonna
and my
dude, they've
friend
already
Courtney
seen this
Brown,
though.
you
They've
and I have
already
been
seen the
friends and
conversation.
colleagues and
Both of
working
them.
together in remote viewing for about a quarter of a century.
Wait,
No, I
wait,
think it
is
goes
there a
back
new
farther
third
than
phase
that.
video?
I think 2 or 3 centuries, Dick. It's been a long time.
I want to watch that first if there is.
You know what occurred to me, Courtney, was that in all the work we've done together, I don't recall the time that you and I have done a conversation like this where we have actually talked about remote viewing, talked about our work, because when I did so many projects with you for Farsight, I would work in isolation. So I would do my sessions here in Hawaii, send the video to you, you would edit it, and you would insert your part, and we never really did a back and forth about it. So here's a chance for us to have the ultimate conversation.
Actually, we should actually say that we never really had a chance to do a recorded back and forth because you and I used to talk.
Oh yeah,
a lot.
you and I
And,
talk about. I'm sorry to interrupt. You and I talk about everything from politics to the end of the world, personal things,
Yeah.
remote viewing, everything.
Oh, wait, hold on, yeah, let's
private,
watch this
but we
first.
just never got around to doing it on camera together.
Welcome
Yeah,
back
and I
to Third
think
Phase of
people
Moon.
would
Blake
like
Cousins,
to
we've
hear
got
what
the
we talk
special
about, or what
report
we-
for you, broad daylight UFO sightings. And let me tell you, these videos, in our opinion, are legitimate. The big question is, what the heck are we looking at? Let's start it out with the first video just into Third Phase of Moon. Take a look at this.
Huh. Look at that thing, man. Damn, dude, this shit's right there, huh? Wow. That's pretty neat. C'est incroyable. Damn, dude. The ships are gonna be making themselves seen above. Dude, this is the ships, man, right there. There you go. Dude, headband lady. Fucking.
Right,
another
we're gonna
dub.
watch this video once again. I'm gonna add some brightness,
She
contrast,
don't miss.
and get a good close-up of this craft, this flying
That
disc,
penny
just
of land
hovering
is fucking massive.
right there above the mountain ridge. And we're looking at something that can't be explained, in my opinion. This isn't any kind of blimp or an aircraft, a drone. It's way too big, and to me, it seems metallic in nature. And we can see the people on the beach. And just kind of like zooming in, wondering, oh, what the heck are they capturing? Here we get a really good look at this. I don't see any kind of FAA lights. No indication of anti-collision lights whatsoever. No tail or a gondola underneath this thing, whatever it is. I'd have to estimate its size to be at least maybe 200, 300 feet in length.
Damn, dude.
Again, I don't see any kind of manipulation with this video either. It runs
That looks legit,
approximately
by the
a
way.
minute and a half.
That looks like the
And
McMinnville thing.
We notice some things that give this an authentic feel, no doubt about it. I'm not seeing, again, any kind of manipulation. Everything seems to match up. A broad daylight sighting. I'm zooming it out a little bit to see the big picture, and you can see that this thing is off in a distance here. Guys, I want to get your opinions in this live premiere right here on Third Phase of Moon.
Dr.
What is
J
this?
there?
Is this a UAP? Something unmanned by NHI, a non-human entity? Or are we looking at something man-made here? I got a feeling it's close to the ocean. So I'd imagine this thing maybe came out of the ocean, and now we're seeing it visible to the people on the beach there. Look at how off in a distance this thing is. Maybe my calculations are a little wrong. Maybe it's longer than 200 to 300 feet. I like the way the person just walked by it. Again, legitimate footage. We've got a lot more for you right now at Third Phase of Moon. Take a look at this.
Whoa. No f***ing way. Holy shit. Holy
That is...
All right, we're looking at something very intriguing right here. A person with their, I think it's an outdoor hybrid 5640 scope or something very similar, infrared outdoor camera. And what was captured, it seems that it was kind of surprising to the person who just witnessed this disc flying over them and was able to capture this. And this thermal imagery really gives the shape of this disc-shaped object, and apparently it couldn't really be seen with the naked eye, but once the infrared was pointed at this object, and look how erratic it moves as well. Is this maybe a balloon? I don't know. It just seems like there's an intelligence behind it, and that's what's intriguing about this. And again, this is new stuff right here at Third Phase Moon. Just give us big thumbs up for the up-to-date, most recent videos coming in from around the planet. And we're looking at something here, in my opinion.
Give it a big thumbs up.
Sometimes they're among
yeah,
us,
supposedly
we
if
just
you
can't
have
see it,
infrared, I've heard from several people that if you have infrared, you see a lot more of them. A lot of them like hide in the clouds. That remote viewing guy, this guy, Courtney on the left there, he was saying that when they made contact with them, they gave him exact specific instructions about which kind of camera they should get, and then how they had to modify it for infrared. Oh, we've heard the same thing from Air Force pilots and shit. Right? That's the thing. Like, the ones people see in the visible light are a small fraction of the whole total, right? That's why the government's definitely lying. Like, they are lying on so many levels.
You have the proper equipment in a different array of spectrum of light, they can be seen. And what was captured in these thermal images is something that people might say it's in their dreams. And I got a feeling, like I said, they're around us at all times.
Well,
I want to get your thoughts right now on Third Phase Moon, what you think we're watching here. Is this, again, in my opinion, it's legitimate footage, but are we looking at something otherworldly or something reverse engineered? Maybe something that's been here for millions of years and they're coming out of our oceans, or maybe an inner earth, a hollow earth. It's hard to tell, but they're here and they're among us right now, and we want to find out. Now, this is something interesting coming in straight out of China. Like I said, we're receiving videos from that region. It's a huge country. A lot of people are seeing the phenomenon, but they don't always have the social media to get it out. But they're getting it out. Right now, we're looking at something that could be a massive black triangle. They're here in America. They're also here they're in China. Take a look at this video right now.
We're lucky that they are willing to share them with us, with barbarians in the West. Whoa. What happened there? Yo, dude. The ships are gonna make themselves seen, bro. There you go. Let's make an approach with the only civilized people on the planet. We had our chance, we blew it.
All right, let's play this once again. I'm adding some heavy brightness contrast to make out this craft in the sky, and in my opinion, these edges are very defined.
Dude, that's a fucking thing there, for sure.
Fog layer.
I see a little light too, man. Yeah, there's a thing.
It's massive.
There's a fucking
Walmart
giant
super
pyramid in
Walmart
the
size.
sky. Yeah,
I like the side-by-side comparison. The camera person pans down left to right and then pans back up into the sky.
Well, they fly like when they fly, when they take off, they go like
it's not a bat
this.
signal. Again, I think we're looking at something.
They fly sideways.
Solid, a structure, and the pyramid, triangular shaped craft, whatever you want to call it. People have seen it, and they say that these things could get supersized. I've seen it myself. Definitely in close proximity, this looks exactly like what we saw in 2010, December 30th. Something went down here in Hawaii, and we looked at it for about 4 minutes, and it was actually accompanied by 2 surrounding escorts. Some people might call them orbs or plasmoids, but when we saw the triangle, we saw these 2 escorts on the either side of the triangular
See,
craft.
I think those are the those are the engines.
I'm sure people are listening right now.
I think the triangle thing, the orbs pop in and pop out. I think the triangle thing, the orbs are like the engines, but they can exit the craft. Like, just from looking at it, my initial assumption is that, yeah, that's what they do. Like, they are some sort of fusion engine, and they need to eventually gather materials. Again, that would check out, like, if Bob Grenier is correct. Like, if that's like an exotic vacuum object, you know, that's like a cold fusion reaction, and that's what's powering these things. Like a plasmoid, effectively, right? Like a controllable plasmoid, a plasmoid that you control. That could theoretically be what the engines for those triangle things are, right? If it's like these self-assembling, or, you know, I don't know what the term for them would be. Like, even if they can just like do like machine learning shit and brute force it, they should be able to like control those plasmoid type things, right? They pop in and pop out. So I don't know if that's ours or theirs. I thought the triangles were ours, but maybe they're not. The 2 lights reattaching themselves? So I think maybe the orbs have to like zip, because we see them zip around, right? Like, they might have to gather different elements that they need for the fusion process. Yeah, it could have been tech that we saw them doing and copied, is what I'm thinking, right? Like, that's why we didn't see those type of craft until later on, you know, in the 90s, 80s and 90s. You know, like the flying saucers were probably like T. Townsend Brown type shit, right? The flying saucers that we saw in the 50s were probably like, you know, weird sort of like, you know, brute force type, you know. Again, if they were using like rotating mercury, it could have been some rudimentary type of, yeah, like EVO. But then by the time they got to the triangle things, they knew how to do them a little better. Yeah, I mean, if we assume that, right, that they've been doing this cold fusion stuff ever since the war, they don't have to have any aliens, really, I guess. I mean, if that was them figuring it out, say the Foo Fighters was them figuring this shit out, figuring out plasmoids at the end of the war, like right after they figured out nukes, and then they just managed to keep plasmoids top secret ever since. No way. No way. They couldn't do that. No chance.
Now who've been in close proximity to the black triangle craft. Have you noticed the escorts that follow? It's interesting stuff. Maybe it's the means of propulsion, but what these people captured in China
something like
is
that,
still baffling us right here at Third
Macroscopic
Phase
quantum effect,
We want to get your thoughts in this live premiere. Captured from the ISS Hurricane Barrel, there's something that comes out of the eye of the hurricane. We're looking at it. We're going to enhance
That's bizarre.
Oh my god, what the heck?
That's weird.
Okay, this doesn't make any sense because whatever this is, it is so massive in comparison to the eye of the hurricane here. I mean, look at the eye of the hurricane there. That has to be miles
crazy.
wide at least. So this craft is
Dags, you like dags?
massive. And you would think going through it, it would somehow be thrown off course by the winds. I mean, these are obviously very crazy, fast-moving winds. So this is very strange.
The best part is we're seeing this from the
fucking huge,
ISS,
dude.
and you could definitely see
Wow.
the size of comparison of the massive hurricane barrel as we're
Some
looking
Pete
at this
Higgs shit.
unidentified object traversing right
I mean,
over
that's
the eye. You could
big.
almost see
That's
it
too
rip the
big, man.
clouds
Look at the size
at
of
some
that.
point either. It made contact with the hurricane itself. That's my opinion. But again, what is this? Seen from the ISS in this massive distance, and we're
Is that a
seeing
ship?
something moving. This object.
I mean, it's got to be, right? What else could be that big?
People may speculate that it's a possible surveillance plane that do fly through hurricanes.
There ain't no surveillance plane.
Data, but to be seen from
That's
the
way
ISS,
too big. You
that's
don't
a
see
big
planes
question,
from
and
the
I don't think
ISS.
we'd be seeing it like this. This thing's much bigger.
It's flying above the cloud tops.
Yeah, look at
Jesus
this.
Christ,
The
that's
eye wall
fucking
of the hurricane.
Yeah, damn,
and
dude.
miles apart.
That's it.
At least a mile in length at altitude, and for this thing to traverse right across it it's just spectacular. What we're looking at.
It's pretty intense,
Some people
huh?
speculate,
That guy's cooking.
as we have about UFOs harnessing the energy of volcanoes, but
I don't think you see weather balloons from the ISS,
This is
right?
insane. And again, go ask NASA what the heck is going on. I'm sure we're not going to hear any explanation to what this is.
Yeah, I definitely think it could be possible for UFOs to power up over hurricanes. I mean, that's a massive amount of energy that is sort of an energy
I mean, it's the
vortex,
ISS
and
camera.
It makes sense to me that maybe the reason why a craft would go through it would be to power up.
You know, it could be a charging station. You just
That's a
never
good
know.
call,
Again,
Paula.
the object is unidentified. More unidentified objects right now. Look at this. It's a super fast one. Did you just see it? We're going to repeat it. Look at it coming in from the distance. Traverses and then banks there. And again, this was
that's like the
captured
famous Utah video.
just earlier this week. And we're looking at this. Take a look at this.
There's shit everywhere, man. Yeah, but you can't see them from the ISS.
Back and forth. We have
Hey.
these fast walkers that are being captured
Good.
by people across the planet.
Hell
This
yeah.
one I haven't seen before. And just look at that. Yeah, it's pretty cool. We're highlighting it right now. In my opinion, this thing's coming
Thanks,
off
John.
from a far distance.
Won't let you down.
To move that fast as it comes in and approaches, and then take that bank like this particular UFO video that was, again, just captured last week. Look at that angle. Again, this is interesting stuff.
You know, it's amazing how fast this thing moves and how it turns. And made me wonder if it's a physical object or maybe some sort of
Yeah, it could
ball
be
of
something
light, plasma. I know
like
we bring this
yeah,
up a lot with videos.
that could
lately,
allow for
but,
superluminal
it
flight
definitely
if
looks
it's
like when we
not,
zoom in here, like
you know,
maybe
like if
some
it's
sort of
somehow like
ball of light,
like if it's somehow like superposition kind of thing, right? Like it can travel somehow without becoming a particle, you know, and then when it lands, it has to fucking freeze up, something like that, maybe. I don't know. I don't know if the eggs and the Tic Tacs are the same things. This, I think, is like just the orb, though. I think the orbs turn into the other things. I think it starts off as an orb, and then it, like I said, I think it starts off as an orb, and it gathers material from, you know, different environments, and it uses that to do, like, alchemical processes, and then it makes... It, like, basically, like, is like a spider spinning a web, right? It, like, spins like a sheath, like a plasma, you know, like a shape almost, right? Like, I don't think they're an actual craft. I think, like, they just are like a plasma orb that is kind of like grows this, like, design around itself. No, that could be man-made. Like, as crazy as that sounds, but, like, the Air Force, I know, was supposedly doing research on, like, plasmoids like that, right? That you could do all kinds of crazy shit with. I don't know if that's just cover, like, they just say, oh, that's us, when they know the aliens are doing some shit, you know, so they can take credit for it. Which I think is what they were doing with those... Maybe possibly those Salvador Pais patents. I think they were partly, you know, to try to document what they saw from UFOs and then try to, like, call dibs on it a little bit.
plasmic kind of
Yeah,
energy.
I know, but
like, maybe
people are not
necessarily
dumb. I mean,
solid.
they know when
It could
that
be,
happens.
and
Like,
it also could be known as the Tic Tac, and it's
Like-
broad daylight. We're looking at it again. We don't have the answers.
Stuff
for
like
you.
that
We're
doesn't make
speculating,
it-
but
doesn't
guys,
get
I want to
spread
hear
around,
what
you
you
know?
think this possibly could be in the comments. We're pretty pumped for this episode. Amazing stuff. Again, this video that we're
Just
gonna roll
downloaded
next
on
had us
Reddit.
kind of scratching our heads. Watch.
Leute, wir haben ein Problem. Wieso? Es sieht man jetzt nicht so. Aber was ist das für ein Teil? Was schwebt da? Wow, ist das ein UFO? Das sinkt langsam. Sieht man jetzt nicht so, weil meine Hand zittert gerade
What is
irgendwie ein
that?
bisschen. Und ich habe auch gerade auf das 10-fache rangezoomt.
it looks like a
Aber das
windmill in the
sinkt.
distance.
Ja, jetzt sieht man, dass es sinkt. Wieso sinkt es so schnell?
Why are you
Ist das
shaking the
eine
camera?
Bombe? Oh, man sieht's gar nicht mehr. Hä? Wo ist es? Ach da. Es sinkt.
Okay, we're looking at
I
this a
didn't
little
know-
closer. We're
I
going to
don't
add
know
some
what the fuck
enhancements.
that-
This
that
video
looks
only
dumb.
lasted for a short moment of time,
Yeah,
but we're looking
sussy.
at something
This
that
one's sus.
seems to be maybe a blown off course advertisement banner or something else. It almost has this a glass transparency to it. It's very bizarre.
Yeah, this is really interesting. I mean, it definitely kind of looks like a balloon to me. I mean, I see like, you know, there's some sort of tag hanging down from the bottom. But it does sort of look like glass or something as well. I don't know. I'm not really
Charlie's
sure
great
what to make
glass
of this.
elevator.
Yeah, I like the pull away shot right there, and it shows that this is some distance away. Again, their apologist mentioned you see the kind of maybe a possible tether at the bottom of it as this object is coming down, but I do like the turquoise look of the apparent glass on the outside, some people might say, and the kind of that weird, strange shape. It's definitely not normal. If you saw this in the sky, hey, film it, find out later what it is. But if you don't know what's going on, and if you see something like this, get it on camera.
Yeah, if it's an advertisement banner, I'm just not seeing what it's advertising. And then it's descending, but again, this little tether tag below it could be a dead giveaway. Again, it kind of resembles maybe the Willy Wonka Great Glass
That's what I said.
elevator.
Yeah,
I'm
let's
not
go.
exactly sure. All right, now I want to get your guys' opinion. In this live premiere, we're going to run these clips once again very shortly, a few minutes, but it's important that we get your opinions. And the world needs to chime in. It's just not us at Third Phase of the Moon. We appreciate your insight because we know the public is where disclosure is going to be found. That's just basically how it's going to roll out. Disclosure's in our hands, everybody.
That's right, bro.
Now let's hear your comments. We're going to be standing by in this live premiere.
Used to talk about all the time.
I want to go back to Farsight Institute in my training there in 1997. It was April of 97.
I don't know.
Do you recall?
I can't decide if I get a good
what you
vibe from this
said
guy
in
yet.
the graduation speech, your comments when, okay, you're trained as remote viewers, go out into the world. Do you remember what you told us?
These nuts.
Yeah, I think I said something of, go ahead. You remind me better.
About some of you are going to take this and change the world. I'm paraphrasing you.
Yeah. Yeah, I
Cool.
remember something like that.
Good take, bro.
And I think that's correct. I don't
They
think
made it worse.
everyone was going to do that. I think a lot of people had done the remote viewing course for personal development, but I always knew that I never knew who, but I always knew that somebody
Yeah.
was going to take the stuff and run with it and change the world. And I think you're a good example.
I need to become an
of
interdimensional
one of the very,
communicator.
very few
I think
people
that needs to
did
be
that.
the next step.
I was average in the class.
scared
I
of
didn't
them,
stand out
but
in the class, but I
don't
remember
want
sitting
them,
there
you
on
know.
that. I think it was a Saturday morning after we'd had that intense week, and you said, one or
They're
more of
scary.
you are going to take this and you're going to do
That
something
poor lady has
better
to go
and
talk to
change
them all the
world."
time.
And that was a seminal moment in my life, Courtney, because
Really?
we had just
You
spent
fucking
this
pussy.
week going across time and space, and for just an instant, I saw myself in the future, and I thought,
Really? That's pretty sick,
this is
actually.
gonna be a
Sorry.
really
I'm
important
sorry I
part of
called
my
you a
life.
pussy.
and it was.
Yeah, I remember very clearly, you were really deeply impressed by the entire thing, and you were committed to do something with it. And yeah, you also intermixed it with a lot of conversation at that time about stuff you loved, like guitar and things. So I knew you were taking the remote viewing experience and blending it in with other stuff in your life that you liked. So that was a good thing. And you also told me a lot about news, because you were a newscaster at that time. You were one of the voices of the news in the state of Hawaii at the time.
Wow.
And yeah, you were sort of, in your own mind, blending all of that together somehow.
Wow,
I
this
don't
guy
think you
rules.
had a plan
I like
for
this
how
guy.
it would all blend, but you sort of had an idea that it would all blend. And in fact, that's what happened.
Tell us about the formation of the Farsight Institute. Okay.
I'm going to be like
we go
Yahweh.
back to 96 or 97, Cosmic Voyage came out. I heard about you on Art Bell. Before I heard you as a guest, I heard Whitley Strieber talking to Art Bell about you, saying this famous professor at a well-known university, Dr. Courtney Brown, learned remote viewing, and he remote viewed Mars, and he's got this book out, and remote viewing is true, and it validates the aliens. And I remember hearing that show going,
It actually doesn't
"Wow,
validate
that's
the alien.
most fascinating thing I've ever heard. I've got to get
I mean,
that
I guess
book.
it
I've
does.
got to learn about that." Then I heard you
But
on
it could
the
still be a
program,
trick, you know? It could always
and
be a trick.
I went there, and you had it at the Holiday Inn, was it? Tell us about how you set all that up.
Yeah. I also, that was at the time when I was publicly, very clearly separating the stuff that I did at the university from the stuff that I did with Farsight. There were two separate tracks there, but not everybody made that distinction as clearly as I did. But I kept on emphasizing I don't do this stuff at the university. And yeah, I remember at that time clearly. I've never taken any money from Farsight personally. And so the book was doing pretty well. It was a bestseller in its day, Cosmic Voyage. And Cosmic Explorers, the sequel, sold pretty well as well. But I took every dime I had, all the money that I had, including all of the money that was coming in to Farsight as in terms of student tuitions, people who were paying to take the course. I just piled that all into growing the institute, making it a place where people could learn. I was committed to the idea that there would be teachers, there would be instructors of remote viewing. So I wanted people to learn the procedures, but unlike a lot of other models where the person who's doing it continues to teach and then take all of the money, I wanted to take all the money and invest it in teachers. So I didn't take it for myself. And so there were teachers. You actually saw that. It was at the Holiday Inn, and we rented large rooms for the instruction, and we purchased dividers to separate people's tables so that they wouldn't see each other, and it was a big deal. We had multiple people helping with instruction, and it was the beginning of starting to spread things out. Farsight's changed a lot since then.
Yeah.
We now have a for-profit that's essentially a remote viewing movie business, and that funds everything right now. So
really,
but back in those days,
that's
where
cool.
we were teaching and people were coming to take courses.
Who, Courtney?
People were paying tuitions, and again, I never took any of the money myself, but that's what we did. We taught, and you were probably the single most important result of that entire early time, other than the fact that I grew a lot from it. I mean, I learned a lot during that time period.
Well, I remember those days. It was an intense week, and you had those dividers up, and we'd have a lecture, and you'd give us a target, and we would all be with the padding on either side, scribble, 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 write, do the protocols. And then we'd all get together, and you had that long table spread out, and we'd all spread out everyone's session and go down the table and look at it. Oh wow, look at this, and then the next one. That was fun times. Jump ahead to, was it about 2010 that we Daz and I began doing projects for you, and you were one of the first ones to say, hey, let's pay the remote viewers. You guys can get paid some money for doing projects. And Daz and I much appreciated that. You'd give us a target. And for those who don't know how that worked, I'm here in Hawaii.
Whoa,
And Daz
like
is
a
over
bounty?
in Somerset in the UK. And Courtney would email us and say, we're ready to do a project. Are you guys ready? Yep. And he'd say, all right, this is project 15A. Go. And that was all we were told. It's like work 15A. So from that point on, there was no discussion about that, no communication with Daz. For me, Courtney, it was a rather lonely feeling because you'd give me work 15A and I had no communication. I was all on my own. And I knew that you were going to make a DVD out of this, like a feature-length video. So the pressure was on, like, oh man, I hope and I have no idea. I'm just getting data that is seemingly to me unrelated, and I'm unsure of it. I send it in to you, and you go, that looks okay.
Yeah,
Why
that's
don't you
crazy.
take it
I wonder
to
if that
one
works.
course? And okay, whatever. But thank you for paying us for that. It kept us going for a number of years, and it was the first model where you made quality remote viewing product and paid the viewers. It was a first.
That was a learning experience for all of us, especially me, because again, I didn't take any money for myself. I never used any money from the sale of the videos to buy groceries or pay rent or anything like that. So what I did was we would have these videos that we'd make, and then we'd sell them as standalone videos that we'd sell on Vimeo. And people used to buy them, and for 2 months, 3 months at the most, after the release of a video, a bunch of people would buy them, and I'd take all of the money and give it to you and Daz. And I also used some of it for paying some expenses that needed to be paid to make the videos, Vimeo fees.
Oh, look at this
things like
grifter.
that. But there
Paying
was
Vimeo
always
out of the
sometimes,
company money.
Software, I had to use software. And back in those days, I was using Sony Vegas. Sony doesn't even do Vegas anymore. It still exists, but not as far as Sony. So but I had to buy software for it and stuff like that. But otherwise, it was all the money was just going to you guys, and that was a big deal for me because paying the remote viewers was the only way any of those projects could have happened. You had a job as a newscaster, but Dez definitely needed the extra income for that, and he wasn't going to devote as much time as was needed to do those projects. If you remember back in those days, those projects that we did it with sequential solo sessions. So you would do one session, and before we were done with the project, you would have done maybe 6, 7, 8, 9 sessions. So you would send in a session with paper, and you'd get so much. And then I'd say, oh, that's very interesting. Okay, look at page 7 that you got. Tell me more about that. I'd send you an email saying, explore that. And then it went on and on and on like that. There was never any leading information, but whatever you gave me in your session, I'd say, expand more on that so that we could finally fill out the whole story. And you and Daz used to complain like anything. Yeah, it was like, so when is this thing going to be over?
We would get irritable because for the most part, we never figured out what the target was. It'd be like, well, I saw this building that had a lot of hallways, and they had a lot of historical pictures, like the history of the place was important. And all of a sudden, there's something streaking over and gets hit by a missile. And then like, all right, tell me more about that. And like, what is it? Of course, that was 9/11. And
yeah, and you had to go back and do another session on that. And 9/11 was such a complicated thing because it had the whole Twin Towers thing plus the Pentagon thing. And each one had to have a whole bunch of sessions, all done blind without you knowing anything.
Oh, we should watch that one.
And it was just very time consuming. We don't
Oh,
do it
editing
like that
software?
anymore,
Oh,
of course. We do we have what we call interview sessions. So what we have is, instead of having the single remote viewer go back over many months to look at a single target, it's still considered a solo session, but what happens is someone who's highly trained listens to the session while it's in progress, and then over Zoom gives a suggestion to continue on that page. Like, they'll come up with something exactly the same way we did it with the solo sessions, except that instead of waiting a week or two to start your next session, right then and there, the interviewer can say, okay, pursue that. And then they continue going. And so in a matter of 3 hours on a single session, you can get sort of the whole thing compact. That's the only way we can come out with the quantity of stuff. But it was based on the model that you and Daz and I worked out. But we had to, and not everybody can do it. We don't consider that monitored session, because a monitor is someone who's teaching remote viewing and heavily leads the viewer. An interviewed session, can be done only by a highly trained person who shuts up, who doesn't say anything, and only suggests things that are already reported. And normally we keep the audio off until we say, and they have to report something, they have to actually say something. And we also don't use paper anymore, we use iPads. I suppose you guys are similar, maybe you guys still use paper. But I remember that you guys used to, but that process that we do now, the interviewed style, was based on the stuff that you and Daz did, which was you get so much, and then you tell the viewer to continue with that element on that page to have more. But that used to, without using the interviewed style, that took you months. I remember the 9/11 thing. What did that take? Was it like 3 months to complete that thing?
Yeah, it was
and you guys
a few months. One notable one I remember was Iapetus, and I was saying, this is a barren rock. Courtney, this is the most boring target you've ever given us. I just see a barren rock. And you said, well, keep looking. And so I'd do more. And then pretty soon I realized there's something in the face of a cliff.
Wow.
And there's this complex. So then I saw that, and then at one point I went into ERV.
Iapetus, holy shit.
And Courtney, I saw Saturn from Iapetus. It filled the sky. It was the most, this was full experiential visual for me. It was eyes closed and the vision came of Saturn.
I remember.
From Iapetus, and I realized, my God, they're using this as like a resort where people come to see this view. It's the most stunning view. And that turned out to be from one of the seemingly most boring sessions I ever did for you to one of the most interesting.
Yeah, that was done again with multiple.
I wonder if he's seeing the
sessions, so you
future,
said
or
Baron
if it's
Rock, and I keep
aliens, or
going, so
what.
it took you yet another session to do it.
How did he know there was something there?
Sort of to add a little bit more to the style that we've developed now with the interviewed stuff, we shut the video off so that the person doing the session cannot see the interviewer, and we shut the audio off so the person doing the session can't hear anything from the. So they're doing the session solo, except that at the end of when they run out of steam and they just don't know what else to do, like when you do your Barren Rock thing, then we'd click the audio back on, only the audio, and say, pursue that. Click off the audio again. So, but that whole stuff that we do now is all based on what you and Daz did, and that Iapetus target was really, really, really interesting, because Dick, we had a really good photograph of that facility on Iapetus.
Really?
And I knew that you guys just needed to look at it longer, and you'll eventually see it. You did.
Wow.
Daz had the same experience, by the way. Daz had the same experience. He was really upset with me at first because I sent him to a target that had barren rock. He had the same experience.
Your presentation style now is so amazing. I assume you designed that. How difficult is the lighting when you have the viewer writing? And do you have to reverse that image? What's the technology, without giving away your secrets, where they're writing on a board and it's...
Yeah, we don't have secrets.
Come
so
on,
you can
man.
ask
What are
me
you
anything.
doing?
No, we invested $6,000 in a piece of optical glass, and it's called a light board. And again, I've still never taken any money from Farsight, so the money that we were getting, we were just reinvesting. And that light board, we didn't like the whiteboard, and the reason is I knew that we had to change the planet with this, just the same way you knew you were going to change the planet. And writing on a whiteboard for us was just not going to do it. It just wasn't entertaining enough. It wasn't sci-fi enough. It wasn't cool enough. So then one of our audience actually put a note in our forums and said, on our YouTube discussion area, and said, why don't you use a light board? And I read the comment, and they said, what?
Based
What's
light
that?
board salesman.
And it turned out there were 2 companies making light boards, and one of them was a professor of physics, and that was just his thing that he sort of designed. He invented one that was really great. And what that is normally when you take a piece of glass and you look at it sideways, like on the edge, it's green. Now the green color is because there's iron in the glass. And to get the green color out, you have to have all the iron removed. So that's how you can make optical glass. So we have a 6-foot by 6-foot, it's a 4-foot by 6-foot piece of optical glass is on a stand on top of a table. And it has light that shines towards the viewer when the viewer is in front of it to light up the viewer. But it also has lights around the entire head that shine into the glass. And that light cannot escape from the glass unless a marker marks on the glass. And we have a black background behind it. So we turn off all the lights in the studio, and the person has light on themselves and nothing in the background, no light on the background. So when they're writing on the light board, the light that's trapped inside the glass can escape, and so it looks like they're writing on air. Now, when we edit the video, I then flip it horizontally so people can read it, because when we record it, it's backwards, of course. But when we do a live stream, I have another device that flips the video live, and so that when you're doing a live stream and they're writing, it looks flipped because it's just another piece of tech. It goes in between everything else, but we don't do that when we're recording like a light board session.
Well, it looks really cool. It's great. So, Courtney, you've always told me for many, many years that 2 things needed to happen. One, UFO disclosure needs to be acknowledged, and 2, remote viewing needs to be acknowledged, and then the world will be changed. And you've always felt that that's what we're doing, that's what Farsight's doing, that's what we're doing at Future Forecasting, is laying down this record.
That's right, bro.
Where do you think we are in disclosure? Obviously we're in a kind of a controlled.
Yeah, maybe that's it, right?
I think there's going to be what they call catastrophe.
Yeah, I think a talented interviewer is part of it.
Once they all admit it. What do you think's happening with UFO reality on disclosure?
Okay,
That's what's his name
there's
said.
2 things that I have to mention. There are only 2 venues that exist that I know of. You
I
can
don't know.
correct me if
Somebody,
I'm wrong,
I remember them telling
where
stories about
there
interviewing.
are
Maybe it was Eric
full
Davis.
public projects available for people to watch, and that's your stuff that you're doing with Daz and others, Ed Riordan and others.
We just now changed it and rebranded it from crypto viewing to future forecasting. So it's futureforecastinggroup.com.
Yeah, and so there's that, and then there's Farsight. So that's it. And so if
Really?
you look at like the entire the rest of the remote viewers out there are people who work in remote viewing. They're enjoying it. It's like a hobby. It's fun, but like nothing's happening in terms of actual projects. So your group and Farsight are it. And so in terms of things happening, the connection between remote viewing and the UFO ET thing and changing the world, it's just Farsight and you guys. You know, it's a big deal. Now, the thing about remote viewing is I knew intuitively that they would have to be linked because we kept bumping into ETs all over the place. Now, I also knew that we couldn't do, and you and Daz used to harp on this all the time, that we couldn't do just
bumping into
UFO
ETs.
targets because it would be too much woo-woo stuff, and people would disregard remote viewing because they couldn't accept the idea of there being extraterrestrials or UFOs, which are now
Debunkers,
called UAPs.
brainworms.
So, yeah, so we always had to
Debunker
blend stuff
brainworms,
in.
yo.
Mostly it was political stuff. The JFK assassination, the 9/11 stuff, and basically everything else that we did.
Dude, I want to watch their
Like
9/11
Mars, the Great
videos.
Pyramid of Giza, the
Oh.
Iapetus Project. They always had huge elements of verifiable stuff. We had astronomical pictures and things that that were part of the target. You had to see what we're seeing in the picture. And that was and also the base on Mars, if you remember, where the nozzle
base
came
on
out
Mars.
and stuff was spewing out there. You were the first viewer
Wow.
to describe that really clearly. You had the nozzle coming out of a dome, and then it was
Wow.
spewing stuff. It was an incredible session. So, and that was as clear as day in the picture. So, we kept on bumping into these things, and so it became.
Dude, if I
evident
can
that you
summon them, I
can't
don't have to move to New
really
Jersey. I
promote
can
remote
summon them
viewing
here.
without talking about the extraterrestrial content. And if you're going to accept the reality of remote viewing, the first thing that's going to be asked is, well, what did you guys see? And we see not only the political stuff, but we see the alien stuff, the UFO stuff. And then it became clear that the aliens had this capability of a remote perception as sort of normal for them. And so we just sort of had that sort of build. But yeah, I always knew that there would be a disclosure moment. There's an issue, Dick. I actually want to talk to you about this one thing. You're right. I actually mentioned on the Chris Lido show, his Lido Files show, that what we're heading towards is catastrophic disclosure, just like you
Let's
mentioned.
go, baby.
And that's where the disclosure comes out all at once, as compared with dribbling it out. Now, if it comes to dribbling
me that
out over 100 years
catastrophe.
or 20 years or 10 years, it can be controlled, and it's going to be all messed up. Catastrophic disclosure simply means that it all comes out all at once. And that looks like what we're heading towards. Yeah. So, when that happens, it really looks like it's going to be happening.
This is before he
sooner
knew they
rather
were
than
coming
later.
now.
Like, for example, you and I were talking before this recording about the fact that Joe McMonagle has an interview coming out with Sean Ryan, which
Sean
that's a
Ryan.
big deal. I mean, that type of exposure is on that level.
That was a good
on
interview,
Sean
though. I
Ryan's
did
show
watch that one.
Is a big deal. And it looks like that the remote viewing stuff, which has also been mentioned on the Joe Rogan, other venues, it's going to be hitting prime time. And when you actually talk about it, you know, you can introduce yourself to people only once. So we have to be ready. But when it happens, when the catastrophic disclosure happens, the real question is going to be, it's catastrophic also implies a mess, meaning it's going to be a lot of stuff. And I'm sort of wondering about yourself, I think you're probably pretty safe, because talk about the paparazzi or whatever, people just get wild and crazy. I think you're pretty safe out there in Hawaii. But the issue is security. I just wondered if you're planning on doing anything extra with security. Now, definitely
Security.
don't mention what you're planning or
Oh,
anything
no.
on the video. But are you even thinking about that step?
Well, I've been thinking more in terms of social disruption from a number of causes. So,
Dude.
yeah, I plan on taking precautions.
You're gonna get
People
all kinds
can
of
find
cranks
me
at your
pretty
house,
easy,
dude.
And pretty soon it won't be as easy to find me. But if catastrophic disclosure comes, it's going to upend everything. Like normal people who haven't been following this, their reality is going to be so tilted on its head, they won't know what to do.
And you're
gonna
going
be
to have
tight.
been a prime mover and shaker in this. So it's not just me and Farsight. You and Daz and everybody you've got out there with your group. It's a big deal, Dick, and it's gonna upend everything. But it needs to happen that way. It can't happen slow. If it happens slow, it's going to be controlled and the planet will not benefit. It has to happen quickly because that's the only way it can be uncontrolled, so that the information comes out suddenly and
I believe him.
the powers that be can't control what they want people to know and what they don't want people to know.
So you see that happening pretty soon?
It has to happen pretty soon. It's gotten to the point where it's inevitable. You can't hide it back. And the idea, I think, that the sort of powers that be have, that they can control it continually, it's like putting your finger in the hole of a dam, and the dam is cracking. Eventually the dam's just going to fall apart. And and the government itself is split. I'm absolutely firmly convinced that the military, for example, is totally split. I think half of the military definitely wants disclosure to happen, catastrophic disclosure, and the other half is desperately trying to prevent it. And the government, I think, really doesn't know what it's talking about. And so there's an inevitability to it at some point. You can't prevent the catastrophic disclosure forever.
Can't
and
stop the rock.
The media, they're going to be caught with their pants down entirely, because
I can't wait for that.
feeding people junk for decades that's simply untrue. And when the catastrophic disclosure happens, it's going to be quite obvious that the evidence for that junk has been in front of people's faces, and any intelligent person should have been able to look at the evidence and say what the government was saying was happening wasn't happening. And then the mainstream media is going to really suffer. And then what you're going to have is, what you're seeing already, is that the main sources of the media, the major networks and things like that, they're going to become less and less important. And then there's going to be greater importance for podcasts and independent broadcasters. So anyway, that's inevitable. I still think there's going to be a scandal. I think the government's last stand to try to control things.
What kind of scandal?
Debunker Holocaust.
A scandal.
That's what I see.
I think
I foresee a debunker Holocaust.
Contained.
Sorry,
got a lot of
debunkers.
data, a lot
You
of
had a good run.
information on things that people have done in the past.
Hold
that
your
they
head
shouldn't
up
have
high.
done, probably illegal things, and they have monitored all types of things. Lots of people do things that they're not right. They shouldn't have done, and I think they have sort of
It'll be over before you know it.
full-blown picture of what looks like the entire industry, the UFO, the ET, perhaps even the remote viewing side of things. That a whole big chunk of that has got some compromising information, and I think they're going to
Just
come
report
out
to
with that
Quirk's house.
suddenly. And
And
that
he'll
will
take
be
care of
the
you.
sort of the main signal that the main disclosure, the sort of catastrophic disclosure, is going to hit.
And find him in the
soon,
Quirk
because they're
zone.
only going to do that. You can only pop that balloon once. So I think they're going to do that in an attempt to sort of knock out a lot of the people that would seize the attention. For example, Dick, when you see the disclosure that's coming out in the U.S. Congress these days with the David Grush hearings and so on, you get a lot of people showing up in the mainstream news
Grush.
that never had access
Did you see
to
he
the
got
mainstream
Brianna?
news before. A lot of people in the UFO field are suddenly out there and being presented as authorities
That's right.
in this whole era. And they were never addressed as authorities before that. Well, if catastrophic disclosure happens and those people are still doing their thing, they will become the authorities. And then the government and the mainstream, whatever, they're not going to be the authorities. And the mainstream and the government will just simply lose their audience, and you'll get the collapse. What you had
don't know
is
about
the
that.
collapse of the former Soviet Union that happened
Maybe.
like that. There was no revolution that occurred. There was no people in the streets. There was no military intervention.
It was the opposite.
The Soviet Union just became irrelevant, and people walked away. So I think the last thing the government's going to try to do is to prevent that from happening. So I think a big scandal is in the works, meaning all the pieces are probably set and there, and they're waiting for it to happen. But they're not going to do it until they need to do it.
Look,
and that's going to be an attempt to.
I'm going to let them take the lead. I'm confident
alternate
in their
sources of
decision making.
information that are coming out to a limited few. That's what I think is going to happen.
Do you think the powers
I just
that
don't
be
think
are ever
debunkers are going to fare too well in this new
admit
regime of
the
non-debunking.
true,
You know,
potential of remote viewing, because they've always downplayed what we do? Do you think that will be forced on them by, okay, the truth of UFO aliens comes out, and then they go back and look at all the data we've been putting out for all these years, and we'll be able to verify that. There will be researchers looking into things on the moon, civilization on Mars.
I've been telling y'all.
Sidonia, Roswell, Phoenix Lights, all these things we've done. You're expecting
These guys have been fucking fighting the debunkers so hard for years. I'd like to see them get validated.
Yeah, I think that's inevitable. That's going to happen because the facts are the facts, and once people go out and investigate the facts, the remote viewing will be verified. So the complaint that was made early on was that some of the stuff that we got was unverifiable. But always with all projects,
At some
that
point,
you and I have been
you gotta
involved
just say
with
fuck the
from the very
debunkers.
beginning, there was always a huge verifiable component, like the Great Pyramid of Giza. You've got the Great Pyramid of Giza. I mean, it's staring right in your face. I mean, it's big. It's a huge pyramid, and they have other pyramids right next door. So when you and Daz had to describe the construction of the Great Pyramid of Giza, you had to describe a desert environment with these huge periods in a nice formation. So it was that's the verifiable stuff. And then the new stuff was added, which is how the pyramids were actually being constructed. But the verifiable components were absolutely, perfect and huge. And so what's going to happen is that people will eventually realize that the stuff that we've been doing is not unverifiable. It always had something huge that's verifiable, and then it had the new stuff, and then the new stuff can become verified as authorities, investigate further.
Mick West better be
So,
at least given a shame
Great Pyramid of
public
Giza,
show trial.
They can't move those blocks now, today. Some of those are 80-ton blocks, and some other large archaeological sites, the blocks are even bigger, a lot bigger. And there's no way people know how to move those things now. And the way they were cut, and you described.
Oh, now I
session
get it. That's
exactly
how
the
he
way
did
they
his
were cut. They
sites.
were cut perfectly. You can't even stick a human hair between those.
They
blocks
had
on a certain place.
the
You
target.
can't do that with
Okay.
camels and people running around.
So
in
once
loincloths.
they knew he
You
was
just
okay.
can't do it. They can't even do it.
So
now
they would
with the
have him
block with
describe
modern
it, and once they
machinery.
knew he was
So,
describing the pyramids, they knew he was right, and then he kept going and gave them the rest of the setup.
To say that this
That's
is how it was
interesting.
done. It's just laughable. And so when the remote
It's really
viewing
interesting.
stuff is finally acknowledged, then it's going to be that catastrophic sort of awakening, like, okay. See, it's because they refuse to acknowledge that ETs could exist or that UFOs exist that they cannot get to the conclusion of how the Great Pyramids of Giza were actually constructed. That had to use ET tech, and because they don't accept that ETs are even possible, then they can say, well, then we're just doing crazy stuff, when in fact their theories are the crazy stuff. So that's
Crazy
going to lead
MFs.
to a huge industry of verification of remote viewing stuff. And people are going to see that the remote viewing stuff was a heck of a lot more accurate than a bunch of archaeologists or historians running around and sort of trying to come up with
That's right,
crazy
bro.
stories to justify impossible acts.
Mainstream archaeology is a complete
fest.
joke. I mean,
Cope
they
fest.
ignore most of the real evidence.
Well, they make a lot of effort to avoid the obvious. And I mean, I was, my son was out in an archaeological dig with some mainstream, in a mainstream setting.
And they found out his father was
I
a
won't
remote
go into the
viewer, and they
place
kicked him
of the
off.
setting, but he talked to the graduate students that were there, and he
They're
raised
like,
the
oh,
issue
they're
of,
for
what do you think
professional
about these
debunking.
things? Like
Oh,
Michael
no.
Primo wrote a whole book on forbidden archaeology, and he said, well, what do you think about that, that stuff? And the graduate students uniformly, absolutely every one of them, and they were graduate students in huge universities, big universities. They said, oh, we can't talk about that. We can't even whisper anything about that. Otherwise, we we'll be kicked out of the program. We won't be able to get a job. Our careers will be ruined. So that we just have to stick to what they allow us to talk about.
Well,
and it was not like hidden that they had limits to what they were able to think about or talk about. It was very open. They understood that there were limits. And so, it's all going to collapse one day. And when it does collapse,
cancel culture.
It'll have to be sudden. Dick, once you start the process of disclosure, how can you slow it down? It's like when a dam breaks and the water sort of floods out. How can you slow down the water? Once it's broken and it's rushing down the valley, it's over. You just have to wait till the water goes down the valley.
Speaking of these young kids, here's my view, Courtney, is that
what do you think his dean thinks of him?
X, we had the millennials and we had Gen Z. And Gen Z, you've run out of alphabet. That's the last generation of the present civilization. And the children that are born now in January, starting January 2024, are going to be called Generation Alpha. And they're going to grow up in a much different world where we have amazing technology, where we have realization of our true consciousness, that we can remote view and that we're all psychic, and we'll have open interaction with ET. How do you like all that?
And my own personal view is that this is a war going on right now and a big struggle. So it's not guaranteed that that's what will happen. But it looks like there's a good possibility that that will happen. I think the future is going to be determined by clearly what we're doing now. But how it's actually going to pan out is going to be something I'm going to be interested in seeing.
I hit you with all the good news, scientific, amazing technology, remote viewing, ET. The bad news, in my view, is that the administrators of this place have decided that nation states have outlived their usefulness, that they don't need nation states as an accounting tool, and the accounting of humanity will be done on distributed ledger blockchain using the technological advances. So the children today are going to be more of along the lines of a cellular automaton in a pretty much virtual world, with the accounting of their life force being done on blockchain. That's a little more bleak than some people would care to consider.
Yeah, I think that's to be determined. I don't think that's set in stone. I do think that there are forces at play in our current reality that are trying to do that. So I think that's a correct sort of analysis of what those forces want to do and are going to do everything they can to make it happen.
Who would those forces be? I'd ask you, who runs the world?
But in terms of who the major players are, you can't see them. The major players that you see, which is a president of the United States or prime ministers, those people are not relevant to any of this. They are people that are managed, that are controlled.
Absolutely. Oh, absolutely. Yeah.
Yeah. Now the big players are smart enough to keep themselves hidden. They precisely don't want the masses to know who they are. I mean, that's exactly the whole point. Now, there's some major economic people who are, incredibly rich, that people sometimes look at and say, well, that must be one of the major players. But the reality, the real movers and shakers, the real controllers, the people that are trying to, quite frankly, are trying to prevent catastrophic disclosure, those players you don't really see. And
they've been hidden for thousands of years. They've been hidden throughout humanity's time here.
And they definitely want to keep it that way. They definitely do not want people to know that they even exist. In fact, they'd love to have it so that it's resigned to the element of what they call conspiracy theory. So anytime you say something about something that they don't like, they call it a conspiracy theory.
That's one of the great psychological warfare coups in history was that label. Whoever came up with that, it was brilliant. But it's, yeah, 2 words and they just shut you down.
Yeah, they had to come up with a justification for the John F. Kennedy assassination. That was very clearly not the work of one shooter, Lee Harvey Oswald. It had to be multiple shooters, and the shooters that did it were sharpshooters. They were really good, and they had the evidence for that was overwhelming. Even in the Warren report, when they came out with that, the gun that they said Lee Harvey Oswald used to assassinate Kennedy, it was old and rusted, and the sights on it could not be fixed. They had sights on it, and the forensic people of the U.S. government tried to fix the sights with shims in order to get them to line up, and they couldn't do it. It was that badly broken. And you can't shoot the president from that far away with a gun that was like that. And in addition, anybody who did shoot the president had to have been an expert marksman. And if there's one thing you know about gun owners is they take care of their guns. They clean their guns, they polish their guns, they're always in perfect working order. And it's impossible for sharpshooters to have done what they did and to be using a rusted gun that didn't have sights that were lined up.
Especially a Marine. Marines are taught. Marines get big trouble if they don't keep their weapons in ship shape.
Anyone who's a sharpshooter, it's a requirement. They have to do it correct. Now the thing is, they had to come up with a way to turn the media away from that entire thing. So that conspiracy theory, those 2 words, was just perfect. They get everybody to say, if you look at the evidence here, we're going to call you a conspiracy theory person, a conspiracy theorist, and everyone's going to laugh at you. The power of potential ridicule is so powerful. They got the entire media, and they even had academics. They had a few academics I used to watch on the television news that were just sort of amazing to me. They had a couple academics sort of investigate the whole thing. I don't know what they paid those guys, but I remember one guy on television saying, "Oh no, this is entirely true." Because you could see Kennedy's head being hit from the front and then being hit from the back, and so you could see his head going back and forth, and then the brains sort of spilled out to the back. So the gun that they said Lee Harvey Oswald used shot from behind, yet the brains were spilling out in the opposite direction. And so the reporter said, well, how could that possibly be? It's ludicrous. And so they said, how could that possibly be? And the reporter, and the academic who they were actually interviewing said, oh no, it's very clear. You see, there's a whiplash action with the muscles. You hit the brain from one side, you hit the head from one side, but the muscles, they react, they spasm, and then they throw the brains out in the opposite direction, in the direction of where the bullet came from. What Hollywood movie producer were they working for? That was crazy. Yeah. And so the evidence was overwhelming with the filming that actually happened of the assassination, that it wasn't what they said it was, and so they came up with a word, conspiracy theory, and it really was powerful, and fear of ridicule worked.
You can't find. There used to be 9/11 videos on YouTube, like pilots for 9/11 Truth, architects and engineer for 9/11 Truth. Those are hidden now. Those are really hard to find. They're suppressed.
Yeah, they had thousands of pilots sign on and sign petitions, and saying that what was actually reported and happening in 9/11 couldn't have happened. So and you also had people that were looking at the Twin Towers, and some of them were extremely respectable. Literally thousands of architects and engineers were signing petitions and saying it couldn't happen that way. You can't have the Twin Towers collapse like that. And then when they really were focusing on it, they would look at the Building 7, which was next to the Twin Towers.
You, sir, have spoken the truth.
Really solid building.
You, sir, have spoken the
and
truth.
that was not hit by a jet, yet it collapsed. And anybody who does anything with demolition could see that it was controlled demolition.
That's right.
And the engineers and architects were saying there is no way an office furniture fire with a little jet fuel could have done that to that building. Suddenly collapsed the entire thing. So those
What do you mean, to make the
those
Oswald shot?
charges that had to have been placed
Through the trees?
in that building.
Don't forget, there was
had to
trees
have been
there
placed,
until after the
days or
assassination, and then they had them
weeks
removed
ahead
so
of
the
time.
investigation
Daz Smith
would not see that there was
described
trees
that
there.
perfectly. And there were people that worked in the building that testified. They've been saying.
I mean, I believe them.
Yeah, they were doing a retrofit, or the floor below us. They closed the whole floor, and then we could hear workmen drilling and putting things in.
The amount of deception.
I bet you, as more evidence comes out, there will be more and more backing them.
Throughout modern history, is to control the populace has been absolutely mind-boggling.
You're right about
but
that, dude.
Ultimately, we're just going back to the facts. We're just going back to, look at what actually happens. And
shit's fucked.
So when we get catastrophic disclosure, then people will look at the remote viewing evidence, and then they will follow the breadcrumbs and get the rest.
Boom. It's going to be fucking chaos if everyone's running around doing fucking psychic shit.
The biggest trouble with 9/11 is for the authorities.
Debunkers aren't ready to hear that 9/11
the
shit.
Media and the public to say, no, they couldn't have done that. They could not have done that. That's what they're depending on. They're depending on people to say, no, they can't have done that. Because as long as they can get people to say, no, they can't have done that, then you're giving permission
for them
to do exactly that. What they got out of the
people do not want to grapple with that.
Well, they got more than that, more than just wars, Courtney. What they got was
control.
People accepting a surveillance state. People accepting having to show their papers, to show their identity.
Accept shit, man. They forced it on. Look at the one senator who complained about it. He got anthrax in his mailbox.
So they had 9/11
the other one ended up in a fucking plane crash. There was 2 senators who kicked up a fuss about I forget if it was the Patriot Act specifically. There was Daschle was the one, and then the other one was, I think, Whitehouse, I think, from Minnesota. He's the one that died in a plane crash, a mysterious plane crash. And then the other guy fucking got anthrax sent to his office and his house. I forget, multiple different locations where he was. Fort Detrick, anthrax. So that's the fucking people who kicked up any fuss at all. Okay, that's what happened. Three shooters? Yeah, I think somebody was fucking right in front of him, walked right up to him and shot him. The fucking driver was probably in on it or whatever, right? The driver was in on it, I think, right? Because he slowed down. And they slowed down. They went to probably fucking, kind of blocked off the angle or whatever. I think the shooter's right off camera from the Zapruder film, Yeah, Oswald was literally just a patsy. He was just supposed to fire towards Kennedy, and maybe, I don't think he hit him, right? I think he just hit the street or whatever, if he was even there. He thought they were just gonna use him as a pretense and get him out of jail or whatever. That's interesting. That's kind of, again, the trend has been the other way in most of the world. Sometimes people just give up reporting them, or they have, if a civilian group shuts down, because most places it's not even the government that keeps track; it's the civilians. And if they stop, sometimes it's just a huge chunk of reports that don't get filed.
And people accepting the level of...
I mean, again, and that's usually 10% at max of sightings get reported, right? Most people just don't even bother. It's like not worth the trouble. It's a big pain in the, at least with MUFON. It's a big pain, man. They have to come out to your house and everything. I probably wouldn't report one if I saw one, and I'm really interested in it. Maybe I would. Now I would. I couldn't get away with not doing it, probably. But yeah, it's a pain in the ass.
Surveillance and requirements for identification.
I mean, they had
I
a
personally
plan
don't
for him
mind
in
that
Chicago
because I
and
think that's
Miami
inevitable.
too.
It's going to happen anyway. But
They decided on
that's
Dallas.
the event that they used to jumpstart that, to get it to happen. It's inevitable that people's
There was a white
lives are
supremacist in
gonna be
Chicago
watched
and a
because
Cuban
it's
national.
inevitable
And,
that things will be digital, and the more things are digital, the more people are going to be looked at, the more people are going to be watched. The only way you're going to
Maybe.
be able to truly protect yourself from that is to be like an African guy that I heard of. I read about him in the newspaper in Africa, where he climbed up a tree and with a bunch of rocks, and he just threw rocks at anyone who came by. So
That's about
It's pretty cool.
What you need to do. Yeah. That I was someone.
I've done that before.
I was someone who didn't like the move away from cash. Like, I'll never give up cash. I'll never present my ID. I'll never use my thumbprint to get into the fitness center. And
Why, bro?
what they're
Come
doing
on.
now with the number of passwords and logins and two-factor authentication, they're making your life so miserable to do anything.
Dude, come on.
That
It's really not
you
that
will
bad.
acquiesce if they say one digital ID, sign up once, that's your ID, that'll get you on to your crypto wallet, to Facebook, to email, to any, anywhere you need to go travel. People will accept that in a
Fucking
heartbeat.
sickos,
Sure,
man.
scan my face. Well, and people have already scanned their faces. People
Yeah,
are already
why-
in the
what's-
system. So
dude, what do you
it's
care,
step by
man?
step by step, a slice at a time.
Just fucking incoherent
I
right-wing
personally think that
conspiracy theories.
anonymity is over. So how it's used is different from whether anonymity actually does cease to exist. And remember, from my perspective, I'm not talking about telling people how to govern themselves. I'm not talking about having a certain form of government or in any way, shape, or form. The only thing we've been saying from the very beginning is tell people the truth. And then let the cards fall the way they fall. Just let everything happen. Just tell people the truth. Right now, they're in the big UFO disclosure problem, where they're really trying to just say that UFOs exist, UAPs or UFOs exist.
Mhm.
But the mainstream is still focusing on, does that mean we're not alone in the universe? I
Yeah,
mean,
they
it's so
won't get
stupid.
past
How
step one on
stupid can you
purpose.
get? We're not alone in the universe. Of course we're not alone in the universe. The real question is, what have the ETs have been doing all of these thousands of years? And no one's asking that question.
Well, the bigger question is, did they alter our DNA
for the
and
jizz.
create us, and why?
Well, that's a good question. That's a very good question, because there's been punctuated change in the human species at certain time periods. So the mainstream idea is
Dear
that we
humans,
popped out of apes
it's
100,000
me,
years ago or so,
your alien
and then
visitor.
here we are, and like that's
And
impossible.
I'm here
So
for
it seems clear that
jizz.
new strains of human
I've
beings
come to
have
get
been
some
introduced to
cum
this
from
planet,
your
because
daddy.
evolution happens. I mean, Darwin's correct. There is such
I've
a thing
come
as
to
evolution,
get that
but
D.
it takes millions and
Give
hundreds of
it to
millions of years
me.
for any
Give me
significant
that
change to
D.
occur. It doesn't happen in 100,000
Give
years.
me that
So you can't just say Cro-Magnons beat the
D.
Neanderthals. What you really had is new strains of humanity being introduced.
Or if they're here
and
for
that
the
had
D
different
and for
capabilities. And
Fugazi albums.
once you accept
That would be pretty cool
that there
aliens,
has been
huh?
this punctuated change, you say, well, then who's doing it? And then the punctuated change.
Do you have the
becomes a
unreleased
question of,
songs
well,
from
what
the
did
band
they have in
Nirvana?
mind? What did they want to do?
That's not how
and
they
I
would
think
talk.
one of the things that people are going to eventually discover
What if they talk with like
is that there's been a
fucking
lot
computer
written
like
into
clicky
the
sounds?
DNA. It's not just it's not just natural selection. There's been a
Industrial
lot. And I think one of the problems we're
research.
having with disclosure
do you
But I
have
think
more
part of the stuff
neoclassical
that's been written into the
economist?
DNA is a resistance to certain ideas.
Why do you not
Now,
just
this is,
execute
something that's in
Michael
political
Hudson, the
science, so I can talk
professor?
about this with some
He
authority,
is
but
very
They have
inconvenient.
discovered through examining twins, not just 10 or 15, but
Does not
thousands of twins
compute.
that have been separated at birth and then raised in entirely different environments. So the old idea that were they raised by a liberal family or conservative family could be controlled because
Why did you not raise your frequencies?
Communicate with one another, and they were
Your
just
assignment
in separate
was
modes.
to operate on a
And
higher
the
wavelength.
studies have come
Neat
out that are
knock.
really quite authoritative that
Wait,
it
whoa.
doesn't matter what family
Do
you
you
were raised
not?
by, because the twins, when you follow them from when
Do
you actually
you
go
not
into the
read
governmental
frequency?
records, find out
Oh.
who they are, and then locate them again.
That's
you're
not how
talking
they would
tens of
talk
thousands of
either.
people.
I'm sure I haven't figured it out yet.
Then they
Hmm.
they ask them what are their politics, and they're identical. So the twins, it doesn't matter what kind of family they grew up in. They're both conservative or they're both liberal. Their political ideology is somehow genetically embedded, and it's really not in dispute in political science anymore that happens. So that it's clear that genes can convey
Really?
ways of thinking. So if
So
you're an
your
advanced
genes
extraterrestrial
are,
race,
oh
you're going
man,
to be introducing a new
your
species
genes are
of
holding you back.
humanity onto the planet.
Sucks.
You know, that's open game. Well, let's.
Your call
see what
date's
they
too
can do.
small.
So I think
Sorry.
the resistance to
You gotta
these
volunteer
types of
for a
new
fucking
ideas
better
is
mission next
probably
time.
Genetically built in.
A bigger
And I
call
think
date
also
mission.
The UFO disclosure issue is partially genetically built in as well. Otherwise, it'd be hard to, given the amount of content, the amount of UFO disclosure information that's out there, it's really hard to figure out how 8 billion people could continue to keep their heads in the sand. So it looks like the genetics is set up to have it work out that way. Otherwise, keeping everybody sort of dumbed down would I think it would be impossible unless there was some type of genetic underpinning towards it. Now, I don't have any way to prove that, but since we do know about the issue with
Can you
twins and
program it to
and political
fucking find
ideology,
the NHI?
then it makes sense that an advanced species that would be intervening and changing humanity along the way, they would.
It's
they
pretty
would try to
scary, but I
control
think
the
it's probably
species in
true,
certain
huh?
ways, and
Yeah.
fiddling with the genes in that way seems perfectly okay. They probably also fiddled with the genes to make
No one wants to work
remote
anymore.
viewing and telepathy more difficult
Yeah,
automatically, so that
I bet,
people don't
right?
automatically just do this. Otherwise, people would figure out that the whole setup is a ruse.
Yeah, I think
Right.
we're definitely being nerfed. I
I've
think that they set
sometimes wondered
parameters for
if
us.
Maybe we aren't supposed to remote view, that as part of our
Mm.
experience in this physical body was to experience it only on this dimension with this, getting input from our physical reality, and that's a leakage, and it's like we're not supposed to be able to do that. Sometimes I wonder that.
It's
You
time,
understand what
dude.
I'm saying?
This
Yeah,
level
I think
was
that's-
unlocked.
Yeah, I think that's part of the.
That's what happened.
I personally, this is belief now. I personally think that's built into the genes. I think that's what's going on.
Yeah, it's
I think
epigenetic.
once the geneticists dig into this deep enough, that's what they will find.
Epigenetic.
So we've outsmarted the game. We're kind of
Yeah, they were remote viewing the
we
secrets of the
outsmarted
universe.
the system by remote viewing.
Again,
But
we
wait a
didn't
sec,
even
but
need to
there
remote view
probably
anything.
has
We
to
just
be
figured it
some
out because the clues are all there.
genetic predisposition in you and me and Daz and the other remote viewers we're working with.
Maybe you just figured it
get
out,
them to
and
do this in the
it's
first
just a
place.
way to
So
do
it
it. You just
probably
need to know how to
wasn't
do
a
it.
perfect genetic fix.
Like some people can
Probably
meditate
was
easier than
imperfect,
others.
Otherwise, you and I wouldn't be here.
Well, my view
Well,
on
I gotta go
that
see why
is
she's
that
yelling.
the DNA is an assembly machine that was created by the ETs. So DNA is this machine that takes the
Oh my
elements
God, you
from
hear
the
her
Earth
crying in there?
and can create a Earth suit, a body suit, a meat suit for our souls to come in and have this experience. And that some of our souls come here with a mission, with
Soul
a plan,
word,
with
soul plan.
things that they need to do.
That's going to be a little bit of
Oh
a
my
difference
God.
of opinion for us, you and I here, because at Farsight
Oh my
we've
God.
gone into this a lot, and we've come to the conclusion that this is a prison.
Prison planet.
And that,
Yeah, let's go.
The souls don't escape. We don't even call them souls anymore. We call them isbis, someone who is for the purpose of being. And
Isby.
since it is possible to remote view across time and space anywhere, anytime, any space, obviously our isby parts exist across time and space. So it's impossible to kill an isby because we exist everywhere. Otherwise, we wouldn't be able to see all those things in remote viewing. So the isbis can't be killed, but they can be controlled. They can be enslaved. They can be manipulated. And everything that we have looked at, and we have
Dude, they're gonna have a
huge number of
disagreement.
projects that seem to be pointing in the exact same direction, especially where we've explicitly looked at this exact question, is that people don't come here voluntarily. They're thrown in here. This is a prison, and they can't get out. Death used to be a form of transportation, but that's not the way it is here at this spot. So that's where. But you and I are going to differ on that, but that's okay. That's
Well, we're not that different. My view is that, my understanding is that we're not gods. We didn't create this. We didn't create the body. We didn't create our soul. We didn't put our soul here. Some higher power did that. Somebody with more intelligence and more technology than we have. So I don't call it a prison, but I don't agree with people who say, "Oh, I'm this spiritual being. I chose to be here, and I have the powers of a god." Well, this will be controversial.
we're always controversial, Dick. Go ahead.
I think there are human beings on this earth that are just like place markers. They're just here as props. People that don't really have a purpose.
NPCs.
That aren't
Yeah.
really furthering.
That checks out.
The experience for those that have a real mission. Now, on the other hand, I heard of one lady had a near-death experience, and during her near-death experience, Spirit was explaining what happened. And
Subscribe if you're cool.
Said, look,
please.
every
We could
human
really
has value.
use
and
the
she said,
help.
Look at that beggar,
Times
that
are tight.
drunk that's laying in the gutter. I mean,
Emperor
what's their
Elon
value?
with
And the
fucking
Spirit
us.
showed her that person incorporated,
Lawsuit game.
incarnated rather,
Ain't
and
so
lived
hot
that
right now.
horrid life as a drunken, wretched person, just to let one other soul experience compassion.
This is going to be one of the areas where you and I probably disagree, because what we have done in our Farsight projects, so we've burrowed into this a lot. The death experience starts with someone seeing the light, and the light is actually
alien tech.
This is something that's come out of our projects. The light is actually a very strong wave that pulls the ISB in, and then once they get in, it's like a trap. The more they struggle against it, the more it gets sticky and they can't get out. And then they're zapped with an extremely high voltage something or
With
other
a
that
member?
rattles them. And that gets rid of their memories, it gets rid of their telepathy, remote viewing capabilities.
I wouldn't be part of
they're
any
just
club
empty
that would
shells.
have me.
And then an AI
You
comes
know?
in, an artificial intelligence is all computerized and feeds in a whole bunch of memories.
It's like the Matrix, dude.
And then
You get a
AI
vision in the
inevitably
Matrix.
says, oh, and by the way, we've discussed your case with the Council of Elders. You see the Council of Elders over there? And we think that those few things you need to work on in your personality, like the arguments you used to have with your mother,
not
and
wrong.
your son, and your daughter is having this problem. We think you should go back and work on a few of these things. Now, with no memories or anything, the person inevitably